Morning, dude. I haven't seen you all day yesterday. Where were you? Did you stream? I'm great, dude. I'm just doing my selfie that I do in the morning. Lots to talk about, by the way. Couple more seconds. Perfect. Oh, you're good. I mean, you're not obligated to be here, but I was just wondering, like, did you go to sleep? Because yesterday, you know, you were gone. I was like, I think he's streaming now. Or I think you went to sleep because you hadn't been sleeping. Give me a moment. I'm gonna turn on my stream. It's on my computer, and I also have to go on Wi-Fi or on data. One sec. All right. Let's see. Gotta go to the channel. Gotta go here. Gotta do this. Yep. Mic is good. Mic is good. Let me see what you said. Yeah, stream's good. That's. Hold on. You know what? Before we go anywhere, did you find the setting? If you haven't found the setting for the stream, let me do that right now. I'll show it to you. Before we go anywhere, because I'm inside right now. So if I go to settings, channel, advanced settings, feature eligibility. Okay, look carefully. Watch. I'm gonna be on the computer. So let me show you everything from the beginning. So I'm on my YouTube studio. Go to settings. Go to channel. Go to advanced, or go to feature availability. And it's here, and you have to enable it. And you'll need to do, you have to have one of these criteria done, right? You have to either have find new ways to engage with your audience and build your personal brand with a wider set of features. Custom thumbnails is what you get to do. Requirement, standard features enabled. So this has to already be enabled. You can already do this. So go and enable it. So go into feature eligibility and turn it on. Because this is where you'll be able to live stream. And then once you do that, you have this option. This one requires like photo ID and whatnot, but it'll allow you to do more live streams and whatnot. Sounds good? All right, my live stream is on that. Okay, cool. We're gonna go outside shortly. I figure while we're inside, I help him do his thing since I'm here at the computer. What the hell is that? Oh. Okay. That's weird. Wait, what? No. Son of a mother. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Jeez. Okay, cool. All right. My eyes are a little itchy at the moment, but I'm good. We're going outside. Going for a walk. And I have so much to talk about the word escape, because that's a lot what a lot of people are doing with their minds. They're escaping. They're attempting to escape the matrix, escape reality, escape everything. Ding. That should be green. Sometimes this, there we go. God dang. Sometimes the gimbal just doesn't work properly. Let me grab my gloves. Even though it's warm, it's still cooler in the trail. The trail is still pretty cold. My bad. Let's go. 7:54. Come on. You know when technology doesn't behave itself? Technology's like, stop. You can't work right now, Ryan. All right, we're outside. We're going to start our walk. So we are starting our walk. Some of you are coming on, you're like, what the hell's going on? We're starting our walk. With already somebody cutting their grass. Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. It's supposed to be a somewhat sunny / cloudy day today, so we'll see how the day treats us. It's supposed to be somewhat warm. And off we go. So I'm going to be talking about the word escape. You're probably wondering, what do you mean by escape? What are we escaping? Well, you know, there's the thing called escaping the matrix, right? Many are attempting to leave and escape this matrix, or they want to escape using escapism as some sort of crutch. For years, I was attempting to escape myself, wanted to leave this world, escape reality, escaping my job when I had a job. Now I'm an entrepreneur, making a lot of money. But I was escaping myself, y'all. I was escaping who I was supposed to be. I was escaping the fact that there was things that I needed to settle, sort out within myself, and I would numb it. I'd use video games as a way to escape. Nothing wrong with video games, just so y'all know. I'd use music, movies, TV shows to escape what I was feeling inside, this fear of inadequacy. This is a big one, by the way. The feeling of inadequacy. And many of us, somewhere deep down inside, have this feeling of inadequacy. It's normal because the world has these things called pendulums, which I've talked about, but pendulums have another meaning too. It's like a collective group thought, such as, you're in your 30s and you're not married? You don't have kids yet? Oh, Asian people are smart at math, right? Black people have to work 5 times harder just to get ahead, right? This is pendulums. Morning, brother. I'm gonna just go over this way because he's all the leaves over there. And so like that's pendulums. Like another pendulum, of course, a lot have heard, money is the root of all evil, right? Or somewhere deep down inside, like when you were younger, you wanted to be so expressive, so expansive, that what happened was ultimately somewhere in your environment said, you can't shine that bright. And you started to slowly escape your true self. And you started to go into you start putting on a mask of like inferiority. Just so you all know, hello, good to see you. Just so you know, none of you are inferior. You're born perfect and whole and complete. I know some of you might not believe that because the world has told you that you have to play small, or you're not meant to do this, or you can't have this, or it's not your, how do I say this? It's not meant for you. And saying it's not meant for you is like the 4 most dangerous words you can speak to yourself. That's weird. I guess give it some time, Felix. Just give it some time. Might take some time for YouTube to sort of sort that out. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So this feeling, there's a lot of things that people are, running from, escaping from. That they need to feel. I know feeling is scary though at times. Hell, I still run into it at times too. Like, what if this doesn't actually work out for me? Right? There's that feeling. And attempting to escape the feeling by, brute forcing things at times. Taking more action, right? Because, they say action, a lot of people say action speaks louder than words, and that's another pendulum. Yeah, if you can do it on a computer, that would be easier. On the phone, it's not going to be easy. You have to do that stuff on a computer. So if you have a computer handy, do it on the computer. We got people doing the roofs up there. Morning.
Oh, morning.
So, to get back to what I was saying, there's so many of us that are escaping this feeling of inadequacy or not enoughness, or you're falling behind, or you're in a certain age group and you're seeing your other peers making all kinds of money or doing all kinds of things and you haven't even started yet. I have news for you all. Your journey is unique to you and you alone. For me, they call it a late bloomer. What does that mean? I have to go through a set of experiences, struggle and fail, suffer. Wasn't necessary to suffer, but it still had to happen to some degree. To go through and finally figure it out later in life so I can be of service to the collective. And can you not have like your parents go on like your parents' computer, log in? That's the only way you're going to be able to do it. There's no other way. You should have a computer at your age, dude. Interesting. It's weird. Anyways, we'll sort that out later. I'll keep talking. If the universe wants you to live stream and you got your 50 subscribers, you're going to live stream. This is just a small little obstacle that you'll have to work through, which is easy, because this obstacle is going to be an opportunity for you to flex your skills from all the things I've been sharing with you. So again, to continue what I was talking about. Morning, sister. Have a great day. Thank you. You as well. Let's see. You have to do it on the computer. 100%. I've attempted to do it on my phone as well. It doesn't work. You have to do it on the computer. Because YouTube Studio is different on the phone than it is on the computer. The settings, technically you could check. Why do I have to do it? Just go on Google right now and check how to enable live stream from a phone. But it'll more likely, or even ask ChatGPT if you have it. Well, see why? So this is good right here. I'm glad you asked this question. What if the universe doesn't want me to stream? Well, then if the universe didn't want you to stream, that's because you decided that you don't want to stream. Because you and the universe are one and the same. Right? So if you say that the universe doesn't want you to stream, then why do you have 50 subscribers? That doesn't make any sense. Or maybe you're supposed to just make videos for the time being. Who knows? Or there could be some other reason. We don't know. But I'm just saying, you have 50 subscribers now. So you want a live stream, it's yours. But there's also some action that you'll have to take to enable it. So you can go on Google. Hell, you can go watch a YouTube video and see if there's a way to enable the live stream setting from the phone. I'm sure there's a video out there. You don't need me to do that. You can go do that yourself. You see, that's me sending the intuition to you so you can go and do it. So go do it. Go watch a video or find on Google how to enable it from the phone or tablet. You don't need me for that. Come on. Come on now. Come on, Mr. Squirrel, get off the road. Good job. I don't like seeing animals running on the road when a car is coming. So I always send a signal to them. Get your ass off the road. All right, no more distractions now. Focus. Locked in. So you want to keep escaping your reality. I have news for all of you. You can't escape it. You thinking you're going to escape it is like you escaping your body. Yeah, you can leave if you want. That's free will too. Some drink themselves to death. Some, do all kinds of things to themselves to get out of here because they feel the pain. It's just too much. Life just sucks for them. I've been there. There's been times I wanted to quit. Last year, there were times I wanted to quit. Did you know I was struggling last year? I was struggling very, very, I was struggling a lot last year. I wanted to quit. I wanted to throw in the towel, give up. I want to be done with this. But guess what? Through that pain and struggling, even though it's not a virtue to struggle and be in pain, there's nothing noble about struggling and suffering, just so you know. But a lot of people have made this a noble act for some reason, because we see it in Hollywood movies where the hero has to struggle and then he or she overcomes their obstacle and everybody's playing this game of having to struggle to overcome. And so basically what I'm saying is a lot are escaping themselves because they made life hard for them. Yes, I know sometimes, you were dealt the hand. You can't control the hands you were dealt. You were put into this world and you were dealt some hand, a hand, if you know what I mean by that. You're at a poker table, dealers handing out cards. You're like, ah, fuck. Okay. But just know this. In every present moment, please write this down. And I mean this. In every present moment, you are winning. You're not losing. I know you may look like you're taking an L in something. You don't get the job. You don't get the girl. You get rejected from a promotion at work. You're still winning. You're still winning. Even when you only have $2 in your bank account, you're still winning. And I say $2 because I've had only $2 in my bank account one time. You know how difficult that was to experience? But I'm like, no. The version of me who is helping the world and making impact and is financially free, and I have more than enough in every present moment, is keeping on track. And I don't care what reality has to prove to me, that has to show me, because it starts with me. And I will not escape. In fact, bring on the challenge. Let's go. This is not some fake conviction. This is true resolve. When you're resolved with yourself, you don't let your reality tell you how to live. You tell reality how you demand to live. That's a bar. Write that down. You decide how you want to live. You decide that this is how it's going to be. And yeah, let shit happen. Don't worry, because it's temporary. But you get to decide in every present moment. You get to decide in every present moment. You walk as it is done, whatever it is. You walk as if you already have the girl, the guy. You walk as it is done, that you already have the business. You walk as if and as it is done and has been done, that you already possess all the resources in the world. You're a walking universe. So you can allow the universe to, the so-called external universe, to dictate your reality, or you can allow yourself to experience the flow that you were supposed to have. And that's another bar. Write that down. All right, I'm going to go and hang on the bar. If I had let reality keep drop kicking me in my face, guess what? I wouldn't be here live streaming and sharing this with you all, and how I was able to finally get the universe to be on my side and finally feel that I wasn't being screwed around by the universe. Because I had these beliefs when I was living through my life that God was always wanting me to suffer. He put me to suffer here, y'all. That's what I was believing for the longest time. I always thought the dude in the sky put me here to suffer. I had this really deep-seated belief that God wants me to fail. He's toying with me. Now we going real deep now. If you think I haven't been deep thus far, oh, just wait. Like I said, I haven't even scratched even 0.1% of what I have to say. I had these beliefs that God wanted me to suffer, that I was supposed to struggle, that was never going to be good enough. And then and that God put me here to fail and watch others win and sit on the sideline, and he's punishing me for something I did. Got it. So, and I wanted to escape. I'm like, you know what, God, just end my existence. Like, I'm done. And I wanted to leave and escape because I couldn't handle the pressures. I couldn't handle the pressures of being on earth. But then something changed inside of me when I had those beliefs. Or you can say those beliefs had me, because your beliefs are like spiritual organisms or entities that are latched on, and they seek to take mental real estate and control the host body. And this is a real fact. Your beliefs are like living entities within yourself. They're not evil, they're just thought forms, and thought forms exist. Pendulums. Well, for me, I'm making sure I don't interact with the chat too often, because when I'm in a flow, I need to focus. Because the last time on my other stream when I did that, I got caught up with a bunch of nonsense. So if I ignore some of your messages, you're gonna have to kind of deal with it. It's not ignoring, but like, if I don't see it, I don't see it. So, because going forward, like I told my other channel, and I'm gonna tell you all this: if I don't see your messages, you're gonna either have to listen or just accept it. So I've come to the point where like I won't entertain like 10 million different questions. Morning, sister.
Good morning.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Good weekend.
You too. Think of it like my brain filtering out the messages that are not important. So yeah, going forward, just letting you know, Felix, if I don't see your message and you ask, did you see my message? Just expect that I didn't see your message, and you don't need to even ask that question. So laying down the law a little bit, because I chose now to like not respond to too much messages and focus. And I'm glad that this app allows me to just focus, because it's not a distraction like the YouTube app itself, because I made the chat so small that it's hard to actually see the chat at times, and I have to scroll up to see one or two. I only see like 1 or 2 messages at a time. I'm not seeing like 16 or 17 messages. So this allows me to free up my time from looking at the chat. So I'm not purposely ignoring anyone, but if when I'm locked in, I'm locked in. So I'm just kind of giving a little heads up before I continue talking. Waiting to get back onto the sidewalk. And I do appreciate that. All right. So yes, I was escaping reality, escaping my life. I was escaping, this world. Because I had that belief for the longest time. Why did God make me the way I am? Why was I put into this? I had this belief that why was I put in a shitty body? Like, why didn't I choose a better looking body, a handsome body, a body that was like bigger and more masculine looking, like 6'5", right? 250 pounds of hulking muscle. Why wasn't I put in a body like that? Why was I put in a shorter body? Because I thought God wanted me to just, pay for some sort of like sin, some sort of like crime that I did in some sort of weird past life, even though at the time I didn't understand anything about past lives, because I always thought I only lived one life. That this is some sort of like punishment. I was put here to be punished. I thought Earth was a punishment, y'all. And the reason why I thought of this was punishment, because I simply didn't understand how reality worked. And when I finally figured out how reality actually worked, the game started to flip to my favor. The rules started to bend in my will. The rules started to bend in my will to my favor. We are going to go to the left. Hey. We are going to go to the left. That brother that I just said hello to, he's wearing a San Diego Padres hat. So it's always a reminder that home is closer than I think. Home is always closer than I think. Yeah, you see? So I'm glad that I'm talking about this, because it has relevancy, because you were thinking about this a month ago. So I always thought that God wanted me to fail and suffer and lose and never get ahead and watch other people get what they want and get what they desire and they deserve, while I had to take the little scraps, like the discarded leftovers that they don't want. It's like when you go to a restaurant and you don't eat the meal, like they don't finish the meal, all the like leftover, like that's what I thought God wanted for me, just the fucking leftovers. I had that kind of belief in myself that was like lingering. And I was like, where the hell did I pick that up from? Well, I picked it up somewhere in childhood, right? A lot of things that a lot of us are facing, you're still really young, so you have the opportunity to not get into any of this. And I'm basically going to help you I'm going to empower you, and you're already empowered yourself. You don't really need me for that. But I'm making sure that you don't fall down the same path that I did. And if you do, I'll basically kind of put you back on your path. Just don't get into all the Gen Z and Gen Alpha crap. That's all I'm saying. Focus, lock in. When I say something, lock the fuck in. Better to lock in now, because at your age, you can make millions of dollars doing what you love. There are people your age that are doing amazing things. And it's not that they are more specialer than you. It's just because they have more conviction within themselves presently, that they can bring forth all kinds of ideas. And your mind right now is malleable. You're very creative. Don't go down the dark road. I know school and other things will influence you into shit like that. Well, I don't need anybody to get my back, just so you know. This is a bar, by the way. I heard this in a video and I thought it was pretty awesome. I stood against the world and I won. I thought that was a bar. I stood against the world and I won. Basically what that video was implying is that there was a villain. He actually did beat the world in his anime show. It was Naruto, it was Madara, Uchiha. I stood against the world and I won. And he did. He technically did beat everybody to some degree. Now, he didn't fully win because Naruto ended up winning, but yeah. Well, I am helping you, but I'm really helping me. But in the process of it looks like me helping you, it's actually me helping myself, but there's no actual me, if you know what I mean. It's actually us. It's one. Right? I and you are just itself playing a character. That's it. That's what I've been talking about. That's why I haven't said that much about that. Right? We're all one, just playing a different role. Itself has created itself into many versions of itself, and that's a bar. But many will be like, but I am this person. Well, yeah, you are. Itself created you, into a certain aspect, a form, so that it can navigate the world as you. Right? Because otherwise it would have created itself and looked the same over and over again, but it wanted to have a different look and different things. Is Lily out? I see Ricky. If Ricky is out, then Lily should be out. She might start running to me in a moment. We'll see. But I don't see her right now. Lily's a dog, just so you know. Morning, brother.
Morning, how are you?
Excellent, you?
Good, nice day.
It is a nice day. Where's Lily?
I left her in there.
Ah, got it. Have a great day. Thank you. So, getting back to the beliefs I was talking about. So I always believe that I was put here to fail and be some sort of second fiddle to someone, some sort of like afterthought, some sort of like pawn. I'm supposed to be a pawn in a game. I always thought that the universe wanted me to just fail and laugh at me, like pointing its finger, like, ha ha ha, Orion, I put you here to fail and struggle. And guess what? There are many other people on the planet who have the same belief. But guess what? This belief, it doesn't belong to them. It's a collective thought that's lingering in the air. Because our thoughts can clash. You ever had the time where you thought of somebody and then they called you, or they texted you, or they reached out to you? Is that by coincidence? Nope. That's by no coincidence at all. It's all interconnected. Exactly. That's a great way of putting it, dude. It's a wonderful way of saying that. It's like 8 billion tentacles on that octopus with 8 billion different controllers, and kind of like that's kind of a good way of seeing it. That's exactly it. So see, you said it a different way, but a very creative way. That's exactly it. That's what's going on the planet right now. There's 8 billion controllers. It's one massive mind, or the octopus, like in your example. It's one octopus with 8 billion tentacles holding 8 billion different controllers. And each controller is linked to a specific character. That controller is linking to that character, that one's to that one's to you, Felix, that one's to me, Orion, that one's to insert person's name, right? And we're gonna have this person. It's balls to the wall like crazy how that one mind can do all these things all at once. That's what would be called God, the universe, but many will see themselves as separate from God. And that's fine. No problem with that. That's not what I'm here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is that many are escaping life through all kinds of means because they feel like they are not good enough. And this is the big premise of today's day and age. That has no relevancy to women and clean don't have any link together. But sure. Random comment, but sure. So many people right now feel like they're not enough. They put on a mask to pretend to be something that they're not. And that might trigger some of you. And that's okay if it does. It might activate the amygdala or basal ganglia in your brain, which kind of holds your identity center. Because your identity and your beliefs have been wrapped as one. I've had to break my beliefs countless of times to know that, like, okay, so if someone's going to tell me that I'm da-da-da-da-da, okay, no problem. We're good. I wouldn't entertain his comment or her comment. Their comment is, that's because that's a belief that person's holding. And because that's a belief, has nothing to do with that. If you believe that, then that's your reality. Anyways, back to you, Felix. Don't even entertain that comment. It's irrelevant. Morning. Good, you? Good. Enjoy your day. Hi. So, because so many people are walking around believing that they're not good enough, they put on a mask. I've done it for years. Well, don't go and start banning everybody, Felix. This is where I have to lay the law down on you. Relax. Don't get trigger happy now. People have the right to say what they want to say. Just remember that. I'm not here to ban anybody. Let them talk, right? It powers me up because I don't have to entertain their stuff. They have the right to speak whatever they want to speak. But don't be trigger happy either. Or I'll trigger happy you. I'll put you on a timeout. But yeah, it's just make sure just chill. Because the guy that you did trigger happy to on not yesterday but the day before, he came back yesterday. He's like, I'm back, with the evil devil emoji, and he's like, after your mod banned me for 24 hours. I'm like, hey man, I didn't tell him to ban you, right? You're probably saying some stuff, but he made his choice. But I also will make sure to remind. That's why I don't really want mods, to be honest, because well, don't time out anybody unless it's getting very hostile. That wasn't really hostility. That's just his belief. If that's his belief, that's his belief. Just remember, people are going to come on saying all kinds of gnarly shit. It is what it is. Right? Like, if it's something like really, really extremely disrespectful, like that women thing, yeah, go ahead, but just make sure, that's why I don't like giving people any sort of authority over anyone, because I'm not here for the authority, right? That's why I'm glad that on this app I can't remove anybody's messages. I can't do anything, which is good. It allows me to lock in, and I also don't need to entertain their stuff. I can look at it, but I'm like, that's just a person speaking gibberish to me. That's their belief. And guess what? If that person's belief is, there's 4 million women on the world and it's not clean, then that's a belief that he believes that women are the only ones that keep this world clean. So that means that men are lazy? Okay. So men don't clean? Okay. Morning. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Right, so that's just a weird belief that person's carrying. Where did that person get that from? Maybe his dad is lazy, right? Or when I say lazy, there's no human that's lazy, but there's minds that are lazy that controls the human. So that probably his dad, the mind in his dad, is lazy and demands that his wife, his mom, keep cleaning. And that women are only seen to be cleaners, and that's it. That's his belief. Exactly. Precisely. When we get to these kinds of like, chats or like these kinds of like messages, no, I won't tolerate it either. I don't have the ability right now to ban because I'm using Streamlabs, but I will not entertain, comments like that. I'll also ignore it too because that's just a third dimensional. Actually, anyone who even talks about someone or their race or a gender, that's not even third dimensional thinking. You know what that is? That's one dimensional thinking. That's right, a fucking dot. That's what they are. Little dot. You can squish that dot. But, that's neither here nor there. So, but you see how people say what they say? It's based on their current beliefs. It's either two things. They're either acting out from some sort of weird paradigm that, this is what they believe of the world. There's that. They're trolls and they want to get a reaction out of the streamer, because I've told you this, that when you start streaming, dude, just so you know, there are going to be people coming on your stream and they'll be like, ugh, Dungeons and Dragons? Get the fuck out of here with that. Like, you'll see people come on your stream and they'll attempt to be trolls. Right? And you'll know how to handle it because I'm telling you right now that people, you know what to do. You'll just look at it like, whatever. You just keep doing what you're doing. You're not bothered by what they're saying. No, he just said, the guy yesterday, Golden King, he's like, nope, he just came out like, I'm back with the devil emojis, and he's like, I'm back after your mod banned me for 24 hours. I'm like, hey, but that was it. He didn't say anything else. I'm like, no, you're back. Okay, cool. You want to be back. I don't know why, but it doesn't align with you, but sure. Right? It didn't align with you back then. It won't align with you right now unless something has altered your state of being, right? Certain times, like, you're just not meant to be a part of the stream because, like, it's not that I'm excluding anyone. I want everybody to be included. I'm always inclusive. The thing is it going to resonate with you? Because I don't want to waste anybody's time. I really don't. If it doesn't align with you, don't be here. It's just that simple, right? I'm not pointing a gun to anyone's head that you got to be here. If it doesn't fit for you or it doesn't work for you, I would tell people just don't be here. Cool. So they are opening up even this more. Oh, they're backing up. Oh, wait. I really like the fact that the park is already almost done. The kids are going to definitely enjoy this. I like it. It's good. Wow, they really got this up and running like pretty quickly. This will be done before we know it. Very nice. Morning. Let's see. Oh, dude, I've shedded my human. I mean, yes, I have a human character, but like, it is what it's supposed to be. We're in the trail now, as you can see. I'm going to get back to the talk more when we get by the water, because we're almost by the water. Yeah. Man, the beliefs that I've carried, though, or the beliefs that had held me hostage for years. For years, I truly believed that I was meant to be a failure in this world. I was like destined, like even hearing that, I was destined to be inferior to all humans. That all guys will look at me and they'll spit on me because I'm some inferior dude, and all women will hate me because I'm not a masculine looking dude. That's what I thought. I'm like, why the fuck did I build myself this way? Well, because I found out that I created my body and I designed exactly what I was supposed to come down and look like. I'm like, why did I choose this? Why didn't I have that like 7-foot presence, you know? But you can be 4'9", and you can still have that masculine presence, right? It all comes down to one thing: confidence in yourself. You're not rattled or shaken by anything. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. I'm not rattled like I was many, many eons ago. Basically, yeah. So like when someone is like saying something, let's say they don't like you, right? Well, when they say they don't like you, there's an aspect of you that's hiding within them, like in their mind, that they don't like. So really, they're actually saying they don't like themselves. Because someone who loves themselves will never say, I hate you. Even to someone who will come on like their channels, or they're watch their videos and comment something rude, the person who loves themselves has only love to share, even to the ones that are like, ugh, that person again. Ah, him again. Right? Because they have only love and joy, and they want to share that love and joy with the rest. Right? But if you're in hate, right? It's because why does somebody hate? Let's ask that question. Right? I know you meant it in general. I'm aware. I knew where you're going with it. You see how, if you didn't specify, I already knew, but it's good to specify. That's why I always say, you, but I'm not saying actually you. I'm kind of generalizing things. Right? So, why does somebody hate? Actually, let's go ahead. Let's define that word for a moment. Felix, what does hate mean to you? Like in your own words, what does that word embody for you? What does that mean? Just your own words. What does that word mean? There's no one else in the chat presently except for you and I and my live stream, my channels, because I have my channels watching just to make sure, all is working. So it's just you and I presently. There might be someone else watching, but, they're not commenting right now, so it's okay. But right now, like, what does hate imply to you? Don't worry. It's not like you're negative when you say it. I'm basically asking the question just to see what you would say about hate. It means that you have a stupid way of channeling emotions to someone. Okay, so that's your specific way of saying hate. Okay, that works. Right. That's your way, right? For me, it's how will I say this? I'm gonna plug in my phone with the with the power bank right now. Let's see. Hate. How will I define hate for myself? Well, I'm going to go back to my old experience that is very far removed, because I'm no longer that person. But it's really actually very difficult for me to hate someone now. In fact, I don't even know if I can do that, because I know that that's just an illusion. But I think for me, hate, because I'm going to ask myself my own question. For me, hate is when you absolutely want to disrespect someone, bring them down to your level and beneath you to feel some sort of morally superior to them. And you want to see them rot. It's the same thing what you said, but with different words. It's like channeling your emotions in a dumb way. Because you have no other way to express the way you express things, so you must use some form of like hate to get across what you want to get across. Because mostly people want to be understood. If you haven't noticed this, a lot of people want to be understood. Good morning, Gypsy. Good to see you. Gypsy's here, by the way, Felix. So again, you may not see her messages, but she's here. Good to see you. We're talking about escaping, but right now we're talking about hate. Why does somebody hate somebody? Like, where did the reason to hate someone come from? It's because there could be many reasons why someone will just hate someone. It could be because that other person did something to them, and then they hate them. There's many different ways to hate, right? Randomly someone will come on people's streams, or they go on their YouTube videos and leave a hateful comment that there's something that stirred or triggered them about them, right? Because there's ultimately what it comes down to is if someone's hating someone, there's an aspect of themselves that they don't currently like, and so they act it out by releasing the emotion onto someone else so that they can feel a sense of superiority or some sort of sense of accomplishment that they were able to release the energy out into the world and derail potentially someone in the process and bring them down or below their current level of awareness. That's really what hate is. If you really look at it from a really deep, like psychological way of thinking, that's what hate really is. But that also goes to fear, jealousy, envy. The funny thing about jealousy and envy, you can actually use jealousy and envy to your advantage to some degree. Because let's say, for example, you're jealous of someone who has something that you feel like you don't have, but they have it, right? Social media has created this weird world of comparison. It magnified it even more. Like, yes, before social media existed, like Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and TikTok and all that, people were still comparing themselves. Oh, you're not 30 years old. Oh, you're 30 years old and you're not married yet? What you doing? You're like falling behind, and then you feel like you're on some sort of like you're on someone else's timeline, but you have your own timeline. You have your own lifeline, in fact. Your lifeline is vastly different from someone else's. In fact, your journey is going to unfold when it's supposed to. Of course, you also have to take the action. For me, mine's had to stem into my 40s for me to start to understand all this, because I have to go through my 20s and 30s with knowing what struggle was and why I never had to struggle, and had to go through a certain set of experiences just to get me where I am right now. So there are a lot of people feeling a lot of things about themselves, like not good enough. This is a big one. Not feeling seen, not feeling heard. I promise I'll read all the messages. I'm not by the phone right now. I'm actually on one of the rocks, just kind of like looking around. They're not feeling seen. They're not feeling heard. They're not feeling safe, and they want to be understood. That's ultimately what somebody wants. They want to be seen and understood. I always sought out to be understood by others. I wanted other people to understand my point of view. I always wanted that. I wanted every human to understand my point of view. From the humans that I was dealing with back in the day. But then I asked myself, why am I seeking their understanding? Why do I need them to understand me? Isn't me enough? Do I need their approval or validation or permission or attention or entertainment or engagement or endorsement? No. I paved my own way now. I don't need the approval or permission, approval or attention, validation or vindication or entertainment or endorsement or engagement from anybody. I do give that to myself. But because I was escaping reality or attempting to escape the matrix, right? So many people are attempting to escape the matrix. You can't escape the matrix because all of you are the walking matrix. And I know that may not sound true, but it's true. You are the walking matrix, attempting to escape yourself. And the thing is, like, because I spent so many years attempting to escaping my body, escaping my mind, escaping my soul. You can't escape your soul. Your soul is you, and your soul is whole, perfect, and complete. After having my experiences that I've experienced, yeah, shit's still gonna happen. It's not perfect. I'm not always gonna be in joy, right? I'm not always gonna be in a sense of happiness, but I do know how to navigate through it faster and not be stuck in it for years like I used to, right? And ultimately, that's what life's about, navigating, getting through difficult moments, but knowing you have the tools at your disposal and you'll just ride the waves and know how to, like, get out of something faster. That's what makes, each of us, so that you can get out of whatever it is, whatever rut you might be in. Remember, I said it earlier before any of you came on. Well, Felix was here, but he was going to do stuff. If you think you're losing, but you're never losing. Even if you get rejected by the girl or the guy, you didn't get the job, or you didn't get the promotion at work, you didn't get that client, the client said no to you, it's still a win. You have to start transcending the paradigm of duality of winning and losing, and you're just winning. It's just that simple. If you even if you have only $2 in a bank account, you're winning. I had $2 in my bank account not that long ago. I'm struggling. It was tough. It was difficult. Right? You want to hear my story? I'll share my story right now. So I sold that red car, right? I went into $40,000 of debt because I had a crypto scam as well in 2021. I never financially recovered. I used up all my savings on myself to invest in myself with coaching and entrepreneurship. I went to different courses and bought courses and did all kinds of training. So I invested a lot in myself. I invested probably over $100,000 to $200,000 in myself. And I hadn't made any money at the time. And my sister was paying me an allowance, or not even allowance, she was paying me $300 for my car. And that's how I was staying afloat. And I had a personal line of credit that was $40,000 in debt. And my bank account would reach like $2 because I wasn't even breaking even. I was only paying the minimums. And I'm like, that $300 came in clutch. And I was like, I'm not going back to no fucking job. I didn't come this far. I'd only come this far. Now, of course, I've changed my perception on a job. You got to do whatever it takes, right? Even if you have to go back to a job, that's okay, right? If that's okay, but just know that the vision is still locked the fuck in, right? And so, how did I get out of that? I had to start to know that I already have it. I wasn't attempting to escape anymore. I had to deal with what I was feeling inside. That's what I was saying to all of you yesterday. Whatever you're feeling, you must feel it. There's no way around it. Otherwise, it's going to persist within, and then you will still experience. It's the ultimate paradoxical trap. You got to feel it within. If you don't feel it within, it's not going to. She's there and she's real. She's using a different platform. I'm going to be eventually start streaming on Kick, and you all will see that I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to do multi-stream. I'm going to first do Kick, just Kick alone, then YouTube, and then I'll do multi-stream. I'll add both of the accounts to Streamlabs, and then I'll be multi-streaming. So you all won't be able to interact with each other. I'll see people on Kick and people on YouTube, but I won't know the difference because it's all one chat for me. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I had to start to know, not believe, that I already am the version that has, whatever it is that I desire. And I'll share what it is. Being the trillionaire. Yeah, I know. I know that sounds very arrogant to say, because I know a lot of you would be like, a trillionaire? Man, that's crazy. Like, there's not really a trillionaire on the planet yet. Right? But that's the vision that I have for myself, not for some sort of title, so I can use that money to make this world a better place, because a trillionaire can do a lot of amazing things, and I came here to do a lot of amazing things, and you bet your ass that I'm going to be doing it, and not just going to, I've already done it. And I walk as it is done. I have that conviction, that confidence in myself. I will not allow anything to get in my way, and I'll do whatever it takes. I also knew that I'll have clients eventually, and now I have clients. I felt it. And some watched some of my other live streams and they're like, I really want to work with you. I know that you can help me. And guess what? They were 6 to 9 figure entrepreneurs. And that's who I want to work with. Because they can pay for my services. They have no problem paying for the services. In fact, they know it's just a return on investment for them, because they're gonna expand even further. But I had to know that I could do it. And here's the thing, just because they were making 6 to 9 figures doesn't make them better than me. They don't know more than me. But there was a belief that there's a belief that people in the world but you don't have, there's a belief in the world that they say that, but if you only have like 2 subscribers, then who are you, right? You don't have the proof. You don't have the authority. No, you create your own authority. You walk as it is done. That's a bar. Write that down. Just because someone has 100,000 subscribers or followers doesn't make them the authority figure. Doesn't make them more real than you. You got that? They started from nothing too, once upon a time. So I had that belief that, in order for somebody to take me seriously, I have to have thousands upon thousands of subscribers, and maybe they'll take me seriously. No. People will feel your genuinity and they will connect with you. When you are absolutely genuine with yourself, people can smell it off of you, but they can also smell your ingenuineness, and they can smell if you're putting on a facade. Give people credit. You're people. You can smell if I'm lying to you a mile away. You'll feel some sort of deception. You won't know why, but you would feel the deception. But when someone's speaking absolutely real like this, it can either trigger you because you're either feeling that in some part of your life, or you'll be like, this is one of those, this guy right here. This guy right here. He's talking about things that I don't hear on the internet because too many people are afraid to speak up. But there's a lot of people who are saying the things I'm saying already. You're just not seeing them, but they exist. But I uncover practically all the things that a lot of people are hiding. Like, for example, can MKBHD, who has 20 million subscribers, go back to making a video with no edits? Well, no, because His current audience will love, they love his hyper editings, right? And he's all about that. But will people appreciate the non-edited videos? Of course, people are looking, they're hungry for authenticity in this world, because there's a bunch of so-called fakeness that's being, presented into your faces, and you're wondering what the fuck is going on. And you're calling it, well, everything's technically real to some extent, but it's a performance. It's an act. Hey Rihanna, good to see you. So, I trust you're doing good, Rihanna. I'm talking about how people escape and how I was escaping my reality, and I was in fear for years, and only up until recently, right? I started getting clients, and I got quite a few clients because I started to tap into the version of me that believed and knew that I was meant for more. But I also had to face myself, and the greatest work you'll ever do in this world, all of you, is facing yourself. That's it. It is not you versus you, though. It is you with yourself. That's a bar, write it down. There's so many people who are like, it's me versus myself. Yeah, you versing yourself is actually the most ridiculous thing ever, because you're not versing yourself, because that implies that you are your own enemy. You're not your own enemy. You can be if you want to be, but you're your own best friend. So it's you with yourself. You loving yourself. But you do have to face whatever it is that you're hiding in the shadows, in the skeletons in the closet. You gotta sit with it. You gotta feel it. But if you don't, then it's going to control your life, and it's like a song playing in the background. The song's going to be playing secretly and quietly, but it's going to be secretly controlling your life and self-sabotage you in every single possible way, because you're not aware that there's a song being played in the back of your mind, because it's just there because you haven't felt your feelings. And that's the scary part, right? Because the nervous system's like, I'm gonna die if I feel this feeling, right? But then when you get through the feeling and you're still there, your body and your mind are still intact, and you're good. But the problem is, so many people don't want to feel things. I know, because in 2024 I didn't want to feel some things, but I forced myself to feel things. I had to. Even last year I had to force myself to feel things. Hell, even up until this moment, I'm still not forcing, but I'm letting myself feel things. Big difference. But in 2024 I forced myself. 2025 I forced myself. 2026, now I'm letting myself feel things. This is a feeling world, not a thinking world. Yes, we are programmed to think, and yes, you do have a mind to think, but this is a feeling world of energetics. This is an energetic world. The world didn't teach you that the world is energy. You are now starting to become aware that this is an energetic world. Either through my stuff and when I say my, it's not really me, because it's itself through this character. But through this character's work or someone else's work, you're going to start to run into energy more. And that reality is a mirror of your internal state. So if you continue to escape yourself, you can't, by the way. You will never escape yourself. You will always be at one point or another facing yourself, but face yourself with love, compassion, forgiveness. Know that you can do it. Let me see, Gypsy, what you got? I was thinking about that this morning. We want to be authentic, but everyone is so disingenuine because they need to be the way to others. William, I feel really spiritual and special. I'm not delusional or pretentious. I'm a teacher of the mystic woo-woo. Cool. Awesome. And that's fine. You're not, in my opinion, you are special because the universe created you. Every one of you is special. There's nothing wrong with that. Welcome, William. Good to see you. I am for myself, I'm no longer spiritual, and I can give fuck all about the woo-woo now because I've been through all that. Because I now know it all is just noise and one thing, but that's a whole other conversation. But I respect all the spiritual stuff because I've been through it. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing, William, because there are people who need your help right now, who are currently still in the spiritual realm doing spirituality. For me, I left spirituality a couple months ago because I found that to be another sort of loop that traps people in. But that's a whole other conversation. Anyways, for Gypsy, yes, you're right. A lot of people are pretending to be something that they're not for other people because others are doing it, and it becomes a loop. And the only way to break the loop is to start doing it yourself. When you start to change within, the outside starts to change. If you haven't noticed, if you've been watching my streams, there's been a lot of people, different walks of life, different cultures, different ideologies walking by me, but yet we all still at least say hello, good morning. They have a good sense of energy about themselves, right? Are they pretending? Well, from my perspective, they're not pretending when they're saying hello, because I can feel their genuinity when they say hello. Right? They're being themselves. You know why? Because my world, my universe, Youniverse, universe has decided that in my universe that no one is putting on a mask. Everybody's mask is dropping. Everybody's being authentic. In other people's universe, though, that's a different story. Now, if I go to downtown Toronto, if I take you all for a drive downtown Toronto, you will see a bunch of masks. You can best believe you'll be seeing lots of masks. You'll be looking around. I'm like, because I haven't been in the area as often, but as I continue to go in that area, but that's not where I desire to be, the mask will be removed. My presence alone does enough. I don't even have to say a word. My presence alone changes reality. But I'm not really changing reality, I'm revealing reality, because reality already exists. Different timelines. Let's see. What's up? Oh no, I'm very direct, even if it costs me emotional pain. And for that, it cost me, friendships, but it let me learn to not need those people. Exactly. You're basically, Gypsy, for those of you who can't see her message because she's on a different platform, you're just finding your aligned tribe now. That's what that is. You're finding the people who you're meant to be with. Nothing more. I had to if you didn't know, I had to let go of every single person in my life at one point. Everybody. Now, some have come back because I now know that it's all one thing. But there are still a lot of people that I really, really, I love everybody in this world, even if you've done some monstrous things, because I know your soul didn't do the monstrous thing. It was your mind that did it, and the mind is what's creating all the noise and the chaos on the planet. But anyways, there are a lot of people that I physically knew, and I still have so much respect and love for. How can I not? I know that they're one anyways with me. But they're not back in my life yet. Because where they currently are in their physical experience from the last time I checked, they're not really in quite alignment where I am right now. And I am not in their alignment. Not yet. There is a brother, his name is Jason, and there was a sister whose name's Tiffany, who has been on the stream, and Tiffany is the one that lost her leg. I didn't want to talk about that much, but I did mention it yesterday, and she's like, it's okay to talk about it, it's no big deal. I've known Jason since grade 7, okay? I've known that dude since grade 7. We basically grew up together. We had the same thinking, we did the same things, we were basically a product a product of our environments, and that's a bar, by the way. All of you are your own product of your own environment. You change your environment, you change your reality. It's just that simple. But in order for you to change your reality, which is really mastering yourself, and then getting your environment to shift, you have to shift first. So me and Jay, we were always thinking the same kinds of things. He was more positive than I was back then. In fact, I was very negative. Very pessimistic person, I was. And Jay was very positive. Very people, like outgoing, very social butterfly. I was like quiet, hiding in the shadows kind of guy. I didn't want to be noticed. So there came a point in 2021 where I went on a journey. And I was still connecting with Jay and the others at the time. There was a group of us. Jay, his brother Kevin. There's a guy that I worked with named Ray that I bridged the connections with. His name is Raymond, but I call him Ray. We were playing video games together, chatting, hanging out on Discord. You know, bonding, bro stuff. 2022 hits though. And I told them at the end of 2021, we celebrated New Year's together. We were just inside playing a video game and hanging out and whatnot on Discord. And I told them, all right, y'all, so this is my last time I'll be playing a video game. I don't know when I'll speak to any of you again, but I'm locked in now. I got shit to do. They're like, come on, man, you can't just like ditch us like that. I'm like, I'm not ditching you, but I have to go focus on my life. It's time for me to focus. I got to lock in. So in 2022, when I created the superhero of love, because the universe channeled that name through this character for just a time period, I ditched Jay, Ray, and Kevin for 2 years. And they were really pissed off. Jay understood because he had more understanding about what I was doing, but Kevin and Ray were really pissed off at me. No, he doesn't text us anymore. He doesn't call us. He doesn't play any games with us. He doesn't want anything to do with us. And they felt betrayed by my actions. And yeah, I started to connect with new people. I met a whole bunch of people around the world. I wanted to be an entrepreneur, so I wanted to be around entrepreneurs. They were not interested in being around entrepreneurs. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and you will end up being the 6th. And so I started to shift. But here's the thing. Morning. Here's the thing though about that. That was another dangerous game to play, because when you don't know thyself, you fall into a trap of wanting to be you conform to the collective. So I was conforming to the entrepreneurs and falling into their traps and their mindsets, hustling and grinding, right? Putting on the performance, the acts on social media, selling courses, doing all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, this doesn't feel genuine to me. This feels fucking fake as shit. I don't want to do this. If this is what being an entrepreneur is, fuck this. I'm not doing that. I'm going to come back to the phone and check what's being said. Let's see. There's a lot being said in the chat. Some people are just good at bullshitting and rather not partake. True. You can change anyone, so you need to change away from them. It's the only way to survive. No, it's not. That's a story the mind's creating. I'm not gonna say that that's the only way to survive. And you're not here to survive. You're here to thrive. So sure, I see it, but I'll be honest, it gets lonely. They took it personal, and what's the first of the 4 reasons from last night's book? Don't take anything personal. Exactly. Well, I'll tell you, all of you, you're not here to survive. You're here to thrive. I was surviving for years to tell you you never have to survive. You have to thrive, but you have to start shifting within. You have to stop looking at the world the way you're currently looking at it. But if you're looking at it from the lens of fear, worry, doubt, or survival, you will continuously have worry, fear, doubt, and survival. That's just the reality. Life is never going to change. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or I love to be the bearer of great news. It all depends on your perspective. But life will not change until you have shifted within. And the only way to shift within is to start to believe a little in yourself and start to know that it is possible. Everything has to sometimes break, fall apart, get destroyed for your next transcendence, your next level of evolution. For those of you who have found me, it is your time. Even the ones who are trolls who jump on, it is their time, but maybe their mind is not ready. And yes, you can't take you can take the water to the horse, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make him or her drink the water. It's true. But if anybody found me, they're ready, they're just scared. That's all it is, it's just fear. And fear is okay, nothing wrong with it, but just remember that fear is not our natural state. It's what the world has programmed us to believe and what you have had to experience in your physical experience. Earth is a very beautiful place. I used to call this a very tough school. It's actually very easy now to navigate this world. When you know the rules of the game and you know how the game works, because this is a game. I know a lot of people say, no, it's not a game, this is life. Well, it is, sure. When you know how life works, how about that? Here, I'm using your words now. When you know how life works, you can easily navigate it with such finesse-ness. I just made finesse-ness a word. I don't think finesse-ness is a word, just finesse is a word. You can finesse life with ease. There's so much to talk about this. I told you all, I had to go through all different aspects. This is not just a mindset thing. This is my life that I had to put on the fucking line and go through hell, go through battle and brimstone to walk out. And I was scarred and and I have lots of battle wounds. However, I'm also now free from it. If I didn't go through what I went through, I cannot be relatable to any of you. And that's another bar, write it down, to some degree. Because some of us want to hear the pain and struggles of others to feel relatable. I wanted to be extremely relatable, so I created my life to be very difficult so that I can relate to others. When I never had to make life to be difficult. That's basically it. Life just is. It always has been and forever will be. It's our meanings that we give to it. For those who were watching Nero's video yesterday with me or listening on with Nero's video, he was saying that, life just is. I've been saying that too. The thing is, we create meaning. A meaning creates a label. And the label creates... Well, let me rephrase that. When we look at something, we create a label and then a meaning creates emotion, and then emotion creates our reality. Or I can say reveals our current, or a new reality to us, whether good or not so good. It works both ways. It's a paradox. It's two sides of the same coin. Think of life as a coin. You have two sides. And yes, you can be smart. You can be a smart aleck and say, well, I have a one-sided coin. Well, that doesn't make any sense because a coin has two sides. Even if it doesn't have another side, there's still another side to it. You have to flip it. Otherwise, it's not a coin. It's a dot. That's a bar. Write it down. A coin cannot be a coin. You can change the definition of coin if you like, but if you have a one-sided coin, that's not a coin, that's a dot. Because then it wouldn't be a coin, it wouldn't be three-dimensional. Now I'm getting very technical, but, you know. Let's see, what's going on in the chat? I'm going to read what I'm eating, so I won't be talking, but I'm here. Okay, perfect. If I could change something in this world, I would make people be nicer. Just to be more nicer. I think this world would be so much better for everybody. Well, you want the world to be nicer in your reality, Gypsy? Then be nicer. Now, I wouldn't say to be nicer. That depends on your definition of nice. I would say I would love people to be more kinder, because nice is people pleasing for me. I don't entertain the word nice, because the word nice implies, like when you hear, that's a nice guy. Yeah, I'm not a nice guy. I'm a kind guy, but I'm not a nice guy. What's the difference between nice and kind? Kind is actually caring, genuine. Nice is people pleasing and inauthentic. For me, that's my personal current definition of nice. I can change nice to mean kind, but currently my definition of nice is not that, because I have to distinguish between nice and kind. So when people say you're a nice guy, I'm like, no, I'm not. Don't you ever tell me I'm a nice guy. I'm a kind guy. I'm not a nice guy. I'm a good guy. I'm not a nice guy though. I don't give a shit about being nice, because nice to me implies people pleasing and inauthentic and not being genuine, or they're being insincere. It's like being nice is like this little underlying hidden like motive. Like being like a yes man or a yes woman. Yes person, yes. That's why I myself would say I would rather people be kind than nice, because kind is actually genuinity. But of course, you can take the definition of nice and put it to kind, and you can take the definition of kind and put it to nice. You have that power too. So that's why I said words are very tricky in this world. You have to understand where someone's personal definitions come from and what their personal definitions are, right? That's why I just explained nice and kind, just for you all to know that I will never be a nice guy. I will never be a nice guy. Don't ever peg me as a nice guy, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not a nice guy. I am a kind guy. I'm a caring, loving individual, but I'm not a nice person. Because a nice person is a people pleaser who always wants to do yes, and want other people to validate them, and they need to be approved by other people. Screw that. So Gypsy, I would say, if you want to be, we'll use your word, nice, then be nice. It's just that simple. I know you're being nice, but you have to really believe that other people are nice. If you still believe that people are evil and awful, then hello, then I'm evil and awful too. Why are you here? Right? What would be the point of being here? So somewhere deep down, your mind is still controlling you, the God you, right? The God you is being controlled by the lower character, or the lower mind, saying, I know better, and da-da-da. Do you not see in my universe it's kind? Hello, this is the same world we're living in, different environment. But if I bet you, if I was in that area, the people in that area are very nice and kind. Or I'll just say very kind. Because wherever I go, I influence reality. That's a bar, write it down. Wherever you go, even if you're influencing it in a slightly not positive way, you're still influencing reality. So that's how much power you have, every one of you. You all have that power. But you have to believe that. You want to see it with your eyes, but your eyes can't see it before your mind shows it to you. That's another bar. So if your eyes are seeing the same thing over and over, change the projection. Project that people are kind and nice, and you'll see more people be kind and nice. I promise you. But if you don't want to do it, then tough shit, basically. It's not going to work. You're going to still run into people being mean and cruel and awful. Once upon a time, I told you, my life was basically very awful. You may not believe me, but those who knew me 10 years ago, they can vouch for how awful I was. I was a terrible person. I hated people. I wanted nothing to do with humans. So of course, what do you think? What do you think I got? Let me see what you wrote. You said something about crossfire. You see, that where you said it's for you, it's okay for someone to be, there's nothing wrong with being a yes man, even if you're being treated like a doormat. Nobody should be treated like a doormat at all. Something is going on. Something is definitely going on in that mind of yours, creating, a narrative like that. I won't even entertain that. Nobody, and I mean it, nobody in this world is here to be treated like some doormat or a yes man or a yes woman. You and I are on different vibrations right now, girl, but it's okay. You are where you are, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, everybody's going through something for sure. You're going through something, I'm going through something, everybody's going through something. No one's perfect. And the reason why people are going through the things they're going through is because they don't understand how reality works. It's just that simple. And because they don't know how reality works, they also weren't given the tools or the awareness on how to handle when things go wrong. I wasn't given access to any of this stuff until later in life. At 40 years old, I was given access to finally figure out how to handle my emotions. I went 40 years not knowing how to master my emotions. That's a long time, y'all. That's almost half a century. Take that in. That's a quarter. No, 40 years is just 4 years. Just put it what it is. 40 years of not knowing how reality worked. And the reason why people are in pain and suffering constantly is because they just simply don't know how to release the emotion, because they still think this is just a human world. This is not just a human world. This is an energetic world. We've been convinced that this is a physical world only. This is not a physical world only. This is an energetic world. We use energy. When you eat food, you consume it, it turns into energy. It doesn't stay when you grind it up with your teeth and you swallow it, right? It turns into energy for your body so you can go through your day and navigate. Same with water when you drink it. It turns into fuel for your blood cells. When you suck in oxygen from your nose, that also is energy, right? When you think, you're sending energetic thoughts across time and space to someone, right? Someone can be in a different time zone or a different area, but they can still feel your genuinity. That's a feeling. Feelings are energy. But we've been taught that this is just a physical world and that everything you see with your eyes is real. It's not real until you make it real within yourself by starting within you, that knows that everything is stemming from you. That's a bar. Write that down. I needed to slow down there for a moment because I was like, I wanted to get all the words out before I lost the train of thought. So I was like, get it all out. And now I'll take a pause and get some fresh air into my lungs for a moment. That's kind of like losing a little bit of air because I was speaking too fast. I have to slow down there. I don't know why the universe, that is you, brought you to me. But I think I know why you were supposed to be brought here, for me to speak life back into you, even though it's actually you speaking to yourself. This is you speaking to yourself from the future, basically. Saying, hey, future gypsy, or past gypsy, this is future gypsy, what you doing? Don't ever think about things like people should be treated like doormats, or even if they're being treated like doormats, or it's okay to be a yes man. No. No. N-O, no. But if you want to believe that, then that's fine, because you were given free will. If it's bringing you joy to be a yes man or yes woman, I'm not saying for you specifically. If somewhere in someone's life it feels great to be a yes man or yes woman and is bringing them joy, have at it, right? That definitely isn't real joy though, but if that's your sense of joy, right? Because it comes down to your personal definitions of what that feels like. If it's bringing you some sort of satisfaction or fulfillment, have at it, right? I will never please anybody. I don't care about that. Morning, brother. How are you doing? Good. I will never, and I repeat this, I don't care if you're my wife or my kids. I'm not here to please you. I'm here to serve me, but in the process of serving me, it's going to show up as kindness towards you, and in the process, it will help you to feel fulfilled with me. That's a bar, write it down. I'm not here to just people please and just like any of that stuff. No. No. Let me see what's being written in the chat. I know you're not fighting me. I didn't even think about it as fight. Not at all. We're having a great conversation, sister. People treating people like doormats is the problem, but it isn't bad to be a people pleaser. Yes, it is actually pretty bad to be a people pleaser. You know why? Because you're putting on a facade when you're doing that. I guess your definition of people pleaser is different from mine. What's your definition of people pleaser? I want to know what your personal definition of people pleaser is, and I'll tell you mine. Mine is when you are going against yourself and you want to say no, but you always just keep saying yes, and you have nothing more. It's like you have an empty cup, right? And you're attempting to pour from an empty cup, and they just take from you, and they don't give a fuck about you, but you want them to give a fuck about you, and you want their approval, but you keep pouring into them, even though they have nothing left for themselves. I have a full, infinite cup, so I can keep pouring, because my cup keeps getting refilled. That's my definition of people pleaser, of someone who is just draining themselves over and over for some sort of thing that the other person doesn't give a fuck about. I did it for years. Pleasing other people, putting others first. We've been too conditioned to be too humble here. Too humble. There's balance. Yes, I'm not saying not to be humble. Yes, I'm not saying not to be kind. What I am saying is to stop people pleasing and like start focusing on yourself, because the more you give to yourself, the more you can give to others. Why do you think I'm able to do what I do on a daily basis? Because I give into myself. I have an infinite amount of cup, or infinite amount of and remember, me and you, we're having a conversation. I don't see this as any sort of argument. I'm just asking questions to see why you think the things you think. There's nothing wrong with what you think, right? That's where you are presently. But I was there once upon a time, and I can tell you right now, for me specifically, was not a great way of living. And I know somewhere deep down inside, deep down inside, you know there's something better for you. I know you know this. You know that there's something more and better for you. But the mind is playing a little game of keeping you kind of like small and scared to some degree. Not to get too into it with you specifically with that, but this is perfect. We're having this conversation because this is good for the audience, because the audience is hearing what needs to be heard, right? You all, when you share something in the chat, helps me to go even deeper, because I can go very, very deep, but when you all share something in the chat, it allows me to go even deeper with all of you to see how I can go further beyond what I can currently speak about. And I always have the answer. And if I don't have the answer in that moment, you bet your ass I'll find the answer. That's how confident I am in myself. Because I used to never be confident. Yeah, we're good. I just want to see you winning, girl. That's it. That's all I care about. Right? Like, I just want to see you winning. Right. And that's okay. Gypsy, I want to share with you, it's okay that you got comfortable being a victim. It's okay. I've been there. I want you to know that you are not alone in that. There are so many others who also are playing a victim. And look, playing a victim doesn't mean negative, okay? It's just an experience, but we created a meaning behind it and it became a negative connotation. Yes, I played a victim for years too. I played a victim for many, many years, right? I wanted people to understand me specifically. This is my experience. When I was going to the law firm, why do you think Troy gave me that book? The 4 Agreements. You think I would have bought a book called The 4 Agreements back in 2018? No, because my consciousness wasn't at that level yet. It wasn't that I wasn't ready. I was just simply not capable because I just didn't know, right? Just like anything. Like right now, I desire to be the trillionaire, and I know that I already am the trillionaire, but guess what? Is this body ready to handle the responsibility of what that feels like? Not yet. So that's why it hasn't reached me yet, but I do know that I'm capable of it. I have confidence in myself that I will reach it. And even if I don't reach 1 trillion, I reach 1 billion, that's good. Even 1 million, millions is good enough. But I do know that I have so much faith in myself, and I'm talking about true faith, which is conviction in myself, because I already have it within. Now I just have to take the actions and allow the mind to work with me. But the thing is, back then, I was not ready to even handle even conversations like this. You think I would have had a conversation like this back in the day with someone? No, Sarah was doing her best to help talk life into me, because she wanted better for me when I didn't want better for myself. And you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. That's a bar, write it down. You already know that. You can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves, right? You just can't. It's impossible, because it's like talking to a brick wall. The doggy's here. Morning, brother. How are you? No complaints.
What are you gonna do?
Exactly. You have to enjoy life.
We complain, it's the same thing.
Exactly.
Better say don't complain because somebody, if we don't like you,
Yeah, exactly. You see?
see, oh, I'm got pain, be happy. Tell him you got pain in the leg, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Be happy. You tell him no complaints.
I love it.
Yeah, that's where I learned that. Already.
That's amazing.
One woman, it was 5 years.
Yeah.
Young woman. She said to me, good morning,
Yeah.
how are you? When I say first, what are you? Don't complain.
No, that's
They
good.
say the same thing. So when they say it, I have to say what are you because we say don't complain.
Yeah.
You complain.
No complaints. Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
That's the life.
It's life. Have a great day, brother. Thank you.
I saw you, I go up to the tree.
Yeah. You'll see me.
Make them, I go up to the tree.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. So for those of you, there was a brother with the dog, and he showed up and he was saying that I asked him, how's he doing? And he says, no complaints. And he starts smiling and laughing, and he was like, because you can say that you can complain, or you can say you don't complain. Either way, it's going to be the same. That's a bar, write it down. You see? This is what my experiences show me, because they are also mirrors of me. right? So anytime they share something, I take it in and I pay attention to what they're saying, right? Because he's like, no complaints. I'm like, good, man. And he gave me the thumbs up. He's smiling. You can see the joy emanating from him. He even says, even if I have pain in my knee, I'm going to be happy. You know why? Because I get to still live. That's what he said. That was a bar. I'm like, that right there was perfect timing. Right there. That was right on cue for why I was saying what I was saying. He's no different. Not from a soul level, but from the mind level. He's operating from a state of like, no complaints. You can choose. You have the ability to choose every time. You can choose in every present moment what you choose to be, choose to feel, choose to think, choose to say. You have that ability. And if some of you say, I don't have that ability, well, guess what? You have the ability to say, I don't have that ability. You see what I'm saying? That's how powerful you are. Just so many of you have forgotten your majesty, your majesticness, your divineness, your celestialness, your epicness, your extraordinariness. Sure, let's go with it. Extraordinariness. All that I've run into now are people who are in their majesty. They're majestic beings. You're divine beings. Because that is my universe, ladies and gentlemen. Because that's what I decide. And I see it for all of you too. I don't care the things you say, because I still see the divine in you, even when the mind is finessing you into believing otherwise. That's another bar. Write that down. It's not my neighborhood, because 10 years ago, this was a hostile area because of my hostility. It has nothing to do with the environment. Well, it does to some degree, but it really is my own doing. So don't use that as some sort of cop-out. I can tell you right now, there's a sister in India where she lives, right? I don't know where she lives in India. I don't remember. But she told me, because she started changing her life, she started noticing people were nicer in her area or kinder. But when she was feeling stressed and hostile, because she was always angry, because she came on my stream before, her name is Swati. She's living her best life now, and she changed everything about herself in less than a year. And she started to see life as a magical place, where before she felt like life sucked. I spoke fucking life into her, just similar to what I'm doing to Gypsy right now. And she changed her life around, and I'm super proud of her. She is not my client though. She was just somebody I wanted to help before I had clients. And ultimately, guess what happened? She changed her life. She works for Qualcomm now. Qualcomm called her and wanted her to work for them. She didn't apply for it. She got the opportunity because she started to radiate joy. She's like, brother, I'm at the happiest I've ever been. Ever since you and we spoke, and I've come on your streams a fair bit of time, you always kept telling me to start being happier inside. I'm like, yeah, I did tell you that. Well, I took your advice and I decided to be happier. I chose to be happier, despite what my reality was showing me. She was working another technical job, but her boss was treating her like shit. Not to get too personal into her stuff, but her boss was treating her like shit. She was working weird hours too, and the boss would have her wake up at like weird hours to do work. It was dumb. It was really ridiculous. So guess what? She quit. She started a food stand company, like a food stand thing where she's selling fruits. And she told me in the beginning she felt humiliated to do that. But then somewhere deep down inside she found the joy just doing that. And from that moment, her brother and her also connected deeper, like very deeply as well. And they continued to do the fruit stand because they found that people wanted fruits and they were starving and they were hot. So she found a need in that area. But then guess what? Qualcomm called her and said, hey, we see your LinkedIn profile and we see that you're open to work. and we need someone like you. She defied rationality, by the way, because she didn't apply for that job and she got it. They hired her. She didn't have to go through no interview process. They fucking hired her on the spot. And she works for Qualcomm. I told her to hook me up, by the way. Not for a job, but with tech products. She's like, I got you, brother. I got you. So, my point to say is this. She changed her reality. So, I know you're in India. I don't know where in India she is. Because I know India is not just one place. It has many places in India. Right? But when she changed her state of being, her reality started to change. So, it's not about the neighborhood. It's about you. It starts with you. I keep telling and sharing that. It always starts with you. And forever will be you. And if you don't understand the words that I'm saying, then guess what? You will eventually understand it by someone else. Maybe someone has to speak it in Hindi. Maybe I should have Swati come and speak to you. If you don't believe that. She'll speak Hindi or whatever language you all speak over there. And she'll tell you straight up. And this was 2025, February, struggling. She was making good money, but she felt like awful. But now she's feeling amazing. She's living her best life. I'm proud of her. It's not because I helped her, it's because she decided to listen. And she decided to hear herself speak for the first time. To love to herself. That's what I'm saying. It started with her. It didn't start with me. I was just a mirror to reflect back what she already was. And others did that for me too. They reflected back exactly who I already am. I just forgot myself and now I remember. It's just that simple. And some of you are going to remember when you're supposed to remember. Not a moment sooner. One day, one of you is going to be like, oh my God, I understand now what you're saying. It's going to click. It's going to lock in. You're going to lock in like, oh my God, it makes sense now. Yeah, it's going to make sense because your consciousness is ready for it. It's time. Not a moment sooner. But I'm basically just showing what's possible right now. So when the moment arrives for you, you'll know exactly what I was saying all along. Not a moment sooner. Yeah, I have no idea where that is. That doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, that's an area and that's cool, but I don't know where that is in relationship to where she lives. I have no idea. But anyways, there's no difference. She was able to change. She didn't let her reality dictate any longer. She decided, she put her foot down. And she's like, Orion, you know what, bro? I've decided that I am going to live a better and happier life. I'm going to take some of your advice that you shared and I'm going to see if it works for me. I'm like, go for it. Tell me how it goes. Sure enough, a couple months later, shit has changed for her immensely. She was no longer going to settle for having somebody's finger being pointed in her face and being disturbed, waking up at like weird hours at night just to do work and getting paid for like peanuts. She started saying yes to her and no to everybody else, and that's what I meant about a people pleaser. She told me like she's no longer like being nice. She's being kind and respectful, but she's not being nice. That's her definition of nice as well too. So, and if you think I'm making up this story, well then, tough shit. I'm not making this up. I ain't got time to make up shit. I have tons of stories to share. Tons. Swati with an I at the end, not a Y. I don't say her name properly because she's like, brother, you never say my name properly. I'm like, well, because of the way my English is to say your name. Because when she hears me say her name, she's like, that's not how you say my name though. But like, I know it's because of your accent, Orion. I'm like, thank you for forgiving me for not pronouncing your name properly. Because like saying Swati is a little bit more, I have to put more emphasis, Swati. But but I say Swati because in Canada, there's other people named Swati, and when you hear them speak in the Canadian accent, they just say their name is Swati. So I'm just used to calling her Swati. Right? Anyways, Swati with an I, not a Y. She's not the only one though. She is not the only one from my other live stream who has had tremendous shifts. Olga, for those of you who have seen Olga, she's had tremendous shifts in her life too. And she can tell you firsthand whenever she comes on the stream. Young Goat. I'm naming the OGs right now who come on this stream. Young Goat has had tremendous shifts in his life. Justin as well. Justin has had tremendous shifts in his life because I can feel it. We haven't talked too much about the shifts that he's had, but he has told me like a lot has happened for him and he understands things. And I'm like, cool, that's amazing. I'm happy for him. But he shifted. Things had to shift. Morning. When he shifted, everything started to shift around him. He started to see things differently. When I shifted, things started to shift around me. Like there was a sister that just popped on. She was just walking through that foresty area just now, and she just looked at me. I've never seen her. She said good morning to me just now. I said good morning. I was in my talk though, but so I kind of like morning, like gave her the head nod and the wave. I've never seen her before because this is my reality. It's kindness. Time is it? 9:49. Okay, we'll be rolling out shortly. Today is Full Body Friday. We got a lot to do today. Lots and lots of movements today. This is the whole shebang. Fridays are the jam-packed day with everything, upper and lower. It's everything. Got lots to do and unfold. I hope I can take a lot from you. When you say take a lot from me, you mean to say like you're not taking anything from me because you already possess it within. All I'm doing is mirroring it back to you. I am you in a different body. That's all it is. I'm each of you in a different body. I am you, Gypsy, in a different body. I am you, brother, in a different body. I am Felix in a different body. And vice versa. And you all are me in a different body. We're all one and the same. It's just you're using a different body. I call it itself because itself has told me to call it itself, not to call it God, because people get tripped up with that word. So I use the word itself. Itself is inside of you. It's inside of me. It's inside of Gypsy. It's inside of Felix. It's inside of every human. Most have forgot this though, but it's the same consciousness playing a character in like 8 billion different characters in this grand symphony we call life. And it's not just us humans itself is in. It's in the water, it's in the leaves, it's in the trees, it's in the grass, it's in the fences, it's in the concrete, it's in the dirt, it's in the rocks, it's in the bugs, it's in the birds, it's in the lions, the tigers, the elephants. And you're wondering, well, why would itself want to hurt itself? Because itself wants to have experiences. That's just simple as it's going to get. It goes way beyond what we can even comprehend, why it does what it does. But itself wants to have these experiences, and I came to accept that as is, and not question it anymore. I accepted things as they are. Human minds don't want to accept things though, they want to continue to search. But in the conquest of searching, it will never find the answer. And that's a bar, write it down. Your human mind is not designed to find anything, because your mind will continuously keep finding the next and the next and the next and will never be satisfied. And you'll be on your deathbed and you'll never have found the answer until you look right in the now. The answer is right here. That's another bar, write it down. And because you, I, and everybody have the same answers within, and the answer is you itself, playing through your character, your human body, your mind, you possess everything that I have, and I possess everything you have in terms of wisdom. Physical property different. You have what you have, I have what I have. That's where itself created separation for us so that we can have our own unique experiences through us, because it seeks to experience things through us. And because it is the infinite intelligent, that's another word of calling it itself. You can call it I for short. I is working through each of us, and because I, aka the infinite intelligent, is infinite, it seeks to express the infinity of itself through your vessel. That's how powerful each of you are. I cannot emphasize that enough. Even my words are not enough to even explain how powerful you really are. But so many of you have forgotten that, and that's why I came to the planet through this vessel to help all of you to remember who you are. That you have the answers within, and when you hear someone else speaking, they are nothing more than you in a different body, which is itself, in a different body expressing to itself that you already have the answer. So you're not taking anything from me, you already possess it. That's a bar, write it down. You may not feel like it because your mind has created the separation, and that's normal. There's nothing wrong with that, but you all have the answers within. I promise you, that's how it works. I know how reality works more than 99.8% of the planet. Right, exactly. Here's the thing though, you can use the word learning. Learning works. I used to use the word learning. I was a lifelong learner, a student. But I'm no longer a student, and I don't learn anymore. I remember. Big difference. Remembering is what you already know. Learning is something that you think you don't have. That's a bar, write it down. You already have it. So what you're really doing in the world is not learning, you're remembering. Even if you've never done it before, you're remembering. Because this is where reincarnation comes into play for a moment. You've lived other lifetimes potentially, and you've done something similar. It may not be one-to-one, but you've done something similar. Let's say, for example, you don't know how to fix a car engine right now in this lifetime. But in another lifetime, you fix some sort of mechanical thing, right? Your skills get transferred from one life to another. But you have all the skills nested within you, and itself has all the skills, and it seeks to have you do certain things, and it will block other things because it wants you to have specific things. Like for me, it wanted me to be a speaker and possess the skills of a speaker. But not just as a speaker, as a person who is extremely confident and is good at anything he puts his mind to. And I'm really good at everything I do once I put the mind on it. And all of you are also capable of that amazing thing too. You're not just the jack of all trades and the master of none. You are the jack of all trades and the master of all. That's a bar, write it down. But your mind's going to make you believe that because you haven't done it before, you're not experienced. If I told all of you, and I had brought you onto stage, and you came to speak on stage, a lot of you will have a terrifying fear run through your body. Because there's a fear of being seen or being judged. But what is there to What is there to be fearing of? They're just you. It's just another you. When you see 10 million people listening to you, it's just themselves listening to themselves. You all are just listening to yourself from a more unlocked version of yourself. Let's just call it that. This is the unlocked version of yourself, and you're currently with the locked version of yourself, but you can see what's possible for yourself if you choose to entertain it. Or you can continue to be a human and pretend that you're still separate and that you are doing all kinds of like learning. You can use the word learning, there's nothing wrong with it, but you're actually remembering what you forgot. That's a bar, write it down. All of you are remembering what was forgotten. Or another way of saying that, all of you are remembering what you once knew. That's a bar, write that one down too. So I'm not one to, when I look at people's words, I will call it out. I'm not going to just sit by and just look at your words and just accept your words. If I see limitations, I will call it out. That's what I do. Why do you think I get paid really good? My clients, they pay me very good for me to call them out on their bullshit at times. They pay me a lot of money for me to call them out, because they know that they came here for something more, and they know that it's better for me to call them out on their bullshit, any limitations that they impose on themselves, so that I can see it, call it out, and we work through it, and they really work through it themselves after I mirror back to them the perspective, because I give perspective basically, and then they roll with it, and they have even more expansion. Energy just comes to them. Things are easier. It doesn't feel forced. It feels natural. That's why I get paid to do what I love. And I'm really fucking good at what I do. And that's another bar. Write that down. So I know you say you have a stage fear, and you say that I am a source of support, but I'm not a source of support. You guys are still thinking that this is some character that is separate from you. This is you speaking to yourself. And if I don't have the fear, then you don't have the fear. I just transferred my belief that you all don't have any fears of speaking on stage. But your mind is going to continue to create the illusion that you are different from me and you have no ability to speak on stage. Do you know that the earth is my stage? Do you know that? You all are in different parts of the world. The world is my stage. I'm speaking to the world right now. Now, of course, there are all 10 billion people or all 8 billion people on the planet. Well, no. But I'm speaking to the world. You are part of the world. You represent a part of the world. I have no fear. I've talked on stage before in front of 500 people. I had no fear. I said what I had to say. Now, of course, that version of me didn't know what he knows now. So if this version of me gets back on stage, not if, when I get back on stage and I go to Vegas or San Diego and I speak on stages, you best believe, or anywhere in the world, you best believe that I'm going to be one hell of a fucking speaker. I'm not going to follow your traditional speaker modality though. I'm going to break all the rules. You know why? Because I don't follow fucking rules and be rigid. I'm a trailblazer. I'm a rule breaker. I create my own damn rules. I set the course. I pave my own way. I blaze my own trail. That's what I do. That's how I work. That's how I always been. That's how I roll, son. All right, it's 10:01. We're gonna get rolling from the water. I'm gonna still talk, of course. I have lots to say. But I can tell you that here's the thing about fear. Yes, in the beginning when you haven't done something before, it's going to feel terrifying. It's normal. And you have to remind yourself that feeling is normal. Like when you're not aware of something in the beginning, it's going to be a little it's going to be a little fearful. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's normal, right? You don't start driving and you're confident, right? So most people, they start off when they drive, they're in fear. And that's generally normal. Oops. There we go. Thank you, water. I appreciate the lessons here, as always, and the mirroring and the flow. The water allows me to really channel stuff. Oh, and by the way, y'all, I'm taking this rock, because look, hello, this is what my universe is like. A heart. I'm taking this rock with me. See, I just looked. I'm like, out of all the rocks, I saw this rock. It's pretty good. Morning. Look at that. You see that? That's how the universe works. It supports at any time the way you feel. I literally just saw that rock. I'm like, oh, a heart rock. Like all the other rocks, they're cool, but this one caught my attention. I'm gonna take that with me. It's a little sandy though, but I'll hold it in my hand. The sand will rub off. Thank you, water. I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow we'll see if I'm streaming. I'll probably just stream for an hour or two, because it's gonna be raining tomorrow, and I really don't feel like streaming inside the house. I get all my energy. I can stream inside the house, but then I gotta speak a little bit quieter, and I don't really want to speak quieter. I want to speak loud. I want to be expressive. So I'll probably just stream on days that are warm and like sunny. Plus, I've already streamed a lot. I'm just building the algorithm on this channel. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Have a great day. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a nice spot to sit and meditate. A lot of people, before I started streaming, were going to that spot to sit and meditate. Plenty of times people have come and meditated. There was a time I actually started streaming, and there was another woman who would come on the weekends, like on a Saturday, and I'm like, she's meditating right now. We're gonna talk a little quieter, not to disturb her. She was sitting to where I would be standing, she'd be sitting to my left. And then when she was done, she's like, have a great stream. I'm like, thank you. Because she knew I was streaming. So she wasn't bothered by me being there. She was like, and besides, I was starting to be in that spot before I saw her. So I usually go down, but she wasn't bothered by it at all. And I saw her a couple of times, and she's like, enjoy. I make sure to I wouldn't be speaking as loud like I was there. Out of respect, that's what I do. I have a lot of courtesy for people and respect. That's why, I'm glad that with my upbringing, to some degree, I was given that skill. There are a lot of people who are not courteous or respectful of other people's things. But of course, that can lead into also being a people pleaser. Because for the longest time, my dad, he's like, you speak too loud. Can you quiet down? Right? And of course, I'd get really pissed off. That's why, for me, I'm going to be moving out soon. Whenever that's supposed to happen. Get my US visa and live in the US. Because that's where I feel like I belong now. Not think, but feel. I feel like I belong in the U.S., especially, specifically in California. And that can be, San Diego. It's going to be San Diego, 100%. But if it wasn't San Diego, it's Laguna Beach. And if it's not Laguna Beach, it's Santa Monica. It's one of those places, because there has to be mountains and oceans nearby. And it has to be still North America, because I ain't about living in some other place that, they either don't speak English or the way of life is vastly different. I like my way of life right now. And I don't want to be like driving on the wrong side of, well, there's no such thing as wrong side of the road. I don't want to be driving on the left side of the road instead of the right, and like the steering wheel is like on this side of the car, even though I will have a Supra that has one of those, right hand driving. So that's why San Diego is perfect for me, because it keeps everything that I currently love about Toronto, but magnifies it with mountains and oceans. It still has a city, it still has the airport nearby, it has very nice people, very kind people. People are smiling and happy and joyful over there. And everything's very convenient to get to. Very convenient. One of the most convenient cities I've ever got to experience. Even more convenient than New York City, in my opinion. Because New York can be very chaotic. Yes, New York has the trains system, and you know, there's a bunch of trains, but it's also very busy, you know what I'm saying? I like cities that are a little bit more low key, a little bit quieter. Well, they're not strangers. They're me. Hello? Have you not been listening to what I've been saying? They're just me in a different body. They're you. They're not strangers. So that guy's locked in. I did nod at him, but he's doing his thing. And that doesn't bother me because, some people are just locked in. I just say if they just pass by without saying anything, or I feel intuitively not to say anything, it's either I'm locked in or they're locked in. That's it. They're just you in a different aspect. Have a great day. Like I really wish I had recorded myself years ago. And I mean, when I say years ago, I mean like when I was going through the absolute gutter. When I was going through like the most difficult times of my life in 2018. I wish I had recorded all that stuff. That way y'all would have seen where I was, because I know you're taking me for where I am right now. The high level entrepreneur, but I wasn't ever always, well, internally, from the soul level, I was always a high level entrepreneur. But from the mind level, I was acting like an employee, like a slave to my reality. And so I let things get to me. I let people get to me. I thought people were separate. And yes, to some degree, we are separate. We have separate bodies, for sure. But when I know deep down what we really are at the core, we're all one and the same. So when people say we are one, they really do mean we are one. Like we're one soul that's been split into like 8 billion different fragments. That's what we are, fragments. Morning, brother.
Hey, buddy.
Have a great day. I'm good. You? Thank you. And because I decided to change my internal state of being, everybody around me just follows suit. They're just following what I already am, and they themselves have also changed within. Because when I shifted and made a ripple, and maybe, for example, we'll use one of the people who come on the trail. His name is Tom. He stopped smoking. When I first met him, I just said hello and just kept going, right? But then over time, I kept seeing him like, good morning. And I asked his name finally. I'm like, oh, your name's Tom. My name's Orion. And then we started talking more and more and more. But like, now he starts to say hello to people, right? He doesn't just walk by, and he's talked to other people. So you see, I made a ripple in Tom's life, and Tom is now starting to make ripples in other people's lives. Practice love and authenticity. We got someone up there doing their thing. They're doing like a stream or something. They're literally like doing some sort of stream. That's awesome. Yeah. He's doing a stream right now. See? And I've seen him before. He's literally doing a stream up there, y'all. I don't know what he's doing up there, but he's doing a stream. More power to him. He has his ring light and everything. A streamer knows when a streamer's streaming. Like, you can tell. Like, when I watch someone, I'm like, yep, that person's streaming. Yep, that person's definitely streaming. Like, I don't even, like, I just look at them. And I'm like, yep, he's streaming. So, it's cool. It's pretty dope. Enjoy your stream, brother, whatever you're doing. He's locked in with his audience. But because I see everybody, this is my perspective, I see everyone in the world as another aspect of just who I am. And when I say I don't mean this character. I have to use the word I because, you know, we've been so conditioned to say the word I and you. Really, it's just itself. Just playing through this character. So whenever I say I really mean character, this character. I'm not saying I as this human body. I'm saying I as this as itself. But saying itself gets confusing because you're itself, I'm itself, everybody's itself playing a character. Now, of course, someone will be like, who are you to say I'm playing a character, right? That's fine. You're you. We'll just use the word you for now. There's a you and there's a me. How about that? But truly, it isn't you or me. It's just itself. Who created each of these bodies, and you're experiencing reality. Some call this a game. Some call this life. Some call this reality. Some call this hell. Some call this whatever it is. It's up to you, whatever you call it. You were given free will to call it and live it the way you choose to. That's why I keep saying that there's no wrong way. I will never tell any of you that you're wrong. I will never tell any of you that, you know, that this is the right way. There is no right way. It just is. So that's why I said, if you currently believe that, like, this is how life is for you, that's what it is for you. Because itself wants to have that experience currently with you. But then you're probably wondering, why doesn't itself want to have a better experience through me then? Right? Well, it does. It really wants you to have a better experience, but because the mind, which is also part of itself but forgot itself, is its own entity, it has its own stories because it's taken on the world's, you know, perspectives and the collective thoughts. And because of that, you're being finessed. Itself has forgotten itself through your character or your vessel, and your mind is playing a character that I am so-and-so, and this is what my life is. So it can only give you what you already are presently, that you believe that you think you are right now. But you are so much more than what you can ever imagine yourself to be. There are no words in any language to describe the magic, the majestic, divine, sovereign, celestial, epic, extraordinary being that you really are. And those words still aren't enough to describe each of you. It just isn't. Because there is no words. You're just so wonderful. Have a great day. Thank you. I really like this part of the trail right here. I like the bushes here. Especially in the summertime, it gets nice and full. We didn't see Tom today. Well, that's because Tom probably came earlier, as he's been saying. He's been sleeping better since he stopped smoking. He's on day number 6. And he told me yesterday, for those of you who didn't hear our conversation, he's doing great. He feels his sense of smell is better right now. He's tasting more of his food, more tastier now. He's sleeping better. He's breathing better. All because he decided to stop smoking. And he wanted to finish his pack. And he had his pack and he finished it. And I have a story for all of you, and it was caught on this channel's live stream. It was, I think, last Friday or Saturday. It was Saturday, I think. And Tom told me that he's like, Orion, you wouldn't believe what happened yesterday. I'm like, what happened? He's like, I came to the trail for the second time, because he normally only comes one time a day. He doesn't come twice. So something told him to go a second time, and he sat down and he had a smoke, right, by the bench where the ducks or the geese are, and that little spot that's coming up. He told me he sat there, and some random guy that he didn't know, even though all of us, we actually know each other from the soul level, but the mind forgets all this. He told me that a random person came up to him, and he's like, here you go. He's like, here you go. And what that guy gave him was his lighter. And the guy told him that, I don't think I'll need this anymore, because I'm quitting smoking. And I quit smoking, so I think you'll need this. But that was just a sign for Tom to know that he's also quitting too. And he didn't actually take the lighter. He's like, thank you for telling me about the lighter, or thank you for offering me your lighter, but this is my last cigarette too, and I'm quitting as well. And guess what? The guy threw the lighter in the trash. But that was a sign for Tom. That was like a confirmation for Tom to quit. And when he told me about that, when he told me about that, I'm like, do you think it was a coincidence, Tom? He's like, I don't think so, Ryan. And look, here he is. Speaking of him, there he is. Hey, bro. I was just sharing your story that you shared with me about the guy with the lighter. And I told him that I said to you, was it a coincidence that happened? And you said no. It was meant to happen. How's it going?
Not bad, not bad.
Good stuff.
I didn't take my truck today. So
I thought you came earlier. That's why I didn't see you yet.
He wanted to use my truck. He wanted to pick up something.
Got it.
Because this truck's not working.
Okay.
So I said, yeah, take it. So I decided to walk here.
Nice.
I came, I guess, down Kearney.
Yeah.
And then down that steep, windy path.
Nice.
Just walking and eating a bunch of sunflowers.
Hey. It's good. It's healthy.
Yeah. Still fighting.
I know. It's still going to fight for a little bit. The mind's going to continue to do the thing, but you know what to do.
Yeah.
You know exactly what to do.
I feel better already.
Exactly. And that feeling of better is just going to keep magnifying, and it's going to help you to just propel.
Yeah.
Right? I know the mind's going to be like, yeah, I think we need to smoke again, though. I think we'll need to smoke again. But you know, because what I shared with you, which is actually you sharing it with yourself, right, is like, yeah, I know the mind's going to play a little game here. And it's okay. I'll watch the mind, but yeah, you'll be able to you've already mastered it. Yeah.
Just a little bit more to go, and then I'll start decreasing.
Usually they say to build a new habit, it takes 21 days, but then it takes about 63 days to solidify that habit.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of not entirely true, because you can just, depending on how confident and how much conviction you have in yourself, you can snap out of it almost instantly.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was just funny because I was just sharing the story and I hadn't seen you, and sure enough, there was no coincidence that I just saw you. You see? This is how it works. So there you go. I'm glad that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I want to give some of the audience, because it's the newer channel, some sort of, not hope, but to know how it actually works.
Yeah.
Right? Because it starts with you.
Yeah.
Right? When you start to think or say something, then things tend to show up afterwards. Right?
And you got proof.
And you get proof. Because the eyes always are looking for proof of things.
Yeah.
It's always looking for the next. It wants that physical evidence. But once you get that one physical evidence, it always wants another one. But then why can't you take that one physical proof? Like when the guy came and brought that lighter and handed it to you.
Yeah.
But you knew that like you're done with it, right? But he was done too, and that was your confirmation. That was it, right? Because you told me like you don't usually come to the trail a second time.
Yeah.
And that for some reason you felt called to come
Yeah.
a second time for that day.
Yeah. I said, well, I'm gonna go for another walk.
Yeah, something called you to go for that other walk, right?
And that guy walked up. I've seen him walking towards me. And
Yeah.
what's wrong now? So
Yeah, you were thinking something was going on. Yeah.
I said, so he says, here, I quit. And he had the pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
They were empty. And he walked to the garbage can.
Yeah.
He says, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I said, wow, what a coincidence.
Yeah. See? Isn't it awesome? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm proud of you, dude. You're doing great.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself
Good stuff.
because I wanted to do this for a while now, but I just enjoyed it too much.
Yeah.
I said, it's not the right time yet.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't have started when I quit 2 years.
It's okay. Now you get to. Now you get to chill. Ooh, they have 3 dogs over there. How awesome. They look like they're fun. All right, brother. Have a great one. I'll see you. Thank you, brother. All right. Resiv, I see your message. I'm going to read your message. I was focusing with Tom there. So I hope you all heard that, because I was just talking about his story, and sure enough, there he was. So that's one of what we call one of those magical synchronistic moments. And you will experience that a lot through this channel. Look at the bubbas. I'm going to do the... Look at them. Good morning.
Good morning.
I know. They're good. I can tell they're extremely friendly. If they're off leash, they're generally good. All right, Resiv, let me see what's going on. Let me read. I feel like giving up what I'm doing for 3 years today. I turned 38 today. I don't want to quit, but my inner saboteur is attempting. I've been sober for 3 years now. I want to stay focused. Cheer me up. Well, you're cheering yourself up. I'm not here to be your cheerleader. I'm here to tell you that you have the power right now. Morning. Here's the friendly couple. Morning. How are you both? Good. Have a great day. And it's good to see you both again. So that Asian couple I used to see every day during the spring and summer last year, but then when fall time hit, I stopped seeing them. Like, oh, I don't see them anymore. I also started taking my walks a little bit earlier too, so I wouldn't see them. But now that I've been walking, well, I've been coming out and staying out in the trail longer because I've been bringing my battery. It allows me to see them, so it's good to see them again. The geese. The baby ones, I don't know where they're at. Probably in the water somewhere. All right, Risa, back to you. To lock in with you. I don't want to quit, but my inner saboteur is trying. Yes, that saboteur will always try, wouldn't it? What if I told you you don't need to fight anything, and you just surrender to, not to your inner saboteur and give into the cravings or whatever it is, but just know that you have the power right now to decide. Like, you will not be finessed by it. And what if I also told you that you're already locked in your focus? Because if you're able to focus on something, then you have to just take that same focus energy and apply it to the aspect that you want to focus in. So a lot of people think they have no discipline and focus, and I want to share something with you, all of you. You all have focus and discipline. Every one of you in this world who keeps saying that you don't have focus or discipline, you do actually have focus and discipline. Your focus and discipline is just on something that you think you don't have focus and discipline on. Think about it. It's a paradox. You say you have no focus, but yet you lock in your focus on not focusing. You see what I'm saying? It's a paradox. The mind doesn't understand this, though, because it has to be one or the other. It's like a conundrum. That's what it does. So you actually do have focus. It's just taking that energy of focus that you're focusing on that you don't have focus, and applying it that you do have focus on focusing. You see that? I know that might sound very confusing, but I promise you, your soul knows what I just said. But your mind is being like, oh, that's what your mind's probably doing right now. And it's normal. Don't let the mind beat itself up, though. And don't let the mind beat you up. If you don't understand. It's normal. That's how it's designed. Because reality was created to master yourself. And you're wondering, why do we need to master ourselves if we're already mastered in a different realm? Because we want to have that experience to master ourselves. It's like, it's super fulfilling. And you get to go through an amazing journey to figure out life and how reality works. So, yeah, you're focused and you're disciplined. Your inner saboteur is your inner saboteur, but it also doesn't exist until you give it more power. So that's the other thing too. You can continue to say, my inner saboteur is fighting or something like that, and that's fine, but who's actually saying that? Is that you or is that the mind? Because remember, you're not the mind. You have a mind, and your mind has its own set of instructions. I'm going to quickly hang on this bar again. 2 hangs a day keeps the doctor away. That's a bar, write that down. Just so you know, hanging from a bar is one of the most therapeutic and most, how do I even say this? Not even just healthy things to do. Most therapeutic, most healthiest, most excellent thing you can do for your body. And you don't need to do pull-ups. You just need to hang. You know why? Because it helps your body to let go of any tension. This is why I focus not only on the mind, but on the body as well. But not only on the mind and the body, but the spirit or the soul. It's all interconnected. It's a trinity. That's why mind, body, soul, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. In the Hindu tradition, there's all kinds of holy trinities, but I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about mind, body, spirit, or mind, body, soul. Of course, I can just tippy-toe and just do that, but I want to hang. The grip on this thing is not the greatest, unfortunately. It starts to tear into your flesh. So I'm actually holding with my fingertips. Well, my fingers, not my actual like palms. So get even more of a stretch. Okay, that's good enough. That's good. That feels good. My fingers, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. It'll fix itself shortly. But I have my gloves in my pocket. I could have just put on my gloves, but that doesn't really help. Hey, I like the last name. You got the Uchiha, huh? Nice. So somebody knows Naruto. Somebody's got the Uchiha name in their username. I see you. Good job. Well, I know about religions because I studied all the religions, and I chose to be open to all of them, but also not be boxed into any one of them in particular, because they're attempting to say the same things using different words. But I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about the escapism that people are doing, attempting to escape reality, and escaping their mind, and escaping like feeling certain feelings, like the feeling of uncertainty, the feeling of not feeling good enough. That's a big one for a lot of people. Feeling not good enough, feeling not seen, feeling not heard, feeling not safe, feeling inadequate. This one, inadequacy, basically encompasses everything. Feeling inadequate. It's one of the lowest frequencies you can feel on the planet, feeling inadequate. But none of you were born inadequate. The universe, whatever insert deity you choose to, doesn't make mistakes. Even though I was talking about this when I first started my talk this morning, that I had this belief that, God, the Supreme, the universe, the creator, whatever name, put me here to fail and suffer. That I was meant to struggle and fail and watch other people win. And that I have to sit on the sidelines and watch others get what they want while I get the little scraps, the little leftovers, the discarded stuff. Like, when you go to a restaurant and some people don't finish out their meal and they take the leftovers. Like I was thinking I deserved the leftovers. I wasn't meant to have the main meal. I was meant to just have the leftovers. That's how I thought for the longest time. So not true, by the way. That's the mind creating a story because of the experience that this character went through. Being rejected by people, men and women, like wanting to be a part of the cool kids club when he was younger, got rejected. Being rejected by girls when he was younger, thinking because he's ugly. Because someone said that look, mom, ugly monster over there. He was a 5-year-old kid, and a 5-year-old told him at 5 that he's ugly. And he went almost his entire, he went his teen life, his 20s, and a little bit into his 30s, believing that he was ugly. What else? Oh, feeling like the most incompetent human ever created. The dumbest human ever created on planet Earth. Because he asked stupid questions that others just didn't have the answers to, and they told him, stop asking questions, stop asking stupid questions. And over time, he started to dim himself and his light, and he started to be less curious about the world. And he's like, what's the point? Why ask people questions when they're just going to say I ask stupid questions? So there's no point asking anybody questions anymore. I don't give a fuck about people, so why should I even bother, right? This is the mindset that he was in for many, many years. I stopped asking questions to people and I started questioning my own self. It's such a paradox. Here I am questioning myself, and I stopped asking questions to others. But to some degree, questioning myself was actually very important. It was a very important skill because it allowed me to start to go deeper within myself, to start tackling things that I wasn't able to read in any book or watch in a podcast or get an answer from anybody, because the answers are you. The best work you're ever going to do, the best work you're ever going to do is to work on yourself. And that's a bar, write it down. Jimmy, so was your mom. Interesting comment. Thank you, Jimmy, for your troll comment. I appreciate it. Has no effect on me whatsoever, but you can keep throwing your little third dimension. Actually, that's not even third dimensional. That's like second dimensional comment. So when I continue to like tell myself that I was very fundamentally flawed, and of course I kept mirroring back fundamentally flawedness within myself, and that was shown externally to the outer world, because most don't understand how the world works. I really like the birds in the area right now. I'm just taking a moment to just enjoy their sounds. It's very nice. Awesome. So the feeling of inadequacy is very deep-seated in a lot of us. It's like a song, like I mentioned earlier, playing in the background, but you can't hear the song, but it's been playing there for a very long time, because somewhere in the world, somebody did you dirty, did you wrong, and now you seek to take revenge out on the very world that did you dirty. I know some of you. I can see some of you. There's a last comment that was from someone who seeks out revenge to some degree, because when a conscious person knows who they are, they wouldn't leave a comment like that. They would leave a different comment. But I was once upon a time similar to the person who left the last comment. I would do even worse than what he just said. And to me, it's just another second dimensional comment who has forgotten thyself. So, when I used to go on to streams or YouTube videos and comment things, I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, get the fuck off of here. You know, I was in my own head, because I seek to make sure that others felt inferior, because I felt inferior for some reason, because someone made me feel inferior. So I seek to feel superior by making others feel inferior. Oh, nothing. I'm talking. I'm chilling. Just chilling, doing my thing. The last I was just talking about inadequacy, and a random person came on and said something about my mom, but I'm like, who cares? I don't take the opinions of little sheep. It's a little sheep right there. I'm just talking about how, you know, similar to that last comment, how I would be doing the same thing. And I used to feel very inferior. And so when I felt inferior, I went and sought out revenge against the very world that created the inferiority complex within me, to make sure The world knew I was superior by going and finding people in the world that I could bring down so I could feel morally superior and make them feel inferior by the words that I said on their like Twitch live streams, because Twitch was really the only live streaming platform back then. You suck at that video game. Get the fuck off of here. You're not a streamer. You don't know what you're doing. That's cool. I appreciate it. It doesn't bother me whatsoever, but yeah. I appreciate it. I will be turning around. That's interesting. Another sidewalk was closed. Well, it's not that much. We're gonna go that way today. We went that way yesterday. I changed it up. So that feeling inadequate, it's very deep-seated to many. It's feeling this sense of like not worthy, not good enough, not capable, which leads to some sort of, no, I'm gonna go that way today. We went that way. We're gonna be coming back through that street though. I'm just going in like a square. This is how I get my extra steps in. Always change it up. But yeah, all those things lead to some sort of inferiority. But when someone feels inferior, guess what they do? Guess what they seek to do? I don't know. You tell me what you had. When someone feels inferior, they seek to make sure that other people either feel what they're feeling and or make them bring them down to their level or bring them below them. Most tend to bring people below their current level so that they can feel better about themselves. That's what when you see somebody trolling somebody or arguing or getting mad or wanting to fight on the internet, is because somewhere in their life somebody said something or did something and pissed them off. There's a baby over there with her dad, and the baby's just watching me, and she knows what's up. She can feel the energy. I saw the little smile in her face. And I trust that her generation will grow up in a world where people are a lot more kinder by us starting to plant the seeds of kindness now and choosing to do things differently. It's a choice that each one of us have to make. They say most people, and here's the other thing. Ooh, very nice, and glad you enjoyed. Most people, this is what happens. They're like, well, Orion, I don't think I can make the difference, so what's the point of me changing? Because, I'm just one person. They'll say this is what we call a pendulum. I'm just one person. I can't change anything about reality. Like other people, like they're not going to change, and I don't have that sort of power. So like, what's the point? And then they play the same game over and over. It becomes a paradox. And unfortunately, if that's what we call the defeatist mindset, who is given up, they're like, what's the point? Like other people are just negative, so why should I be positive? So I'll just be negative too. There's no point, right? Because in the beginning, it's going to feel fake to be something that you naturally were, but you have forgotten. And because you have now wore your current mask, the mask of like inauthenticity, whatever that looks like. Again, nothing wrong with masks, but you shouldn't have to be wearing a mask to operate in the world. You don't need to wear a mask or put on another hat. You should just be you in all present moment. But that's a whole different perspective. Exactly. You're manifesting that. I'm just one person. I can't do anything, yeah. But you can do so much more, right? See, you pay attention. So those who pay attention, I give attention to. That's a bar, write it down. You're listening, right? You ask some questions. Sometimes I don't see some of the messages, but I do see that you ask stuff, but you're genuinely curious, and you have a zest for life about you, Felix. That's why I continuously want you to win. I want everybody to win, but not everybody wants to win for themselves. And you can't help someone who does want to help themselves in the end, right? In the end, if someone doesn't want to help themselves, you got to leave them. I don't like leaving people where they're at. I like to leave people where better than how I found them, but sometimes you just have to let them be, because it is what it's supposed to be for them presently. It's 10:49. I'm gonna go in, and we had pizza yesterday. I'm gonna have pizza as soon as I get in, and that'll be burnt right off. Anything I eat, I don't gain weight, because I don't agree to that collective thought that, like, oh, if you eat pizza you get fat. No, you don't. That's a belief, and your beliefs listen to your body, or your body is listening to your beliefs. If you move enough, it'll just be burnt right off. Most people, they eat and then they don't move. That's why they gain all the weight. And because they have this idea that, like, you're sitting and like, they just don't move. Move your body. 99% of the problems can be alleviated just by one thing: moving your body. It doesn't mean you have to exercise. You can just walk, take a walk, like the sister over there who's in the purple. She's taking a walk. Take a walk. But Orion, it's cold, it's winter. Then walk inside. Move a little. Movement is medicine. That's a bar, write it down. If you're not moving, you're going to create stagnation. Stagnation is where the problems start to lie. And then the mind gets restless. And because it doesn't feel like it's moving, it's accomplishing something, right? That's why you can give yourself a simple movement, like snack. Think of it like when you're feeding your body with food. Why not move your body? You're giving your body snack. It's another snack. It's just a physical snack. Technically, food is physical as well too. Ooh, BRZ, let's go. I like me my JDM cars. BRZs, Supras, Skylines, MK, RX-7s, those kinds of cars. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. I get entranced when I see my cars like that. Yeah, walk inside. You have the ability to walk inside for a little bit. You just walk around your room. Like there was one day where there was just too much snow, and we got buried in, and I had to get the shovel just to get out, and the sidewalks weren't covered yet. So you know what I did? I used shoveling as my walking as my movement, because I have to do it anyways. And I still got my 10K steps. I spent at least an hour to two. No, I spent 2 hours shoveling. It's a lot of shoveling. I left the live stream on my other channel. And I played like Steve Harvey Family Feud. That way others were just like laughing, even though there's only like 1 or 2 people coming on, right? But I'd be outside shoveling because I couldn't leave my stream outside because there was just too much snow and the phone was freezing. It was going to get cold and turn off anyways. So, you know, I used that as a way of getting my 10K, and I sure as hell got 10K out of that. I got more than 10K. I got 15,000 steps just by shoveling snow. Have to go back and forth and shovel and you know. So that was one of the only days I didn't get to walk outside. Even when it was minus 40, I was like, no, I'm going outside. I'm taking that walk. You're crazy, Orion. Minus 40? Hell yeah, I'm walking outside. I'm doing it. I know the body didn't like it at the beginning when I did it, but then when you do something difficult and hard, you get this sort of boost in like confidence, like, oh, you can do a hard thing. It empowers you to some degree. Not that you need to do hard things to empower yourself, because there are many ways to empower yourself without having to do that. But at the same time, I enjoyed it. It helps the mind give it something to do. You know what I'm saying? You may as well give your mind something to do productively. So that would be something I did to give it something to be productive. Morning. Let's see, on behalf of them, let's see, what we got? Just reading the chat quickly. Cool beans. There's a house that's coming up very soon. Or walking, it's on this side of the street here. You can tell the vibration that they're in just by looking on the outside of what their inner world is like. This is a good reflection of their inner world. So not this house, but this house coming. They change the theme every season, and their theme is peace right now. They have peacocks and they have the Buddha head statues. They know what's up. Look, they have blue peacock here. You have the Buddha statues there. Lots of blue. It's beautiful. Very peaceful house. This house right here. And so during the summertime, that's the peacock. The fall time, they put Halloween stuff. Wintertime, they put Christmas stuff. Springtime is a lot of flowers. So their spring, summer is kind of the Buddha head and the peacock. But when I've seen them and I've spoken to them, you can tell that they're just at peace with themselves, because their inner world is a reflection of their outer world. You can look at some people's houses. This is not judgment. Obviously, I'm not here to judge, but you can tell the vibration just by kind of like looking around. Who takes care of their property? Who doesn't take care of their property? Who takes care? What's important? What's not important? Right? Like your outer world is a sort of a representation of your inner world. For example, this is no judgment, because we've all been there. Someone who just isn't like organized. There are many people in the world who are not organized. And because they're not organized, for them, they may think they're organized, but then when they're looking for stuff, they can't find it. Right? But when you go and you like look around, you're like, how do you navigate this? It's all chaos. Right? In my space, like I do my best to keep cleaning the space that I'm in. and keeping it organized and tidy, because a tidy inner world is a tidy outer world. A messy outer world is a messy inner world, because your state of being is kind of a reflection of your current state of being. Again, there's no judgment. No judgment is there. It's just when you see what's going on in your outer world, it's generally a reflection of the inner world. Spartan, very nice. If I comment on a vid saying I can't do something, I hate to ask, but could you say, remember you are training to be Spartan? Yes, you can say that. Absolutely, use what works. The key word that I would say, if you're saying that you can't do something, is I am not capable of doing it yet. Use the word yet. That at least gets your mind to like keeping things open, because if you don't put the word yet allows things to stay open. It doesn't close the door, it keeps the door open. Right? The word yet, very powerful word, 3-letter word. Now, I don't use yet anymore as much, because I just decided that it is already here and now, whatever it is. Of course, in the physical, it may not physically be here, but I'm good with or without it. But even still, the word yet is a very powerful word to use. Well, I would say I'm training to be Spartan. I'm not quite there yet. I know that's more words, but you're being more specific, because more specificity equals more power, more clarity. Less specificity equals less clarity, less power. Yes, saying things more simply is also even easier than, being long-winded as well. Right? So, morning. So there's all kinds of different like ways to say it, but like, I'm not Spartan yet, or I'm Spartan but I'm still training, or another way of saying it is, I'm training to be Spartan. I'm not quite there yet though, but I'm getting there, and I'll be there because I know I can accomplish it. But of course that becomes very long-winded, but you see what I'm saying? It starts to generate more power behind the words. You see, it adds more conviction. That's why I'm here to kind of also mirror back, like, you got to be mindful of the words that you're typing and you're saying and you're speaking, because that's a law that you're creating in your reality, right? So like, for example, like, you're training to be Spartan. You may not be him yet, but you're on your way to be him. Or you're already the Spartan in your inner world, but I'm training in the physical to be Spartan. I might not be there physically yet, but I know I will be there. And not just saying will, I know I'm there. Or saying, I haven't reached it yet, but I know I'll get there. But again, remember, time is one of those things that keeps throwing us for a loop. Because like, we can get sucked into the whole time trap of like, well, I don't know if I'll ever be there yet, or I don't know, because like, the thing is, yet is a very powerful word, but you also have to remind yourself of the trap of using like, I'm going to, and or I will, or one day, or someday, right? Because those are words of that still uses time. I will one day be a billionaire, or I will one day be Spartan. But why not be Spartan now? So like, it comes down to how you want to use it. So we're back. We are back. I'm going to restart the stream and put it at 1080-60. We'll be outside for a bit. It's not supposed to rain today, but it's supposed to be cloudy. But let it be what it's supposed to be. I'll be outside today again. Tomorrow, depending on the weather, I may or may not be streaming. That'll be the first time. Well, I'll stream probably while I take my walk, but I probably won't be streaming while, out here, because it's supposed to rain, and I really don't want to be inside tomorrow. I really don't. Like, I've already been outside enough, and I want to be outside more. I like my outside. I'm gonna go get my power plugs and my tablet and my tripod, the mini tripod. Oops. It's already 11 o'clock? Damn. Okay. Okay. My dad's already awake, so I'll just go grab me my slices of pizza. Or I can make eggs, but we'll see. I won't be speaking too much while I'm in the kitchen, so I can leave music and just say be right back. Or you can all just hear me making stuff in the kitchen, but I won't really be saying much. Because, when I'm inside, I don't really talk too much. I usually keep to myself because, he's watching TV. He's watching The Price is Right, by the way. I can still speak, but I usually just kind of like tune in, see if there's anything else. But we'll see. We'll see. Hey, 4 p.m. in UK, amazing. It is 11:04 here. Yeah, you're 5 hours ahead. Makes sense. I need Kleenex. My nose started running out of nowhere. All right, one sec. I'm going to restart my stream. I'll be right back. Uno momento. If it rains tomorrow, could you play? I could. I usually start my exercises. But me and T-Bray, what we usually do sometimes is actually play in the afternoon, in the earlier or the later part of the morning before I do my workout. We'll see. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to restart the stream. I think we're good. Let me know if my stream should be okay now. It's pretty windy though. Oh shit. Cool beans. One of my favorite YouTubers who makes like AI rendition of Dragon Ball tracks made Gohan's track. Shinigami stories. It'll fix itself. Hold on, let me just check my stream. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Yeah, we're good. It works. Thank you. Ooh, wind. Look at the wind. There's lots of wind. I'll be changing though. This is my walking shoes. This has been now my walking shoes. So I'm going to change, grab my food. I have to vacuum my room. God dang. all these flower stuff that has been coming into the room, all the I mean, it's nature. I'm being serenaded by nature in my room on the carpet. It's all good. Won't take long to vacuum all that. Not right now, though. So today, Full Body Friday. Full Body Friday, y'all. It's gonna be a good one. There's a new exercise that Tiff and Dan released on their channel, so I'll be doing that. They released it on Monday, so I look forward to seeing what that one's about. I like doing their new routines that they release. I wish they would be releasing more videos, but they're not. They're only releasing like one video a week. Oop. Taking off my... I definitely have to wear the other layer today. For now, because it's not... it's warm, but it's not that warm. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 14 degrees Celsius.
It's 14 degrees Celsius. Take off my other headband. Whew. I'm gonna go grab my meal. I might make eggs still. We'll see. I love eggs. I do also have to use the bathroom. Let's grab my mat, my shoes, my gloves. Thankfully, it's still pretty bright though. It's still it's not that bad. So this is the layer I was wearing during the winter time, the extra layer. I'd be training, I'd be wearing my gloves, and I'd have this part to keep my hands nice and warm. So I'd be doing that. All black, y'all. Well, except for when I put on the shoes, which I don't know why I even did what I just did there. I could just put on my shoes now. It's my indoor-ish shoes. I don't go much anywhere with these. These are just my training shoes. I'll bring up my dumbbells. Dumbbells, plural. The 40-pound dumbbells, which I'll be going up in weight soon enough. Whew. I'll go to 45 soon, and then 50 by the end of the year. I can lift 50, but I mean to use 50 just consistently throughout the entire workout. That's gonna be fun. I can curl 50, but like right now, I'm getting 40. I've gotten used to 40s now, so now it's time for me to go up by 5. And these adjustable dumbbells, they can go from 10 pounds to 90 pounds. The only problem is that these were the first adjustable dumbbells out on the market. So somebody had to make the first so that somebody in the future can make something more better. That's how it works, right? Without Coke, Pepsi wouldn't technically exist, right? So sometimes you have to be the innovator or the trailblazer for then someone to then do it better, right? like a bunch of YouTubers who are talking about spirituality, Nero and like myself and a few others had to come in and kind of like change the game. We literally are changing the game on YouTube. Him, I, a girl named Trina, and a few others. We're changing the trajectory of what YouTube is going to look like in the next coming years. Nero does his videos. He does do live streams. I do live streams. I will be making videos. And Trina does both live streams and videos. And not just him. There's another brother named Reeves Sang. He's doing it as well. And not just him. Katie Clark. She's doing it as well. There's a bunch of us. They're on the same level as me, and I'm on the same level as them. So there's no difference between us. We're just basically saying it in a different way, but we're basically saying the same thing. So there's no competition. We're not competing with each other. We're here working with each other. That's a bar, write it down. So that's why I said, like, for me, there is no competition now. There used to be a zero-sum game aspect where I thought that it was me versus them, or I have to be better than them, but really it was actually just one thing. You might make eggs. You will make eggs, maybe not now or today, but someday. It's true. You're right. But I'll eventually have eggs. You're spot on about that, dude. Thank you for that. See? You're catching on. You're catching on, bro. Very quickly. No future projection, right? You either decide to make eggs right now, or you just don't. But because it's 11 o'clock, I can make eggs later, technically speaking. So what I'll do is after my main quest, I'll probably make some eggs because, you know, get some protein. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to quickly use the bathroom. I'm going to leave the mic right here. I'll be right back. Awesome. Hey, Dad. So I'll be back out there. If anybody messages in the chat saying, where is he? Just say I'm making breakfast. You know you all can hear me. Do. Well, we're not really making breakfast. We're having lunch, technically. Ooh, this reminds me of when I was in San Diego, and there was this pizza place. They're opening at 11 a.m. their time. Oh man, the pizza was so good over there. Wood stove pizza. That's some good stuff right there. What the hell is going on here? Just washing some dishes, y'all. Me and T-Bray later on should be playing Dead by Daylight, depending on how long I take to finish my stuff. Because, you know, I let my movements linger throughout the afternoon. If I just lock in without any distractions, I can get it all done in an hour and a half. But then I don't like sitting for the rest of the day. I like moving. So that's why I let myself move throughout the day. Last night I was watching The Fugitive. For those of you, that's an older movie. It's a really good movie, by the way. But I was sitting down on the sofa and I started to feel like, oh, I gotta get up and move. So within an hour of sitting on the sofa, I had to get up and move. My back was starting to feel like compressed. So that's why I kept saying sitting is the new smoking. Sitting on a chair, that is like the new smoking. If you constantly like sit in a squat or move your body in other ways, you will be fine. But if you're sitting for like many hours a day, generally speaking, most people are, you know, sitting on a chair or laying in their bed. Nothing wrong with that, but your body's also not moving, and energy needs to flow through your body. You're an energetic being. That's why I call my movements movement snacks. I took that from Vanya, even though nothing belongs to anybody in terms of wisdom. As I mentioned, it belongs to itself, and itself has it through all of us. But if you bring it into the world, yeah, you can claim it as your own, obviously. But yeah, movement snacks. You give your stomach a snack, so you may as well give your legs and your feet and your arms and your legs a snack too. Technically speaking, when you eat, you are technically giving a snack to your body, which encompasses all of that. I'm just watching the wheel spin right now. I like Price is Right. Nah, he's over. He went over. Good old Price is Right. Love Price is Right. The price is right. We're gonna be doing full body today, y'all. Today's the day. Fridays are like epic because there's lots to do. We got lots to do. And what I'm gonna eat will just be burnt right off. Is there parchment paper here? Yes, there is. You all are getting the ASMR of the kitchen right now. A memory just popped up in my head about a past stream. I remember there was a guy who came on the stream, and he just caused absolute chaos. Because one of the members, he for some particular reason, he just hated her. And I asked him, where did that hate come from? You weren't born that way. He's like, I just do. You just do, huh? Interesting. I'm gonna bring a clementine outside while the pizza is baking in the toaster oven. So one day I went to take the stream to get a haircut. So I went to go get a haircut. And everything was great. The live stream was wonderful. And all of a sudden, he was on a Discord server, which, by the way, I have a Discord server, but I don't really use it much. And he was dropping like mad shit in the chat. And he was creating all kinds of problems in the chat, y'all. He was fighting. Oh, look, there's a bird there. Hello. Hello, Bubba. That's funny. It's okay, I'm not gonna interfere. I'm right here, by the way. You can see my hand. You got a visitor. And so, don't worry, I'm not going to chase you. You're good. You can go do whatever it is you're doing there, Bubba. Go for it. He knows that I'm not going to chase him. He can tell. So anyways, I went and I saw what was said in the Discord about us getting a haircut. And I'm like, dude, why are you creating unnecessary problems? There's like no need for all that. He told me like he can't help himself. I'm like, you can't help yourself, really? So you can't help yourself from typing negative things about that person? Why? Like why? Right? He's all about drama. And there are some people in the world right now who thrive on drama. They absolutely thrive on it. They can't live without drama. They absolutely just can't live without drama. Right? So like the thing is, due to that fact, right? One of the guys, he's like putting he's doing some lawn things. Due to that fact, he kept creating problems, and I'm like, bro, you need to stop. And I was cutting my hair. I was like, I can't deal with this right now. I'm having a haircut with Steve, right? And me and Steve have great conversation. I had to leave it to the side. When I was done with my haircut, like, I had to apologize to the other member who was getting attacked by him randomly. She didn't even say anything. She had said something in a chat like prior, like a live stream chat, and it triggered something inside of him, and he got mad. So that's why like that other channel was designed for all that. Like this is why this channel, like, just don't entertain anybody else's like limitations. I keep sharing that. Like you're your own universe walking. You don't need to entertain anybody else's limitations, right? That's why if somebody comes on like you know, the guy who left like your mom or whatever, I'm like, that doesn't even affect me. That's just words. Remember, you can just dissolve words, right? People think that their words can hurt other people, and they can, but when you know who you are, your words have no effect. But your words are super powerful when you know how to use them and wield it like the sword, right? The Sword of Solutions. Yeah, sure, go for it. While I consume this clementine that was in my hand that I was supposed to be eating. Go for it. I need to stretch my back for some reason. Hey, Win, can you chill out for a bit? I know you want to be windy right now, but I like it to stop a little bit. You know, you can go wind somewhere else. You forgot your funny story you're going to share? Or was that the funny story? Was that paradox? This clementine it's okay. It's not bad. I was expecting it to be sweeter though. So my expectations of this was skewed. Let's see. It could have been both. Hey, paradox, right? Let it be so. Let it be so. It's nice to actually, be on a stream again and actually speak with people again. I mean, I'm not saying that my other stream didn't have people, but I would be spending my days watching like YouTube and like listening to music, and it's great. That has a lot of great things to that, but it wasn't lonely for him, but it just felt it was a time that I wanted to speak to people again, Like I was speaking with T-Bray, I would call him up and like, yo, what up, bro? We'd be playing Dead by Daylight and have conversation with Olga here and there. There's a sister that her name is Misha, and she hasn't come back on the stream in about a month, and she's been busy doing her thing, but I trust that she knows that I told her to subscribe to this channel so that she can continue to come and hang out in this stream. She and I, we drop a lot. You'll see her named as Neelam in the chat, but her and I, we're on the same like wavelength as well. And she asked me, she drops a lot of bars herself, and she asked me a lot of questions about things. So I hope she sees that this channel is active and she subscribed to this one. But I have her on Instagram, so she's wondering, hey bro, I haven't seen you in a while, where's your stream? Oh, I started a new channel. So everybody who was on the last channel, to some degree I have their contact. To some degree. I either have them on Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, or they're subscribed to this channel already. So I look forward to seeing some of the familiar faces again. Like we saw Justin, Golden Knight or Golden King X216, the one that you blocked for a day. I mean, like, the only reason why me and him got into it is because he just didn't align with what I was saying, and I wasn't here for him to agree with me. I'm just like, there's no point you fighting on my stream, bro. Like, just go. Just like, so I did him a favor. I'm like, just go. But we'll see what happens this time around. So we'll see. We'll see if he how he gets on with this channel. I'm vastly different from the last channel. I'm going in and get my pizza. I'm vastly different from the last time he saw me. Holy moly. That overcooked itself a little bit. That's okay. It's still amazing. I always put chili flakes and parsley flakes on my pizza. Chili flakes and parsley flakes. Okay. You know what's funny? I just saw Zion National Park. There's a trip to Utah. I'm supposed to go to Utah. I trust she will win the price game to go to Mount Zion. It's a place in Utah, in America. It's very beautiful. But yeah, I met someone who's from Utah, and she's like, you should come and see Utah. You'll like Mount Zion. I'm like, maybe you'll give me a reason to go to Mount Zion. So when I was a kid, I really was into Star Wars, amazing. Had just learned what Raider's name, and I didn't want to forget the name. So as a 7-year-old, I sat in the corner and repeated the name over and over and over. Very nice. What age, not to ask, but what age are you at right now? I was looking for my other vitamin. You don't need to share that, by the way. I'm just like, I'm sure, I know you're a little bit above that age now, obviously. Pizza! You're gonna hear a bunch of crunching, though. Some people like the ASMR, some people do not. There's all these like flower things that keeps falling down from that tree. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm eating lunch, then I'll eat breakfast. How about that? After I've wolfed this down, I'm going to do my up my full body. Then make eggs, I think. And then finish the rest of my stuff. Oh, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Dude, I saw your videos. I knew you were young, I just didn't know what age. That's all. You're good. Age is but a number, bro. I only asked because, you know, I just asked. You're good. I just be mindful for those who are on like the young, like the, I don't want to call it younger or older, because that's an illusion. It's just more experience or less experience on the earth. That's all it is. You have 12 years of experience. I have 40 years of experience, 41 experience, on the planet. So I'm just here on the planet a little bit longer. So your soul is the same soul as my soul. Well, you have your own soul, but it's the same one soul, just split into different bodies. So you're good. Didn't I not tell you about Crazy Cat yet? I love Crazy Cat. She's also the same age as, actually no, she's 11 years old. She also lives in Canada, but not where I live. She lives to the east. She's not really talkative these days. Not to me, but like to anybody. She's going through some stuff. So you'll see her when you see her. Cause I told her like I'm going to be starting the other channel soon. This one. So she should be jumping on at some point. She is subscribed to this channel. She does get the notifications. But she's the same age as you. She's one of my OG mods on my channel. Oh, I'm having pizza. I'm wolfing down pizza before I know. Kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? You're all about health, but you're eating pizza? Because for me, this is just energy. Yeah, I'm eating pizza. Pepperoni. My favorite type of pizza is meat lovers. Chicken, sausage, bacon, pepperoni, and ground beef. I can think about that pizza right now that I had. It was Christmas in San Diego, 2024 into 2025. And I was having a very unique experience. Like, I actually take a vacation to sleep in a car. I wanted car life or van life. I wanted to experience what it felt like to live on the road. So I did that. But because the gyms were closed on Christmas Day, I needed a shower. So I took a hotel and I went to a Domino's Pizza. And I was like, I want, just a small little slice. Like one of those like round, like small little pizzas. He told me it's gonna be like it's gonna be like $12. I'm like, but we have this special going on right now. Extra large pizza for $9.99, like $9.99. I'm like, and you can get 3 toppings. So you should just order this one and you'll just have more pizza. I'm like, I don't know if I can eat all that. I'm like, you can eat all that. And I put pepperoni, ground beef, and bacon on it. It was so good. And I went to the hotel and I watched Home Alone 1 and 2, and I ate pizza similar to Kevin when he was at the house by himself. That's what that felt like. It was so good. I'm gonna read your comments in a moment. Such a cool experience. That's what I usually do during Christmas. I mean, most people tend to do that. They tend to watch Home Alone, generally speaking. I love Home Alone. You know what's funny? Kevin, or Macaulay Culkin, has kids with Brenda Song, and they watch Home Alone, right? But guess what? His kids don't know it's him. Because, he's a dad now, right? But they have no idea that it's him as Kevin. And, of course, he looks at them and he's just laughing. But he hasn't told them that that's actually him. That'd be pretty cool. That's you, Dad? No way that's you, Dad. There's no way. Right? They don't know that yet. Because they're still very, very young. I'll read the chat, hold on. I'm enjoying my pizza. I do apologize for the ASMR, but you know, I didn't feel like taking off the mic. I'll scroll back up and read everything. Or I'll go inside and read everything, since it's easier to read it on the computer. But if Gypsy left anything in the chat, then I can't see Gypsy's messages on the computer, since she's using a different platform. And her messages don't show up on the YouTube app for you guys. So I have to read it here. All right, let's read. Let's see what we got. Oh, you like the ASMR? Okay. Well, some people don't like the ASMR. All right, let's see. So, like pineapple and ham. I love pizza. You like Papa John's? That's my favorite place to get it now. Papa John's is good. I like Papa John's. Australia, you don't have that in Australia. I heard Brenda's song Isn't That Nice. I have no idea. I have no idea. Save you some pizza. I like to put chips on the back of my gum and eat it that way. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I'm on Instagram. The same Orion Phoenix Stellar. I do have TikTok, but I haven't started anything on TikTok. My old channel, the Superhero Love, I have all that stuff there. It's because I haven't built up the other channels much, but it's there. I have posted stuff on Instagram, but it's my drawings. Or when I say my drawings, I mean itself is drawings through me. There's only like 11 posts on that. I will eventually start posting things again, but not right now. But I do have an Instagram if you all want to connect there too. That way you can, if you want to like reach out to me outside of YouTube, it's there. TikTok, I will eventually start posting on that channel. I have my other channel, but again, I want all the superhero love stuff to sort of dissolve and just, you know, rest. Because that was a chapter of my life. That chapter has now concluded itself. Now, of course, I can take the superhero love handle and flip it between the two accounts. Give Orion Phoenix Stellar the superhero love and the superhero love Orion Phoenix Stellar, you know, kind of flip the handles around. But because I've already built, I might do that. That might be, I don't know, we'll see. Or I just started from scratch. Because the other one, it has all of my previous things and I don't want to kind of mix it up. So I think it's just better for me to start fresh with a new TikTok account. Not to say I will never use the other one, but that's not who I am anymore. I need to drink my water. Let's see. I definitely will stream on TikTok, but for TikTok I have to get, I think, how many subscribers do you need or how many followers? That means I have to make videos on the new account. The old account has enough to go live. But the new one does not have enough. It's similar to like Clone Trooper, Mr. Felix's thing going on with YouTube. He needed 50 subscribers to go live. I need, I think, 200 connections on TikTok to go live. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me. But yeah, I mean, I want to go live on TikTok. I know I'll do great on TikTok. TikTok is a very interesting space, though. But I'm gonna be streaming on Kick as well too. YouTube, Kick, and TikTok are my places I want to stream. Instagram and Facebook, not really. I don't really feel called to do Instagram again or Facebook. Those are kind of like, eh. I was very against Instagram for the longest time. Like, for example, like I used to think Instagram was just for people posting stupid pictures about their life, and I'm like, because I was a bit jealous, I was a bit like envious of people in their lives, because I remember my belief, or the belief that was holding on to me, was like, it was saying, I had a belief that, or the belief had me that's saying that you hate people and you hate their life, and you're envious and you're jealous because you're meant to be playing small Orion. You're supposed to be like less than them. You're not supposed to have their things. You can never get to their level. Who are you to say that you're that good, Orion? That's what I used to do all the time. So that's what I used to think about Instagram, thinking that like people are just going on Instagram to show off their fake life. And I mean, some people some are doing that. They're not showing the realness of what's going on. But you know, I also see the realness of Instagram too, because there are a lot of people who post a lot of very, you know, heartfelt and very direct things. So my perceptions of Instagram change. But live streaming on Instagram, I've done it, but it only goes to your current audience that you have connected with. The algorithm, from what I've been told, does not find new people. So unless someone knows you already, it won't bring someone new to the channel. It's not like YouTube. It's not like how YouTube works. YouTube, it's the Wild West. So like when I went from Instagram to YouTube back in 2024, you know, I didn't expect anybody to ever watch any of my lives. That was my expectation. And my expectation, unfortunately, was very limited. Yeah, you're good. No worries. To each their own, right? They have their own. You have your own. It's all good, dude. No worries. No problem with that. For me, you know how you feel about TikTok? That's how I feel about X. I don't like X. X is, like, in my opinion, a waste of time. But then again, you know, that's just a perception, right? Because there's a lot of things I can do on X that can be great, but I don't know. X for me is just, eh. It's not a place I go and like hang out. You know what I'm saying? So the way you kind of feel about TikTok, and nothing's wrong with that, is the way I kind of feel about X. Hey Robin, can you come closer? You're good. I'm not gonna chase you. The Robin's right here, by the way. The bird. All I gotta do is throw like a Pokeball and he's done. He's mine. Poor worms. They just want to live in peace, and then they get eaten alive. But then again, that's what we do to them too, right? That's the reason why, like why did you make the world the way it is? And I had to just accept that balance. Circle of life, balance. I never really liked Twitter, even when it was called Twitter. Personally, I never resonated with it. I know Nero's on there now doing his stuff on X, and I'm not opposed to using X. It's not one of my. It doesn't call to me. You know, it's not like one of those things that calls to me. Same like Twitch. I used to be a streamer. I had a Twitch account. I still have the Twitch account, but not Orion, but under the Superhero of Love. And I've made some videos. That was 2019. It was a whole different. I sounded different. I had a crappier microphone. I sounded T-Bray told me I sounded more heavier back then in terms of like my voice. I'm like, what are you talking about? My voice is even more heavier right now. Anyway, so I have a couple streams on my Twitch, but I don't like Twitch. I don't like how their platform operates. It just doesn't feel in alignment anymore. So, but for me, Kick has a similar vibe to TikTok to some degree. So that's why for me, Kick is still small, and I need to ride the wave now before it starts to get too big. You know what I'm saying? And become like a Kick partner. That's one of the goals, to become a Kick partner. Again, I'm not gonna say, hey, you all come and follow me on Kick. If you wanna subscribe to Kick, be my guest, right? But I want to see how the Kick algorithm works. Like when I go live, I want to see how it's gonna handle the live stream. Like, I mean, I'm using the app like Streamlabs, but I want to see what the algorithm like. Do I get like 10 people a day? Will I get like 1 person a day? Right? How will it work? When they follow, all the different, like I have to learn Kick basically from scratch. Kick for dummies, essentially. And by learn, I mean remember how Kick works. Because you just remember what you forgot. Even though Kick never, it always existed, but never existed. I know that sounds weird to say, but in the realm of the 5th dimension, all things exist and don't exist all at the same time. Or all things existed. To just keep it simple, all things exist. It may not be here in existence right now, but it exists there. And it's waiting for someone to bring it forth. That's where everyone gets their creative ideas, to be like a singer and songs and all that. Okay. It is 11:55. I figure let's get this show on the road since the sun be out. There's really no cloud right now.
Now sissy that wow. Now sissy that wow.
I'm looking at a content creator's post on Instagram quickly. Do.
Why are you eating protein bars when you could be eating real? Why are you eating protein bars?
Bah. Cool. Well, it's time to kick in Mr. Neuro Knowledge, but we're not doing Neuro Knowledge right now. Darksiders War Master Edition, huh? I don't know if Gypsy's here. I think you're here right now, Mr. Felix, right? But listen to this. Gypsy, if you're here, or whoever's here listening, listen carefully. This is going to be a bar. Might want to write this one down. Oh yeah, I'm about to go do my thing. That's exactly what I'm about to go do. But since you're here, this might be a bar for you. Nothing remains fixed and permanent. Everything appears to transform. Nothing remains the same, and everything flows. As imagined, everything appears accordingly from nothing. So yeah, that's a bar. It's good. I like it. I'll save it as a reminder. when this character sometimes gets in his head. I tell the character, relax. Everything's unfolding. What are we really building with our dogs? The best connections, the best communication, the best relationships. I do this every second, every day, every week, every month. Make it a lifestyle. Walk with intention. Communicate with your calm body language. Reward at the right time. Repetition creates a stable pack. That's for your doggies, but that's not only for doggies, that's for humans as well too. Good job, Mr. Caesar Milan. Let me see what you wrote. I am the healthiest guy alive that can eat pizza as well. I just had pizza, by the way. If you came on like maybe 15 minutes ago, I just had pizza, you'd be like, he ain't the healthiest guy. I am pretty healthy though. You know why? Because that's state of being. It's a state of mind. No matter what I eat, I'm always going to be healthy. Hell, I can go eat ice cream right now and I'll still be healthy. I can eat cookies and cream. I can have the most sugary thing I want because I'm still friggin' healthy. The reason why is because I've told this thing that no matter what we eat, we're always going to be healthy. Now, of course, if I'm going to sit and do nothing, right, it's all about moving the body too, right? It's all about moving that body. Once you move the body throughout the day, doesn't have to be all day, but you can just move it throughout the day, you'll see that every one of you is just as healthy too. That's it. There's no difference. Now it's almost 12 o'clock. Yeah. Now that it's 12 o'clock, we are going to check Tiff and Dan's exercise routine, see what's going on. And yes, this was from 4 days ago. Ooh, we have an arm finisher. So we got full body dumbbell X body weight workout. Let me see what's going on with this one. Not to kind of cheat what's going on. I just want to see what they're doing here. Okay. This is the first time I'm doing this exercise, so I want to see what this one ends up looking like. I've never done this one before. I may or may not do it ever again, but we'll see. So, with that being said, y'all, it's time for us to get rolling. It is 12 o'clock. It is time to get moving that body. If you want to move with me, let's do it. If you don't want to move with me, that's fine. Still do it. And thank you for the Japanese text. That could mean I am God. I don't know if that's what that means, but I'll take it. So, for those of you who want to join, do you need to have dumbbells for this workout? Not necessarily. You can do everything without dumbbells. Well, Orion, but you're going to be using dumbbells. Well, that's true. I am going to be using dumbbells, and I'll be showing you all what I'll be doing with the dumbbells, because Tiff and Dan will be showing me what they're doing with the dumbbells. However, you don't need to have equipment. If there's anything where you're doing your chest, your biceps, your triceps, so your chest, biceps, triceps, shoulders, and back, you can do push-ups. Anything lower body, you'll be doing squats, so I'll demonstrate quickly. Squats or lunges, forwards and back, or even side to side like this. Or you can do calf raises by going on your toes and coming back. That helps with your calves. Or you can do Romanian deadlifts, or in this case, you're going down to touch your toes or touch the ground and come back up. That targets the hamstrings. Now, for the upper body, you'll be doing different types of push-ups. Not all push-ups are targeting the same muscle group. So, if you're doing anything chest-related, you'll be doing wide push-ups. Notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. Wide push-ups. They're much wider. So it puts emphasis on out here. If you're doing anything with your shoulder blades, not your shoulders, your shoulder blades and your back, you're doing standard push-ups. So notice wide, standard. Notice my elbows. Oh, like that. If you're doing biceps or triceps, you will be doing narrow push-ups. Notice my elbows now. Standard, narrow. That targets biceps and triceps. Then there's diamond push-ups. That targets the inner chest. That's split, but diamond push-ups also target your triceps. And I also forgot to mention that standard push-ups, not narrow, but narrow does target triceps. Standard push-ups also target triceps. Then there's pike push-ups, which I have to demonstrate. That targets your shoulders right up here, this part. And that looks like this. You're kind of like this, and you're going down, and you're coming back up. And the closer you bring your hand, the harder it gets. And you also will get an added benefit. The closer you bring your hands towards your feet, you'll be targeting your hamstrings. The further you keep your hands from it, you won't be getting that added extra benefit of targeting your hamstrings. And then there is reverse push-ups, where you bring your hands behind like this, and your forearms are facing outwards, and you're doing this. And this targets your biceps, your triceps, and your back. So, you can do this even without your dumbbells, if you don't have any. And if you have dumbbells, let me see what's going on. What's up, Eddie? I'm doing great, dude. So for those of you who don't have dumbbells, you can be doing this without dumbbells. I just showed you. So I'll tell you what body part they're working on. Some of it might be compound movements, meaning that they'll be doing both upper and lower. And if there is that where they're doing, like, let's say, what is this called? I forget this move. Whatever this one's called, where they're going down in a squat and they're lifting up with their shoulders. That's targeting both your shoulders and their thighs or their quads. You get to choose whether you do a couple squats, or you can do some pike push-ups, or a combination of both, or just one or the other. So it's up to you if we're doing any compound movements. So with that being said, y'all, the sun is out. Presently, I'm going to take advantage of the sun right now as it's here, and because it's going to start to swing around, and there's still a bunch of clouds in the sky. But I figure I'd take advantage right now of the sun, and let's get rolling, shall we? So there should be a warm-up period. Total body, y'all, let's go. We got Tiff and Dan today. This is the warm-up. So they're doing ghost roping. So this doesn't require any weights whatsoever. And for those of you, tomorrow is jump rope day, but I don't know if I'll be streaming all day because tomorrow it's going to rain and I don't really want to be inside. I want to be outdoors. So I'll probably just stream my walk and then we'll see what happens. Okay. Scapular pullbacks, so that's like this. So we're just getting the body warmed up right now. So Tiff and Dan are basically doing their thing right now. Getting warmed up. So they're just doing their thing here. Sounds good, Eddie. So we're doing squat to reach. Getting ready for this. So we're doing Cossack squats. So that looks like this. And move these guys out of the way. So that's this. Now you can bounce on your toe or on your heels here, or you can keep your foot flat. Totally up to you. This one's obviously good for opening up the pelvic muscles and the hips. So they call this the world's greatest stretch, apparently. Never seen Dan do that. So he's just basically doing that. And then he's switching legs. So we're doing pike to plank. So this is plank. This is pike. Plank. Pike. So this is just to warm up all the joints in your body. Get the muscles starting to flow with some blood, oxygen. Remember to breathe through your nose whenever you can. And the workout begins. So we're doing front squats. So you're doing air squats. So for those of you without dumbbells, you're going down like this. So this is legs. For us with the dumbbells, go at your own pace. There's no rushing. This is not you versus you. This is you with yourself. Enjoy the movements. Enjoy the movements. All right. So we're doing jump squats now. So you get 20 seconds of rest, but 40 seconds of work. So we're just doing jump squats. So everybody can do this one. No dumbbells here needed. And you can see by the wind how windy it is. So this is total body weights, like dumbbells, and you have body weight. I might have to put a weight down here. So we're doing Romanian deadlift now. So you're gonna be bringing a dumbbell like this and come back up. For those of you without dumbbells, bend your knee, touch the ground or touch your feet and come back up. Ooh, okay. That looks like fun. Body weight. So, alternating sprinter lunge to knee drive. So I'll show you what that looks like. So you're gonna go down like this. and then you have to touch the ground. And like that. This one's training mind-body coordination right now. All right, we're doing chest now, so you're doing wide push-ups. So standard, wide. So for those who are dumbbells, you're doing wide push-ups. All of us are doing chest press. Remember to breathe through your nose when you can. Okay, now we're doing wide push-ups. So for those of you who are without dumbbells, we're doing what you're doing. Sounds good. So you're doing wide push-ups here. Don't underestimate body weight, y'all. Awesome. So we're doing bent over rows. So bent over rows is targeting your back. So you're doing standard push-ups without the dumbbells for those who have no dumbbells. Let's go. Come next week, I won't be even needing to wear these layers again. It's gonna be hot at this time next week. It's gonna be boiling hot. So we're doing renegade rows. So that's standard push-ups again. Wide, standard, narrow, standard. That's targeting your back. So we're gonna grab the dumbbell, go down, come up, bring up the dumbbell, go down, do a push-up, come back up. With this one here, you want to make sure that your stance is wide as well. So your feet are spread apart. So you have more core stability. And the word I was looking for earlier was snatch. So for those of you without dumbbells, you can do squats or you can do pike push-ups because this is targeting shoulders. So snatch looks like this. Now, if you're having a hard time to switch between the dumbbells in the middle, do this. Drop it, pick it up with the other hand, and lift. Drop it, pick it up. Very good. Okay, so we're doing something called Heisman. This is just, everybody can do this one. Heisman looks like this. All right. Whichever direction you're going, the opposite leg is going to be the one that comes up. Well, I didn't do it there properly, but it's okay. There. And if you mess up, it's okay. You didn't really mess up. You just course correct. Okay, so we're doing thrusters. What is thrusters? That works on both shoulders and your thighs and your calves. So you can do pike push-ups or squats or both. So this is thrusters. We're doing mountain climbers now. That's targeting abs. Doing good. So this is what mountain climbers look like. So you bring your knees forward towards your chest. You can run or you can just go like that. It's totally up to you. So we're getting a bit of weight and body weight to do. Don't underestimate body weight. It's the easy ones that get you. All right, so we're doing deadlift to upright row. So that's like this and then like that. So that's targeting shoulder blades or shoulders, and you're also doing legs. So pike or squats. So you can do both. Awesome. We're doing burpees. Good old burpees. If burpees are a little challenging, I'll show you the modification move. So this is the standard burpee, and this is the modification version.
You don't actually have to jump if you don't want to do it, but this is what I'll do. All right, Matt, we need to put some sort of weight so you don't start rolling away. You get 30 seconds of rest here. That was only one round. So before we continue, because this is becoming a little bit of a problem. It's not a problem, but you know, there. We're going to be repeating that now. So this is round 2. So front squats again. Let's go. So we're repeating that now. So everything we just did, we're repeating now. The mat's still folding. Come on, Matt. Stop that. I have 2 more weights. Hold on. Because the mat is getting in my way. I got 2 more weights. I don't like usually stopping in between like that, but all right. Stay and stay. Okay, cool. We got jumping squats. Welcome back. We have jumping squats. Kind of fixing my mat to make sure it doesn't fly away. So we're doing jumping squats again. Welcome back. So we're repeating what we just did. Again, this is round 2. All right, Romanian deadlift. You can touch the ground or touch your ankles or your toes and come back up. Remember to breathe through your nose. Okay. So we're doing the sprinter lunge to knee drive. Oh, it's shorter. Okay. I see. The rest periods are shorter. No wonder. Oops. I was like wondering why the rest period was shorter. Now it's 30 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest. I see you guys. I see you. I see you, dear Dan and Tiff. I see what you did there. Oh, 15 seconds of rest. Instead of 20, it's 15. All All right, chest press, which is wide push-ups. Standard, narrow, you're doing wide. This weight's in the way. So instead of 40 seconds of work or play, it's actually 30 seconds now. But you get 5 seconds less of rest, so it balances itself out. So we're doing wide push-ups now again. Everyone's doing push-ups here. Doing great, y'all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. We are doing standard push-ups for those without dumbbells and us bent over rows. Very good, very good. We're doing renegade rows. That's still standard push-ups. So you want to keep your dumbbells somewhat close together. Have your legs, like your feet apart. Go down, push up. Come back up. Bring one dumbbell up. Go back down. You want to make sure your gut is sucked in here. Okay. So you're doing snatches. Again, this is either going to be squats or pike push-ups. And with snatch, you go up like that. You can switch between your hands in the middle here, or drop the dumbbell and then pick it up with your other hand. Do whatever works best for you. And this is why I call Fridays full body, because it starts with the letter F for fun. Okay, Heisman. So Heisman's, you'll see we're doing, every one of us can do this. Thrusters is next. So that's squats or pike push-ups again for your shoulders. So this is thrusters. Very good. Mountain climbers are next. Feeling it, y'all, but it's good. It's good for me. If you're all feeling it too, it's good. This is how you let energy start to loosen up within your body so you can start to flow through. That's why it's important to exercise or to move your body. All right, so we're doing shoulders again or squat. So this is deadlift to upright rows. After I finish this and my ab exercises, I'm gonna go grab my eggs. All right. Burpees. I don't know the reference, unfortunately. You'll have to tell me. All right, y'all. Almost there. Now we're gonna do arms. So you're gonna be doing push-ups. We're starting with bicep curls. Whew. All right. So the rest of this is gonna be upper body, basically. Your arms. Or as the Gen Zs like to say, I'm gonna give them them hands. Them hands, I'm gonna give them hands. So funny. I'll give them hands. All right, that was narrow push-ups, by the way. You're doing narrow push-ups again for tricep or diamond. So you're gonna do overhead extension. Hit them with that stamina. Single dumbbell curl. That doesn't mean one curl. That means one single, like you're using a singular dumbbell and you're holding it like this. Feeling it, y'all. Very good. We're doing tricep dips, so be careful with this one. You don't have to have dumbbells for this one. You can do this with your fist but you won't get as much range of motion unless you have really long arms. So you're switching between narrow and diamond here, and even reverse. So we're doing crossbody curls. So you're bringing the dumbbell to your opposite chest muscle. Doing great, y'all. So, skull crushers. Be careful with skull crushers. I don't have to tell you why. The name implies it. Very good. Drag curls. You only get like 10 seconds to rest, so I have to like get moving quickly back into the next position. So remember, narrow push-ups, diamond push-ups, or reverse push-ups, so you can alternate between them. So we're just doing drag curls right now. Shake it out if you need to. We're doing narrow push-ups. So you bring your hands close. You all been doing this for us who haven't done like narrow push-ups yet. Bring it close together. Goodness gracious. Hammer curls. So hammer curls, you're holding the dumbbell in neutral position and just bringing it up like this. Awesome. We're doing a tricep press. So it looks like chest press, but tricep press is like this, not like this, but like this. Tricep press. Doing good, y'all. Yes, sir. So we're doing Walter curls. So you hold the dumbbell like this. You bring it up like this. If your wrists are feeling pain here, drop it. If they're burning, that's okay. Keep going. But if they're feeling excruciating pain, drop it. And then we're doing diamond push-ups. Last exercise, y'all. I think this is the last exercise. Here we go. This was a good play out, actually. I enjoyed it. Hell yeah, we finished. We did it. We did the thing, y'all. We done. We did it. Congratulations, y'all. You did the damn thing. Congratulations. You did the damn thing. And give yourself a round of applause. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Because we just did the damn thing. Whew. If anybody's here. I think everybody's away right now, but that's okay. No big deal. Locking in. Lock the fuck in. Oh, hello. Cool beans. Man, we did the thing. Well, someone's here. Someone be, hey, what's going on here? My stream was stuck on my laptop. Cool. Oh man. All right, let's cool down for a moment. And so we're just gonna be cooling down with them, and then we're gonna start our abs. Good job, Tiff and Dan, my bro and my sis. I'll be seeing them soon enough in Utah. I'm what they call their ultimate hype man, because I was one of their first 100 subscribers. They have over 1 million subscribers now. They are a very big channel, and I'm super proud of them because I've seen them from the beginning. I was there in the beginning. You can say, you know what the Gen Zs say? I was here before you were famous. They always have my back. They always support me. Always. We still have abs to do, so. By the way, if you do a move and it looks silly to others, that's what I have to say to others who want to make fun, because you know why? I will get to live a very long life while everybody else be like on crutches, because I chose to move my body and not care what anybody thinks. So that's why it's important to just do whatever you want, because guess what? No matter what you do, no matter who you are, you're always going to get judged to some degree, so you may as well just do whatever you want anyways. That's a bar, write it down. So Dan is doing this. Tiff is doing her own thing. She's just like doing her own stretches. I do some of hers, some of his. Kind of like a fusion. So now Tiff's doing this. And now Dan's doing this, what we were just doing. This is where you can give yourself a pat on the back. Good job. Always celebrate yourself, no matter where you are in life. Celebrate yourself. What did I say? Celebrate yourself. What did I say? Celebrate yourself. What did I say? Celebrate yourself. Nope, this is not glitching. What did I say? Celebrate yourself. Most people don't celebrate themselves enough. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. No matter where you are. Yep, 12 p.m. or a.m. for you. Wait, no. 12:48 a.m. for you. Cool. There they go. Bye. Well, we're going to be seeing them again. We're going to be seeing them again very soon because we're going to be doing abs now. Whew. All right. Man, tomorrow, woof. I can hold off on doing my epic jump rope workout next Saturday. I'm sure next Saturday is going to be very, very nice. Hey, if it doesn't rain tomorrow in the morning and it stays dry, I'll do my workout. But if it starts to rain, then yeah, I don't want to do it inside, but I may have to. I don't really want to stream inside, so we'll see. I'm going to send a signal to the earth. You are going to hold off on the rain. There. We'll see what happens now. I'll check it out in a bit. I think I know what it is. I think I've seen it before, in fact. I have an idea what that is. Of course, I know who, obviously, Mr. Master Chief is from the Halos. After all, I did play Halo. I didn't have an Xbox, actually, but I was pretty damn good at Halo when I did get an Xbox big-ass chunky controller back in the day, that whatever you want to call it, shape controller. Some of you weren't even born yet. While you guys were still in, the other side, I was playing that Nintendo. I was playing with the Square controller, beating Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3, Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, 4, 5, 6, Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2. Didn't get Final Fantasy 3 because that was in Japan only. Legend of Zelda, Kirby. We were playing the hard games. You guys don't even know what hard is. We're playing Contra, Ninja Turtle 1, Ninja Turtle 2, Ninja Turtle 3. I remember I saw like a video of, the new gen playing Ninja Turtles 1, and they were crying their eyes out. They're like, man, how the hell did you guys do it? Because we were... No, I'm kidding. We're not built differently, but we are like a whole different breed of human. Yeah, it was fun though. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, we're gonna do abs now. So get that out of the way. I'm gonna put away my dumbbells. I'm going to open up the door first so I can carry it straight in. I'm keeping the weights on the ground there simply because the mat's flying away because it's so windy. So the reason why those weights are there are just to keep the mat in place. Thank God to my dad's friend. He was clearing out his garage and he's like, hey, would you like some weights? I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll take it. Why not? The more weights, the better for me. And he gave me 2 dumbbells that are 40 pounds each. And then I was able to take away the plates from some of them. So I have a total of 6 dumbbells now, which is great. I'm going to bring out... my pink dumbbells and my 20 dumbbells, my 20-pound one. I really got to vacuum at some point. And yes, on my stream, was it last Sunday? Did I even do that? Yeah. Wait, no, I didn't. I haven't cleaned on my stream yet. Y'all haven't seen me clean yet. Clean the room yet. That's what I've done on my other stream. Be cleaning and packing and purging. My life is an open book. My life is basically a vlog. That's really what this is. And that's the reason why I record everything. So that way I documented every possible thing I can have ever imagined. And I can look back at my streams and be like, I remember the time when I was getting real mad at this. And now that's it. All right, I think because I'm just fixing the weights so that I have more room to do my abs. Even just it holding it down a little bit should be enough. There. There. What is Final Fantasy? I've played all of them, the other ones, and beat them. Is that a serious question? Like or are you actually saying, like, have you never played the original Final Fantasy? The only one I have not beaten yet, and we're not talking about the multiplayer ones that are online, because I've played 11 and I played 14 and that was it. I didn't beat them because they're a multiplayer game. I don't consider them Final Fantasy in my opinion, but you know, Square Enix calls them Final Fantasy. I would call them something else. I wouldn't call them Final. I wouldn't give them the number. I'd say Final Fantasy Online or something. I wouldn't call it Final Fantasy 14 or Final Fantasy 11. I've been 1, 2, 3. I've been all of them except for 14, 11, and 16 because I haven't bought 16 yet and played it. 15 was my of the last ones to play, but I recently rebeat 10. I love 10. My favorite is Final Fantasy 9. I love Final Fantasy 9. It is this is me. Listen carefully to all of you. This is my favorite game of all time. And I don't just mean of just Final Fantasy. I'm talking about of every friggin' game that's ever been made in the history of video games. Final Fantasy 9 is my favorite game of all time. I don't care what anybody says. Y'all can say that Final Fantasy 7 is better, and I love Final Fantasy 7, I love Sephiroth, but Final Fantasy 9 still trumps Final Fantasy 7, in my opinion. So, I love Final Fantasy 9. It is my favorite game of all time. I will not ever even say anything else about that. There is no other favorite game of all time. There are other games that are close to Final Fantasy 9, like I love Tales of the Abyss. I love Rogue Galaxy. I love Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade, for it being a newer game, actually is in the top 10 of my all-time favorite games. And if I have to list my top 10 right now, let's see. Before I start my abs, because I love talking about video games. Let's see. So Final Fantasy 9 is top number 1. That's no question. Like there's no question for me. Final Fantasy 9. Hey Crystal, good to see you. Story about a protagonist coming from a different planet, but he didn't know that he came from a different planet. He didn't know that he was actually a manufactured like human, but he came from a different planet, lost his memories, didn't know anything about his past. He was adopted. They don't really tell you too much about his story, like his past story, except for when you get to his world, because he figures out that he's from there. And then there's a princess who is raised by a queen who wants to destroy basically the world because she's being swindled by a main bad guy who the main bad guy and the main hero are from the same planet and he forgot himself. So essentially they're basically there to save the world, obviously, but they all have their own little backstories. And the character's name is Zidane, or some people call him Zidane. I like to call him Zidane because it just sounds cooler. And the princess's name is Garnet, but her real name, she doesn't know, is actually Sarah because she lost her memories as well too. So a lot of the characters have their own origin stories, and there's like 8 characters in the game, and they go through and they connect with each other, and they go and stop the main villain and stop the plans of the main villain, but in the process they all come to realize more of who they are. That's why I really like the game. It's about remembering yourself, essentially. That's why I like it. So yeah, top 10 Final Fantasy 9. That's for me. And these don't go in any particular order. These are just whatever. So we have Final Fantasy 9, Tales of the Abyss, Rogue Galaxy, Stellar Blade, Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically. Kingdom Hearts 2. 3 is great, and 1 is great, but 2 is the best in my opinion. So Kingdom Hearts 2. Let's see. Mario 3. Mario 3 is my favorite Mario game of all time. Like not Mario 64, not Sunshine, not Super Mario World, but Mario 3. I love Super Mario World though. Let's see what else. So I have 4 more games. What else do I like? Tales of the Abyss, or I already said Tales of the Abyss. Tales of the Arise. That became one of my favorite games as well. So that's 2 Tales games. Monster Hunter World. Dead by Daylight apparently is on the list because I play that so much. If I'm talking about single player games, then I'll have to remove Monster Hunter and Dead by Daylight. So if I'm talking about single player games where it's only just you and the story and that's it, so far those are all single player games. That doesn't interact with any other person playing their version. So far I think I'm at like 7. Final Fantasy 6. So I said Tales of Arise and Final Fantasy 6. So that's 2 Tales, 2 Final Fantasies. Actually no, this one's not a single player game though. It's a fighting game though, but that requires to have somebody playing with you. So I'll throw it in there, why not? Capcom versus SNK 2 on the PlayStation 2. And then my last personal one, this is a tough one actually. What's the 10th one? So far I don't have a 10th one. That is a single player game. I mean I have lots. I have Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 7. I love Final Fantasy 7 and 8, but they're not 6 and I love Final Fantasy 10, but they're not 6 and 9. Yeah, 69. Make the joke. Let's see. No. Cuz I like Halo, but no, that doesn't go on the list. That maybe might be top 50, but not top 10. What's my top? What would be my other 10th game? If I have to think about it, that means it's not really my top. What do I enjoy playing? I'm going back through all the different systems right now. Nintendo, we had Ninja Turtles. Oh, I know the 10th one. I know it. You ready? I found it. The moment I said Ninja Turtles, I knew which one it was. It will have to be Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time, on the Super Nintendo. That's my top 10. As much as I like Shredder Revenge, and Shredder Revenge did a great honor for paying respect to the old game, I have to still give Turtles in Time the nod because it's just in my opinion a better game of how it plays and whatnot. It was a lot difficult. Shredder's Revenge was easy. Even on the hardest difficulty, it's too easy. So, yeah. I love the fact that they put April and new characters, but Turtles in Time is the 10th game. Because I played that for hours upon hours upon hours. I love that game so much. I remember when I was younger, I didn't have the Super Nintendo at the time, and my uncle, he had the Super Nintendo, and I would go over to his house every weekend and play Turtles in Time. It was a good time with him, actually, hanging out with him. Me and him would be the Turtles. He'd always pick Donatello, and I'd pick Raphael, because Raphael was my dude. That was my guy. Raphael is I like his attitude, right? So with Raphael, I'd pick Raphael because, he's red. I liked red. Back then, pink wasn't my thing, so red was my color. So I always liked Raphael because he had that attitude. So I'd play Raphael, and me and him, we'd play on the hardest difficulty, and we would bust through the game. Like, we'd get through it in about 3 to 4 hours. So it was pretty good. I loved it. It was so fun. I also played Street Fighter with him and Mortal Kombat 2. Street Fighter 2 Hadouken. Not at all. Well, they used to though. Not anymore. But they were what I called my escapism back in the day, because I didn't want to face reality when I was younger. So I would escape into a fantasy world, living a fantasy life, because the world back then for me was difficult and hard, and I wanted nothing to do with the world. I wanted to just, which is funny because the video game is technically made in the world, but I didn't know the differentiation between the real world and the video game world. It did affect how I operated in the world. It made me want to believe in things and help me to see things for what it was. Having my imagination expanding and opening up, that helped a lot. But you can say that I also used it as a coping mechanism too, because I didn't want to deal with, the external world back when I was younger, especially when I was a teen. I didn't want to deal with the world. So I used video games as my escape to leave the world and all the problems behind. And of course, during my several hours of sitting and gaming and stuff, I felt great. But then when the game was done, I'm like, now I'm back to this. I have to do schoolwork again. Because I'm a teenager, I have to do schoolwork, and I hated school back then. And I'm just gonna pick up something underneath the table, and I just didn't like that aspect of having to, deal with that. So to some degree, yes, it did. To some degree it did, but then later in life, I understood why it doesn't affect me specifically. It can still affect others, but when you know how everything is and why everything is the way it is, you come to just understand that, okay, it's like anything else. It's like a tool that you get to use and explore until you no longer require it. For me nowadays, I do play video games here and there, but it's one of those things I can't play for hours upon hours on end unless I get encapsulated with one of the older games, like the ones I mentioned. I've been playing recently Rogue Galaxy, and that one's all about traveling from different planets and helping the planets that are struggling through whatever problems they're having, and stopping obviously another villain from destroying the world and whatnot. But I've been playing through Rogue Galaxy for a bit. I play for an hour or two at a time, but I can't play for 8 hours like I used to. I have to no, I'm good. As long as I get a little bit of time in, me and T-Bray, when we played Dead by Daylight, the multiplayer game together, We only play for an hour now. We were playing for like an hour and a half to 3 hours one time, and well, not one time, a couple times. And unfortunately, like after a certain amount of time, we start to get a little like exhausted from the game. So we just kind of like drop it. So him and I, we play for like an hour. I don't play every day as well either, like I used to. I only started playing video games again last year. I haven't, well, a little bit starting in 2024, but was on and off in 2024. And last year I was on and off as well. So I didn't want to do anything with any video games in 2023. I wasn't playing in 2023, 2022, and 2021. In 2020 I was, but I locked in on my focus and my passion. So for 3 years I gave up gaming because I thought I had to do something more than because I felt like I was falling behind in reality, where people are the same age that like they're already having kids and they have more responsibilities, and I should be doing all that stuff. But you get to live the life you choose to, whatever it is. It's your choice. So I said, you know what, it's fine. I can play a game or two as long as I don't get addicted and like I stay on it for like 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day. Everything in moderation, basically, right? Like there's balance. There has to be balance. You can't, like for me, I'm moving my body all day, but I have to rest too, right? There has to be times, like right now, I'm taking a moment, my body's resting. I'm moving like this, but I'm not really like doing anything strenuous. So this is like what we call the active rest, right? I'm going to go do my abs in a moment and then have the rest of the day to do my other movements, like my stretches, my joint routines and whatnot. But like I find time to like make sure I kind of balance like everything out, everything in moderation, right? Because that's the whole thing about life is you have to find balance. If there's too much of one thing, then you're going to be kind of like your body or something is going to have to be sacrificed, and you're not here to sacrifice to that extent. But you do have to exchange like your energy, but you have to know how to like manage stuff. Let's see. Yeah, 8 hours is very, very, very excessive. It's like going on social media and spending hours upon hours scrolling. It's the same. It's basically the same thing if you think about it, right? So before I started live streaming, as you remember, when I wasn't live streaming or making YouTube videos or anything like that, I was spending hours on social media watching podcasts and lots of podcasts. So if you looked at my watch hour on my phone, like my phone screen, you would see that I have at least 12 to 15 hours on my phone. I'd still be doing my work in the background while that's playing in the background because I was working from home a lot back then. But you'd see like 12 to 15 hours on YouTube with the phone, like the screen time on. I'm like, that's a lot of YouTube I'm watching. That's a lot of YouTube. That's a lot. 12 to 15 hours. And that's just pure content of, how to be a better human, how to do this thing, what to do here, So, ultimately, in 2023, that also was still really high. But starting 2024, I started to drop it a bit. It did pick up a little bit during the summertime, but then it went right back down because I started streaming. And the streaming helped me to, you can say, balance it out. But during my other channel that I'm no longer using, that channel, like for the last several months, I've been watching YouTube or videos or just doing something random, or I'd just be doing my exercises. So when I'm streaming and there's people to help, streaming or watching YouTube videos is completely, because this is my purpose, basically. This is what I came here to do. So when I'm living my purpose, and Mondays now I have clients, which is amazing. So on Mondays, like I'm basically locked in with them. Whereas the rest of the week, it's open book. But like if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd probably be like listening to music, or I'd just be just doing what I'm doing still and just enjoying my time. But I know there's so much to share with the world. So it's like hiding away in the shadows, and you have all the wisdom in the world, but you're not using it. Sort of like being the fastest runner in the world, but you refuse to put on your boots and go and take that run or compete in that, competition or whatever it is. And it's like a brick wall in front of you. So like you can be the fastest sprinter in the world, but if there's a wall in front of you, or you refuse to show share your gifts with the world, then what's the point of having it to some degree? So I had to hide away for a little bit, as you know. I had to go through. You were on the other channel. You saw the shit that I had to deal with. But here we are. Totally different person from the person you met me as. Yeah, basically from 2023 to 2024, I was just on YouTube throughout the day. I was basically like watching podcast after spiritual podcast, after personal development podcast, after spiritual podcast, more podcasts, and yes, more podcasts. And did I mention more podcasts? Lots of podcasts. Because I truly believed that I was missing information and I needed more. I needed to consume more. I had to get more. More information. More. And I'm like, why doesn't it feel like I'm getting any closer? It feels like I'm getting further apart, further away from whatever truth you want to use. I'm getting further away, and I'm like, when am I going to stop this? Like, why does this feel like I'm stuck in a trap, in a loop? Of course, I didn't come to the answer until last year. I'm like, wait a minute. I know the answers are right here. So why am I watching more content? Why every time I now open up a video, I'm like, okay, we know that we are the answer. We have the answer. So we're going to watch this just because. But really, are we watching this because we need to? Or are we watching this just for sheer entertainment right now? Right? So like, for me, I don't consume as much as I used to anymore. In fact, whenever I still watch stuff, but I'm not watching stuff to consume more information. I don't need any more. I'm done. I'm finished. I simply am on because I enjoy their energy and I get to just hang out with them now. And if anyone leaves anything in the comment section, I can just help out. Technically speaking, I did do the journaling in 2023, 2024. I have two gigantic journals filled back to front, and I have journals prior to that in 2020, 2021, 2022 as well. I have 5 journals filled of stuff. But last year and the tail end of 2024 when I started the other channel, that was my journaling, my video journal, my video diary, you can call it. And it was just showcasing my evolution of where I was and where I am now. And I get to look back at my old previous self and it's see, you're not quite where you think you are. And even right now, there's going to be an evolution from right now to the next stage. But really, this next stage is just staying more in the now and reminding myself to stay grounded, stay more peaceful, stay more calm, stay more relaxed, right? Because that's really what it comes down to, staying calm, relaxed, confident. The confidence is something that is already within us. We just have to cultivate it and bring it out. But in today's day and age, it's a little bit harder for our outside world because of all the the noise and the distractions to stay calm and relaxed, because there's so much input, sensory input that makes us want to do this thing and do that thing, and it hijacks our nervous system and it does this thing to us, and our cortisol spikes and our amygdala starts to go into terror and fear, and how can you relax when you're constantly be bombarded, unless you go to some sort of Himalaya mountains and there's nothing to bother you, but then that's a little bit of an escape, right? Which you can go to the Himalayas and escape, but if you're going to stay in the Himalayas for the rest of your life, then that's cool. But one would have to argue are you running from something, right? So you have to like find balance. I like that. The crystal never ending story. That's a good one. I like that. It's good. Your story will forever keep going. That's good. I like that. Let me read the chat because there's someone else that left some. I know Mr. Left some. He left something at the top. Oh, Scott, good to see you, dude. Didn't even know that Scott was here. My bad, bro. Oop. Exactly, and that's, you said the most powerful word in that statement or that comment. You have a choice in every present moment to choose what to consume or what not to consume. We forget that we have these choices. Sometimes it doesn't feel like we have choices because it feels like we have to do it. There's something that, like, I was talking about this earlier, where we feel like if you're at a certain, like, age is but a number. This is my perspective, of course, right? If you're at a certain, like, age group and you feel like you're falling behind and you feel like you have to do this and start consuming this and doing this and doing this, not realizing that other person had to go through their journey and do all kinds of stuff, and you two are two different, like, the soul is the same, but it's two different people doing two different things, having two different experiences. And just because they're at the same age doesn't mean that you have to be at the same point where they are. In fact, you are where you're supposed to be and they're supposed to be where they're supposed to be. But we get tripped up with the whole comparison in a negative way, and unfortunately when we get trapped up with that comparison loop, we then start to feel like we have to do things, and it doesn't feel like a choice. It feels like more like an obligation instead of a choice. There was a point in the 30s where I'm like, well, I should be getting married now. I have to get married, right? Everybody, because back then, like, everyone's like, you know, you're not getting in. The narrative was you're not getting any younger, right? When you're gonna get them kids, right? That's the narrative of humans, right? You have to get married and all that. That's just noise, right? You don't have to get married. You choose to get married, and marriage is not the be all and end all to anything either, because that is just a choice. That's just a piece of paper to just kind of solidify. Two people can live together and have the greatest love story ever, right? But, you know, to each their own when it comes to that. But, like, in the 30s, I was thinking, yeah, I should really focus on that and, like, see what I can do about that. But then it didn't become a choice. It felt like an obligation. And that obligation over time becomes a resentment. Because there's the energy underneath obligation feels like you're forced to do something, or you feel like you have to do something that you don't really want to do, but you're doing it because you got to follow the norm of society and their pressures and all that. The pressure to perform, the pressure to compete, the pressure to do what they're doing, the pressure to conform and be like everyone else. And ultimately what happens is you start to resent things over time, and then it doesn't feel like a choice. Now it feels like you just have to do it. That's why now, like, I don't have to do anything. I choose to do it. If I choose to eat pizza and I still work out, I'm going to choose to eat pizza and work out. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. If I choose to eat ice cream at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., I can do that if I want. If I want to not work out one day, I can do that too, right? If I don't, touch grass with my bare feet, or, drink green smoothies or anything like that, I'm still connected to the infinite, right? It just comes down to a choice. And you're spot on. It all comes down to choice. It just doesn't feel like that at times for many on this planet because of what society has gaslit them into believing that they have to do. But, the funny thing is, and this is going to be a hard pill to swallow for some, you made the choices that you made, so now you have to walk the path. But now you can also alter the path at any time, but still have to, you have your responsibilities to deal with. And responsibilities for most people because I had to uncover this for myself last year, was filled, for me specifically, with resentment. Anytime somebody dumped their responsibilities onto me, I hated it. So responsibilities as a whole, I would push away anything that had anything with responsibilities, like money, because you have to be responsible with your money. You have to some degree, you have to know how money works and know how to use it effectively. So I'd be pushing money away because I hated the word responsibility. Relationships, right? For guys, you have to do 10 million things, because in today's day and age, the relationship wants the guy to do but that's the narrative of the collective. That's not for each person. That's just a collective narrative. So if you found a partner where you're equally, doing the thing, then you won't run into that. But you have to tap into that version. Whereas if you keep taking on the narrative of society, then the guys, specifically, of course, the girls have their own version of this too, right? It's not just one way; it's both ways, right? So guys have this pressure to perform and do all these things, and then they'll build resentment over time because, they don't want to do some things, but they want to be in a relationship, and relationships have responsibilities tied to it. So if you have resentment tied to responsibility, then eventually somewhere down the road there's going to be some little cracks in the relationship because of the word responsibility. Then of course being an entrepreneur, right? If you have to do your own taxes as an entrepreneur. You cannot not do that, right? You have to do taxes as an entrepreneur. Hello. You have to do taxes as an entrepreneur. Right? You have to know the rules of the game while being an entrepreneur, right? If you're working as an employee, you usually get like your slip and then you just like do a little thing and that's it. It's just easy, right? Whereas an entrepreneur, you got to keep track of all your stuff. So that takes a lot of accountability on your behalf to remember to keep track of all your receipts, but also make sure that you're responsible to do your taxes. So as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of responsibilities, and that's just the tax side. Imagine you have employees. You have to be responsible for payroll. You have to be responsible for this thing. So imagine you hated the word responsibility and resentment is littered with responsibility. Then guess what happens? You will not want to be an entrepreneur. And in fact, you're going to find it very difficult and resentful to be an entrepreneur because you have all these things to do. All because that one word responsibility is littered with resentment. So this is the things that I had to uncover for myself last year. How do you believe individuals can be taught how to manage money as some individuals? Is there a certain way that one can teach an individual? There's many ways. There's many ways that someone can teach someone about money. My cousin, she had to spend 4 hours with me one evening to teach me as much as she could at the time about money, like just the basics, like the power of investing, the power of saving versus just paying from your bank account. Because like one of the things that I was doing back in the day was paying for my bills directly from my bank account. And she's like, "Oh, Ryan, why are you doing that? Why aren't you paying from your credit card?" And I'm like, "Wait, why would I do that? Why would I use my credit card for that?" And she had to tell me, well, think about it. You're going to still pay your credit card from your bank account. You're just doing an extra step. I'm like, yeah, that extra step's annoying. She's like, well, listen, let me show you something, right? She had to point out something to me. She's like, okay, think about it like this. You have a bill. It's $100, okay? I'm like, okay, cool. I understand what you're going with this. She said, so you want me to pay with my credit card the $100 bill that I have to pay, whatever that is. I'm like, okay. But I could just pay with my bank account. That just saves me a step. She's like, yes, I understand it's saving you a step, but you're using the power of like the points of the card. You'll get extra benefits, right? So that's one aspect of using a credit card if they have specific points, whether it's to groceries, whether it's for taking trips. And when I was able to figure out the whole points thing, I was like, oh man, I could have gotten a free trip with my points. I was able to pay for at least 4 trips with all the points I accumulated without having to pay extra money, all because I took that one extra step. instead of paying directly from the bank account, I went from bill, credit card to bank account instead of bill to bank account, right? Yes, eliminating the middleman is just simple, but then you lose that benefit of well, you're still going to pay the money anyways from the bank account, so you may as well use the credit card to be the middleman as some sort of way to grab some free things from it, some points, and you take the points and convert it into things you want. She was able to get a MacBook Pro out of all the points she saved up. A MacBook Pro is like $4,000 depending on the spec you get. She has a $4,000+ MacBook Pro, all because of the points she saved up, and she still had a lot of points, and she was able to take like 2 more trips, and she keeps constantly doing that. So that was one way she had to explain to me like the power of like using your money wisely and using your money smartly. Then she was sharing with me about investing. Now, of course, I took it to the whole other level, and that's a whole other conversation right now. Talking about investing is another conversation all into itself. But, you know, she took the time to like explain things very thoroughly for me to understand back in 2019, the tail end of 2019. So I was able to get ready for 2020 and capitalize on as much as I could. Of course, you know, I made some financial blunders, but that's okay because money comes back, it circulates. Right? There's other things too, like instead of saying you're spending money, you're just circulating money because will always come back. Because when you say you're spending, that implies that you're losing and you're not going to get it back. Money always comes back in some shape or form. You're always getting replenished to some degree. So it's circulating. When you circulate, it just comes right back to you in another form, or it'll come back even 10 times fold. It all depends. But the moment you subconsciously give or you donate, but you have a little bit of like fear or a little bit of resentment towards like giving or like paying for the thing, what happens is the universe is like, okay, so this person feels like they don't have enough, and they're giving what last they have, and they think that they'll never have again. So I have to give them what they think is true because it's a mirror of themselves. So ultimately what's happening is that you're basically sending resentment or fear life force energy towards money, and it won't circulate. It'll just go and it won't come back. So these were things like other people had to kind of like mirror back to me about it. So there are many ways to like show someone how things work. It doesn't not necessarily have to be money. It could be your body, right? I talk about the power of moving your body, why it's so important to move your body. Because when your body is moving, your energy is flowing, right? If I'm just like this all day and not moving, like let's say I'm just standing like this all day and not moving, then energy gets locked up and it doesn't allow it to flow through your body properly. And that energy, basically you can say, is what gives you insights to your mind on like taking another action. This is where you get your intuition from as well too, right? If you're all locked up and like this, you may or may not get anything to do. Like you might just, you start to feel lethargic to some degree. So it's important to like move the body, because energy flows through your body and it's coming from, you know, outside within, and it's circulating. But when it's not moving, then ultimately what's happening, I'm going to read all your comments, I promise. When it's not circulating and it stays stagnant, then what happens is the mind gets into this trap of being stagnant. And when it gets stagnant, then all hell starts to break loose within yourself. So that's why it's important to like every so often, you know, get up and just take a walk for like a minute or two, right? If you're sitting at the computer or you're doing your thing for, you know, a couple hours, just see if you can just get up and like, you know, stretch the body a little bit, right? It doesn't need to be anything extraneous. You can do a couple push-ups, you can do a couple jumping jacks, right? You get energy to flow and the body starts to open up more and you start to get more insights and it starts to allow you to move. Cool beans, awesome. Let me see. Let me read what you shared. Can you become an entrepreneur without investment? Of course you can. What are some business like? You can be a speaker. You can be a coach. I want a partner where we can live apart. You have your own place and they have theirs. That's possible, bro. I'm scrolling all the way back up to make sure I'm reading everything. So Justin, yes, you can have a partner who you have your place, she has her place, or they have their place, and you can call that in, and nothing's wrong with that. And back to your entrepreneur question, you can definitely be an entrepreneur without investing. Entrepreneurship is not tied to just investing. Entrepreneurship can be anything. You can be a coach, a health coach, a wellness coach, a fitness coach, a mindset coach, a financial coach, a social media coach, a helping people how to go live. Like, there are people right now that are making lots of money helping other people go live. Did you know that? There are people right now on the internet making money on people who don't know and who are afraid to go live and share their gifts. And what they do is help people to be very confident in what they do, and they charge an X amount of dollars to get trained by a person to go live. It's so simple. I don't need that, but you know, someone else will find it valuable, and they're a coach and they get paid lots of money. So no, you don't need to do investment to be an entrepreneur. Let's talk about receipts for a minute. How many years back do you believe that companies should keep their receipts for individuals to track on their system? I would say 5 to 7 years would be an adequate enough amount of time. I would say for keeping receipts for individuals, 5 to 7 years would be a good amount of time. Anything longer than that, it becomes a little obfuscated. But I think 5 to 7 would be good. Let's say someone's low income, let's say, for example, someone's on low income, on social assistance, or do you believe they can also be taught to adapt, eventually evolve off the assistance to income? Of course, absolutely. You know why? I'll tell you why. So I caught up all the messages. Perfect. So you asked if someone who's on like some sort of system, if they can evolve eventually out of the system, like out of the assistance of the system. They sure can. The reason why it's possible is because when you want change within yourself, you will do whatever it takes to get the change, but it always has to start with you. So let's say, for example, someone doesn't know they want change, but they want a different reality, but they don't know how to do it. Will the change happen? Well, yes and no. Yes, to some degree, some sort of experience might show for you to have that ability to start shifting, but no, it won't happen because you still don't know that you are the one that's in charge of your change. So someone would have to come along into someone's experience to sort of say, hey, you know, I see that you're on the assistance, and do you ever feel that you think you'll ever finally break free? So first of all, if it has to come down to their personal convictions on themselves to see if it's possible. If yes, right? If yes to that person at the time, then they will be able to start taking different actions and start thinking slightly different. If no, because there are a lot of people that feel like they can't change, right? This is where it really comes down to. If somebody feels like they can't change something about themselves, there's not much you can do until they have the belief in themselves. You can speak to them as much as you want. You can talk to them until you're blue in the face. But if they just don't see the ability to change within themselves or have the ability to start shifting, then it's not going to happen. Like for me, to kind of piggyback off my story for a little bit, for the longest time I didn't believe I could change. And since I couldn't change and I thought I was fixed the way I was and I was going to be destined to be poor and destined to be broke and destined to be a failure and a loser, back then so many people were attempting to talk life into me, but I wasn't listening. And because I simply just couldn't hear what they were saying, I wasn't in that ability to. For me, something had to break so wide and deep within me for me to want that change. I had to be broken so vastly and badly within myself that shit had to change. Because there was something I had to come here to do, right? And everybody has something here to do, but the thing is, like, most will still, there was something deep within myself that I wanted change so bad that I was going to do whatever it took. So that's why it happened. Whereas others who right now may not feel like change is possible, it's okay, but you can change. So people can ultimately, to get back to what we're talking about, they can ultimately get back to who they were supposed to be, and yes, they can evolve out of that system and start to know how to handle money, because like they're no different. The only difference between all of us, whether you all believe this or not, is one thing. This right here in the middle of the chest, aka the soul, which is everywhere, has all the answers. But the thing is, the mind is the great gatekeeper to the vast wisdom that you have within. That's the difference between all of us, besides our physical appearance. Our physical appearance and our mind are what separates us from being one-to-one. Our soul is one-to-one, though. So our soul has all the answers, but our mind does not. So the soul can't send all the answers to the mind when the mind is so, like, it's been in its own little world, right? You were supposed to have a name and an identity, and you have a form, you have an image, you have this character, this person, right? And so the mind can handle anything, but some come to the earth with the mind, with the vehicle not functioning properly. Let's just call it that, right? That's nothing wrong. It just is at this point. Some, they go through an experience and things just destroy the vehicle, which is the brain, and then the mind uses the brain to kind of filter things and work through things and handle things. But ultimately, yes, they can change. They can actually figure it out. Because again, I thought I was destined to be a failure, and I was going to be poor for the rest of my life. Not anymore. I defied rationality. I went beyond rational thinking, right? I work 1 day a week, and I make more money than I ever made. It's great. Not to brag, but it's possible, because I decided that. I chose, and I was committed, and I decided, and I took the action. Because I was confident enough in my abilities now, finally, after so many live streams later. But I ultimately had to believe in myself and be very confident in myself to be able to do what I'm doing now. That's why, like, I can say the things I say, because it's no problem for me. I'm well aware. There's zero doubt now. When you first met me, I still had a bit of doubt. I still had a smidge of doubt. I still wasn't quite where I was supposed to be. But because, the live stream wasn't working properly, you went your way, you did your thing. Others went their way, they did their thing. I had to get completely quiet and silent during the summer last year, into the fall, into the winter, to finally understand, oh, okay, I get it now. I understand. I see what's going on here. I figured it out. I got it. That's why now, after a whole year later, I'm back, but on this channel with different energy, only dealing with certain things, right? I'm not even going to entertain a lot of other stuff. It's not happening, right? If I see something that's like irrelevant, I'm just gonna, it doesn't exist to me. So yeah, ultimately I was able to shift, and it came down to confidence. That's the basic, the long-winded way of what I'm attempting to say. Let's see. So should single parents on assistance be responsible if their adult kids are not willing to change, and be responsible and accountable for someone's blockages when it comes to legal issues? So let's tackle the first part. The adult kid should technically, this is a gray area though, because it all comes down to the situation of what's going on. It's not a black and white yes or no. It depends on the situation. So let's say, the kid, I'm going to use a couple examples. I'm going to use my example actually. For the longest time, I was not making income here, right? I was doing my part to still help out and pay bills in the house, but like I wasn't making income, and I had a certain amount of resources left in my bank account. So my bank account, unfortunately, was starting to get a little dry, like a desert, right? Yes, I have the luxury of being here, and because if I were to be somewhere else, it'd be 10 times potentially harder. So to some degree, I'm really thankful and blessed that the parents decided to, keep me here until I was need to move. The thing is, I told them like this is just a matter of when. It's not no if. Like I'm not sitting around twiddling my thumbs and doing nothing with my life. I have something extraordinary to do in this world. Absolutely extraordinary. They know what I have to do, but they still don't quite understand it fully, but they know that I'm locked in, right? So to some degree they support me in that aspect. But if I was, let's say for example, I wasn't doing anything. So let's say I was doing absolutely nothing with my life. I'm just sitting at home and whining and complaining and bitching and all this other shit. Then if I was the parent and the kid's whining, bitching, complaining, I'd tell that kid, you got to get your butt in gear and go and figure it out now, right? Because like, you can't keep supporting someone who doesn't want to help themselves. Like they have to be sustainable, because what happens when the person is gone, what are they going to do, right? So like, that's why I said it's a gray area, because yes, to one extent, you want to like help and support, but it also comes down to like, it depends on situation of like, what are their goals, right? If their goals is to be an entrepreneur, their goals is to do something, but they haven't quite landed it yet, right? But you know that they can do it, then support them, because they will eventually, if they have the same mindset, they will, replenish it back for you in tenfold. But at the same time, if they don't, and they don't have that mindset yet, and they are only out for themselves, numero uno, right, from a greedy standpoint, then I would tell you for them specifically that it's not your responsibility whatsoever to be supporting them. Because if they're just going to whine and complain and bitch and like not want to do anything with their life, I wouldn't support them. I'd support them from a emotional standpoint, but not from a financial standpoint. So that's part one of that question. Let's see what the second part of that question was. All right. And the responsible and accountable for someone's blockages when it comes to legal issues. Well, that part, that's on them, to be honest, still, right? Yes, again, that's another gray area, but at the same time, like they have to be in charge of their own life, right? They're sentient beings too. You can't be holding their hands for the rest of your life. I'm not saying if that's you and your daughter, or if it's someone else, but like they need to stand up for themselves. They need to start. You got to put your foot down. You have to do you. Right? They're an adult now, right? There comes a point where like, you gotta get rolling, right? For me, again, for my situation, it took a little bit of time for me to get kicking, but like they knew that I was locked in. Of course, they were still concerned, like, why aren't you getting a job? Because like, why don't you get a job, Orion? I'm like, because I'm locked in. You think at the end of my life I want to be said that I worked some job? That, like, I'm not saying that jobs are bad, but what I'm saying is like, you think I want to work some job for the rest of my life and just take orders from a boss? I have something important to do in the world. I'm locked in, but I have to refine myself, right? And I told them all that needed to be told, so they understand now. That's why there's no problems. But now I'm getting clients. I have so many clients now. I have more than enough clients. Because I have more than enough clients, I'm good now. It took a while, but I'm good, which is amazing. But now I'm responsible, So they don't have to worry about that. The only thing I have to concern myself with now is getting my US visa and heading to San Diego. That's going to take a little bit of work. That's still a little bit of a challenge. But that's a whole other conversation. And I don't really want to live anywhere in Toronto. Like, Toronto is not my city. This is not where I want to be. This is not where I want to grow. And this is not where I want to evolve. This is where I had to grow and evolve, but this is not where my final destination is. I like this place, but it's not my place. This has never been my place. Toronto is a great place, a great city, a good place for others, but not for me. I love my mountains, my ocean, and I definitely love my Cali. I love my Cali very, very much. Let's see what else you got. I am considered, because of my actions, who has now evolved into an adult. How do you believe parents and foster parents and kinship parents can support the kids, and what do you believe can be done for entertaining that as I found hard to entertain? Right, so you and I, we've had our song and dance back in the day, and I know you're still probably, I don't know if things have shifted since the last time you talked. I'll have to get back to all that, because I'm gonna get started with some of because one of the things that I've stopped doing is I've given a lot of free help over the years, and people took advantage of that. Now I get paid for my time, but I'm more than happy to give help, but I charge for my time when it comes to these kinds of stuff. So I'm just letting you know. So like, there's like a limit to like the things I answer. But regarding your blockages that you say that you think you have, you may feel that you have blockages, but I can guarantee you actually have zero blockages. You know why I can tell you that with absolute confidence? Because that's this guy up here creating a story. The you that I know who you are, the sentient you, the perfect you, the you that I know deep down before all the narratives in the story, before the world told you a story about you, that has no blockages. And that's what I do with my clients. I help them with their subconscious blocks now. So they come to me. This is what my clients do. They come to me. They're like, Orion, I feel like I have blocks. I'm like, okay, what is it that you feel like you're blocked in? And we talk about whatever it is. Some are financial, some are relationship, some are being like an entrepreneur, some are just like family. So we get to the nitty-gritty of it. And yes, from the physical level, it seems like a block. But from the mental level, there is no block. Because in the mental realm, blocks don't exist. But in the physical realm, it exists because we've decided with the story that it exists. When I kept saying that, like, yeah, it's going to take me 10 years to build this entrepreneurship, that's a block of a story that the character is afraid of. Why isn't it doing it right now? Why didn't I just step into it? Because there was a fear. It's natural. It's okay. There's nothing to fear. But I can tell you right now, you have no blocks. But you have blocks if you tell yourself you have blocks. But yes, you will energetically feel things because you've been through things. We're not negating your experience at all. Not at all. We know that you have experiences, and we know you've been through a lot. I know your story. I remember it for the most part. But the thing is, how long will you hold on to that story? There are people in this world who says they're going to be healing for the rest of their life. That's absolute bullshit. That's like saying you've been cut and your cut is always going to be needing to heal. Doesn't your body heal eventually? Right? Some cuts, yeah, they're deep and you get a scar, but like it's there, but then you start to like accept it for what it is, and you start to move past it. You don't linger on the scar, but most people are lingering in the scar in their mind, like the past, because the mind is. I had to figure out a lot of things last summer when you disappeared. Every one of you who was on my other stream, who disappeared from my life for a bit, I came and figured out a lot of things. There's a lot that came to me in that time, a lot, and I mean a lot. So basically, what the mind's doing is creating a story to lock you into the past, because the mind has its own agendas. It's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, it's just things to keep you safe because it's comfortable with that story. Because if the new story is that you have no blocks, then it threatens the old identity, and the old identity is like, no, we can't let this person go. No, this is what this character had to go through. I had to destroy my sense of identity. That's why I don't call him, even though I'm Orion, I'm not really Orion. I'm just itself in a character's body. This is a character. I'm a human, but I'm also just a character. So I have no. So if somebody calls me itself, I'm fine. If somebody calls me a piece of shit, it doesn't affect me because I have no sense of identity anyways. Who I am is just itself. I'm all of it. So when I came to realize what the mind is doing, it's always throwing yourself in the past. Like, for example, I had pizza earlier, right? I ate pizza it was the morning. What time is it? 1:54? 1:54. And I had pizza, right? But when I thought about pizza, if I'm thinking about pizza, that thought is happening right now. Even though it was this morning, that this morning thought is happening right now. So it's still living in the now. Because every thought you think, no matter past or future, is always being thought of right now. It's like taking your breath. You can't take a breath in the past. You have taken breaths in the past, but you can't take a breath in the past. You take it in the now. Like that. Now that experience just disappeared, right? It's gone. But if I can think about that breath again, it's still happening in the mind. That's what the mind does. It's not locked to the now. It's locked to past and future. It's designed like that. And it's normal. The mind doesn't understand what the now is. And that's where everybody uses things like time and healing. They use the words like ing. I'm going to do something, or I will, or I'm having. Right? They forget that, in the mental realm, once you think about something one time, it's already done, but the eyes can't see it. This is going to jump into a whole other conversation right now. So what's happening is this. The mind, when it thinks about something immediately, let's say something new shows up in your mind. So let's say I'm a millionaire. Right? In the mental realm, that thought already exists. It's already created. It's waiting for you. You can call it the heavenly storage room. It's waiting in your storage room for you to take it and bring it in the physical. Now, of course, is it going to just drop in your lap? Well, to some people it can. It depends on the situation, because a lot of people put a middleman in between being a millionaire and how to be a millionaire. And like the word how and when kind of block how it's supposed to come to you, right? That you need to work, you need to do this, you need to do this. Just allow yourself to just feel what it feels like to be a millionaire, and then, or whatever it is that you want, and allow the universe to show it to you in an unexpected way. Because when you do the how and the when, you're basically taking your finite thinking and blocking the infinite thinking. The finite is taking just a finite portion, whereas the infinite wants to express itself through you, which is all of this and beyond what I can do with my hands. But we're doing this all the time. Because there are ways things will come to you when you least expect it. And so, when it comes to blocks, and I'm very direct when I see a lot of spiritual stuff now. I know a lot of spiritual people love their spiritual things, right? They love their spiritual stuff. I was a spiritual person too. You met me as a spiritual person. Very crystal-like, and with the sound healing and all that, which is great. These things work. But they're tools. And we forget that these things are tools, and there comes a point where you need to let go of the training wheels and ride the bike without the training wheels. So many people get stuck using the tools. Not to say the tools are bad. They can help. But when will the tools be enough? When will you say that you're finally, like, there's still people who've been healing for 10 years, right? How can you be healing for 10 years? Because they keep perpetuating that same problem in the now. So they keep throwing their healing into the now and thinking, or their past problems into the now, and you can call it re-traumatizing themselves in the now. It doesn't take 10 million times to be re-traumatized. You can traumatize yourself one time and you'll be traumatized, right? I remember when we did that bike ride, you were like, be careful and all that. And I remember like I'm not entertaining the fear, right? I had you jump off because, you didn't feel safe, and that's fine. I completely get that. I remember all that. But I can definitely guarantee you, and that's not just you, everybody else who thinks they have blocks or you need to keep healing, you don't need to keep healing. What you need to do is drop the story. The story of the mind is creating the noise and preventing you from moving forward and living your best life. That's really what's going on. This character had a story where the universe always blocked him. He had a story, even up until recently, that every time something bad happens, the universe always is getting in his way. But the universe is him one-to-one. So it's really him getting in his own way. So I have to tell this character, relax, calm down. That's telling the mind to, shh. I see you. It still talks. Shh. Shh. I don't tell it like, shut up. I say, shh. I hear you. I hear you. I hear the story. I hear what you're saying. Shh. It's okay. It's all good. Things are unfolding exactly as it's supposed to. Relax. Calm down. Don't create meaning behind it now. Come on. Come on now. So, I don't know if you're still here. You might be, you might not be. But this is for anybody else who is here. None of you have blocks. None of you ever have blocks. You never had blocks, and you forever will never have blocks. That's a bar, write it down. That's a story that the character went through. You went through an experience. You had a certain amount of experience. The experience told you that you went through it. It created an experience. The mind created a story around that experience. And then the experience decided to stick around and create an identity. The identity, ultimately, what happened was decided to take control over the host body, and now it wants to stay alive because you've given it energy. And ultimately, what needs to be done is say goodbye to the story. Don't listen to the story. You are perfect, whole, and complete. Now, of course, the mind is not perfect. The soul is perfect. But you have to work from here. Most people are not working from here. Most are working from here. Like I was. Or I. There's no I here for me anymore. It's just, I'm just with this body. And I respect the body. I take care of it. I treat it with love. But it's just a body. And this is a mind. I treat the mind with love. I take care of it. It's just the mind. So I just take care of it. So you see, there really is there's no problem. You're good. You're perfect. All of you have been. All you forever will be. Let me see if there's anything else you wrote. You'll be out of Alberta. Eventually. You'll be out of there. You know why? Because your soul wants you to leave. Otherwise, if you weren't going to leave, you wouldn't have that thought. That's a bar. Write that down. So for the rest of you who are here listening, I hope you're taking notes. I just dropped a whole bunch of bars. This is what my clients pay me to do. I get through all the noise of the story. It's a story. This character still has a story too. don't think it's still gone, but I don't allow it to run like I did in the background over and over for years. I just don't. I refuse for it to happen. I can't. Like I can hear the song. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, mind? What are you doing? You think just because I'm locked in now, you're gonna swoop in and attempt to like derail? No, it's not gonna work like that. Remember, I am the one in control. You are the one that has to follow my orders, mind. Not the other way around. I don't follow you, mind. You follow me. Big difference. Because you are not the mind. You have a mind. Big difference. So for those of you who are here, I hope you locked into that. And Crystal, thank you for all the questions. I appreciate it. I do my best to answer your stuff because you do drop some pretty good stuff in the chat. But I also am respectful of my time now. But just if you're still there, you have no blockages. If you're still there. But your mind is going to have to get over that story. But the thing is, the mind's not going to just allow you to just give that up with ease because it's taking up mental real estate. That's the thing about the earth. A lot of humans think that they are the mind and that the mind is telling them the truth. Your mind cannot tell you the truth because the mind doesn't know any better. This is telling you the truth, but the reason why you can't hear this is because this is taking out all the noise of the outside world, and it won't basically be quiet for a moment. And the reason why it won't be quiet is because we keep feeding energy to the mind. Speaking of that, I have abs to do. We got abs to finish up. I'm going to finish up them abs. It's 2:05. It's early, but still, want to get them abs out of the way. Got lots to do. Pew, 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 pew. You're just hearing pew, pew. They're doing some. I guess they're rebuilding their deck there or something. What are we doing? Shall we do this one? We haven't done this one before, or we have. No, we haven't actually done this one. So this one's going to be 14 minutes. So it's not just 10 minutes, it's 14 minutes. So this is going to be, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing in this one, but it's just abs. So let's get rolling, y'all, because we got work to do. Welcome back. I didn't even know you left. Had no idea you left. I was speaking with Crystal for that moment of time, helping her out with some stuff. You might want to scroll back in the live and maybe hear some of the stuff I said, but I essentially said that like no one of you has blocks, and the story of the mind is not real. As much as you want to think it's real, it's not. The only story that is real is your name and your current body. Everything else that you think about you is true is not. So like when people say, but I'm introverted, Orion. I like to be introverted. That's my personality. No, that's not your personality. You are not just introverted, you're ambivert, and you can do anything at any time, right? There are people who say, I am by nature introverted. That's not true at all. You like things, like you can consider yourself a nerd, you like anime. That doesn't mean shit. That's just a label. But essentially, and that's just another story. But essentially, when someone says like I am introverted or I'm extroverted, no, you're all ambivert. Let's just be real. Like some will say, but they'll defend it for dear life because the mind has created that story that they're introvert because the way they think they are. So that's just another illusion. I don't think the same way everybody else thinks on this planet. So I come and I bust through shit like that. Let's see. I like my flaws, even though you have no flaws, but they're not my whole personality. You see, I'm glad that you said that. And what you think is flaws, right? Which I know you know what you just said, and I'm happy you said the thing you just said there, which is amazing. You have no flaws, in my opinion. Nobody has flaws. It's just a story that's been told in the mind. Let me see. Do you think life coaches should be beholden to ethical guidelines? Ooh, good question. Well, what the hell is ethical? Let's first define ethical. What is ethical? What would be ethical? Because when you know that this is, number one, a simulator, number two, you are God pretending to be a human character, if you believe that to be true or not, what is really ethical? Except for hurting, we know not to hurt each other, like physically. Like, let's be moral human beings, right? Let's just be moral, right? Don't be an asshole, even though you know that you have all the powers within yourself. Let's not be assholes here, please. That's not what I'm ever advocating, but it's basically what is ethical. What is that definition of that word? I know what that word means. I want to know what the definition of ethical means to you, right? Because like, should life coach adhere to it? Well, that depends on their definition. And what is moral? Exactly. Good question. See? I'm glad you even spotted that too. What is moral? Right? What is anything? Isn't it just a story? Right? I'm glad you said that. I'm happy you said that. What is moral? We've collectively agreed to something called morality, which is just another word that's made up, where we don't go and like physically like take someone out and like, you know, to some degree, but you know, that still happens on a daily basis. Some people just, others, right? It happens all the time, right? But what is moral, right? What is moral? What is ethical? Just like what is normal? What is regular? What is standard? Me and Crystal, when she was on just now, we've had a conversation in the past, and we were talking about normal. What is normal? What is defined as normal? What? Because Hollywood and the rest of the world said that this has to be normal? Who decided that? Who agreed to that? Did we just all collectively agree to something? Some of us did, yes, but not all of us. I don't agree with a lot of things that are being said on the planet because it simply is an illusion. It's a limitation. Like, what's a good one? Oh yes, that you're just human. No, you're far beyond more than just human. Just so you know, you're far beyond that. That's just another story. It's all made up. All words are made up. Looks like I'm not going to get my abs done. That's okay. So doctors have a legal agreed upon ethical guideline. Right. I'm aware about the doctor side because, you know, they have to follow certain protocols. So you're thinking life coach. Well, that depends again, right? Because it depends on what the life coach is helping someone with. Share the stuff in the chat. I'm gonna read it though. I promise I'm gonna read everything when I'm done. I want to get this out of my way. Let's go, Dan. Let's go do this thing. 14 minutes. But yeah, I'll still talk while I'm sharing or while I'm doing my thing. 30 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest. Bicycle crunch. So to get back to your original question about life coach, and if should they follow a technical, ethical like guideline, that's a gray area. Now, for me specifically, I have my own parameters that I follow. and my parameters are this. It doesn't go against one's like sense of self. That's it. Whatever their sense of self is, I just tell them, use whatever belief is currently working for you, or you can continue to hold on to the beliefs that you have, but just don't be like locked to just that and that alone. But that still gives them their sense of autonomy to choose. I give people the opportunity to choose, basically. It's either this or this. You have a choice. So that's where, for me specifically, when anybody's working with me directly, I tell them, you always have a choice with me. There's no, you have to do this or that. It's not this or that, it's this and that, or all of that. Leg raises are next. So I'm going to scroll back and read everything when I'm done. Leg raises. Plank to knee tucks. So we're in a plank here, and we're bringing our knees here. So for me, specifically, I'm all about choices. So when I'm working with my clients, right, I always tell them right off the bat, like with me, you're open to any perspective. I'm open to hearing anything you have to say. I'm pretty much open. I'm an open book because I've kind of been through the whole shebang. And I tell them, like, you have a choice with me. You're not like, you have to do this or this. Like, it's not like I'm a drill sergeant. You just do whatever you think feels right, and we'll just talk about it. So we're doing side plank dips to the right, where I'll do this extra little bit of reach here. I'm sure we're going to be doing the other side. Nope, not yet. We're doing reach throughs now. So if you're doing this with me, you bring your foot, the right foot forward and the left foot behind. If you can't balance and stack your feet together, I'm stacking my feet together right now. Stacking your feet together requires a little bit more balance. I do appreciate the question because it's a good question to ask. It's a really good question to ask. Should life coaches adhere to guidelines, to ethical guidelines? Well, again, we got to define what that means, right? Because it's just like that word moral. What is really moral? It's just a group consciousness collection of thoughts that we as a society have somewhat, not fully, but somewhat agreed upon. And what are all these agreements? They're just words and meanings that we made up. This is why nothing can truly be fully like black or white, right? To some degree. To some degree. Because each word or each meaning is a word, and each word is made up by our mind that we created so that we can navigate the world together or in some sort of harmonious way, right? So we have some sort of like, guidance, right? Hence why you said guideline. What is a guideline? A guide with a line. You're in a line and being guided. Right? That's why I look at words and I really emphasize I take words and I Just see it for what it is. Reverse crunch. I know there's a lot of chat in the messages in the chat, so I'll check it out when we're done. We're about halfway done to this. Crunch kicks are next. So sometimes crunch kicks gets me here. Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes it depends on the previous move that I do, and then we do crunch kicks. I'm like, oh, I have to like pause for a moment, but we're okay. So we're doing a live bug. I won't call it dead bug. A live bug. I refuse to call this dead bug. It's a live bug. A live bug. So this is called a live bug for me. Or I'll just find another name for this. Alternating or cross reaches, I don't know, cross stretches. This one's good for your mind and body coordination. Cross mountain climbers is next. So you're gonna bring your knee to your opposite elbow. So your right knee to your left elbow, and your right elbow, or your left knee to your right elbow, and your right knee to your left elbow. I know, I confused myself there for a moment. So sometimes I have to slow down a little bit, as you can tell. Sometimes my words trip up on myself because I have so much to say, and the character's mouth sometimes kind of like it clashes and it like gets garbled. So I have to slow down and speak more like this because I get excited to speak. So we're doing L-sit cross toe touch. So you're bringing your right hand to your left foot and your left hand to your right foot. But I will read everything, but yes, for me, and as, I don't want to call myself a life coach, but you know, you can call me an esoteric advisor. I really have no other name but that. It's just being a mirror. Oh shit, is my tablet 5%? Yeah, I can't see. My tablet just went dark there because my tablet's at 5%. I can't see anything, it's too dark. And there's too much glare because I have a glossy screen protector, one of the reflective ones. So, uno momento, my bad. There we go. Flutter kicks. So, as a mirror, an esoteric mirror, if you want to call me that, life coach, esoteric mirror, spiritual advisor, even though I don't like spiritual, I don't like that word anymore. I really just, that word just gives me like, bad taste. But of course I can change the meaning of it as well at any time. Right, not getting attached to words. This is for me to flex my own muscles, to shift the meanings behind the words. Anyways, I make sure my clients are safe and comfortable to share what they feel called to share by me giving them a choice. I always tell them, like, look, if you want to break through to your next level, you're going to have to go deep with yourself. But in order for you to go deep with yourself, you're going to have to be honest with yourself and with what you need to share with me so that I can help you to see where you're getting tripped up on. So I give them that in the beginning. Before anything else, before we even start anything, before I say anything, before I start jumping in and helping them with anything, I start telling them, listen carefully. You have to know that you're going to be safe here in this space. That's what you signed up for, because you trust what I have to say. But I also want you to know that you have a choice on what you say, but also know that if you don't share things about where you are, then I can't help you any further than where you currently can share, because I'm not a mind reader. You're gonna have to, so I always give them a choice. There is no judgment with me. When anybody wants to work with me, I make sure they know that there's no judgment, there's a safe space, and that they're free to share whatever they want, and with me just holding space for them. Because, you know, there are things that my clients, they have shared that feels extremely vulnerable to them. Right? I'm Mr. Vulnerability. I had to do that on my own damn live stream for 17 months. Sharing all kinds of things with all of you and get told about XYZ from XYZ person. And that still happens. There's still people who jump on my stream who are like, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. You're a moron. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's your perspective. And there's other people who have connected with me. If you want to call them morons too, then go ahead. That just shows me your level of awareness. Ooh, low plank hold. How long is this? 120 seconds, so 2 minutes right here. We're holding a plank for 2 minutes. I got this. We're at 100 seconds now. Left a minute and 40 seconds. I'm locked in right now. And focus. Remember to suck in your gut when you're doing planks, by the way. We got 1 minute left on the plank. So that's 1 minute passed already. I can hold a plank for about 2 minutes and like 50 seconds to 3 minutes. Then I'll start to shake a bit. But so far so good. The trick is to not look at the timer at all. We're done. Ladies and gentlemen, main quests and side quests are done. Awesome. And that was abs, y'all. Alright. But they can't hold you accountable if that breaks trust. So I tell them that, like, I give them, I tell them I'm not accountable for a lot of things that unfold, because, you know, there are things that if they say something and it unfolds and I share with them, like, things, and there has been some difficult conversations, not from like argument's sake, because my clients pay me for me to do what I do, but more so from a sense of like when things unfold, it unfolds, but they are holding themselves accountable. I told them I'm not their accountability partner, I'm not their accountability coach. If you want accountability, that's someone else. I'm very strict with my guidelines, with my own personal guidelines, because when you're a business owner, you have to follow your own set of parameters too, right? My goal for each person when I'm working with them is so that they can get the breakthrough that they are looking for and overcome whatever blocks they think they are holding. Most have unblocked a lot of things, and they are living even better lives now. But some of them still choose to work with me because they still have more that needs to be done. They feel like there's more that needs to be done. I'm like, what if I told you that's another limiting belief? I told them that. Like, what if I told you that's another limiting belief? You think you have more, but they feel energetically that there is still more that needs to be done for them. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You can work with me. No problem. But you already know what you need to do. So, right. Guidelines are technically nothing, but I do still follow my own set of principles, you can say, just to make sure people are safe. Because really, the guidelines are what? Nothing more for safety. It's a safety measure, right? To make sure the person is safe internally and they're not feeling like threatened internally or externally. So that's basically my aim, is safety. So instead of using the word guideline, you can call it safety. It's safety in the end of the day. Once they know that they're safe, they're good. So ultimately, I'm saying to them, like, this is a safe space. You're safe to share whatever you feel called to share. Potentially. Right? Potentially. But, I mean, that's a good question. But let me ask you, is that your mind asking the question, or is that your soul asking the question about it being subjective? Because I can tell by your frequency, you like to question things, which is great. This is nothing wrong with that. But I can see a lot of obfuscation with the mind that's with that body that you're with. So I'm just curious, when you say subjective, is that question asked by you, like you, the soul, or is that question asked by the mind of that character? Because the mind's probably asking that question, which is not a problem. I'm more than happy to help, but like, safety is also very subjective too. Isn't everything technically subjective? Right? Remember, there's no objective truths except for maybe one, and that is just is, but that the thing is just is still technically a made-up word, made-up terminology. Am I projecting? Am I projecting? Possibly. Could be. It all comes down to your perception, though. Right? I myself don't feel like I'm projecting. I'm just asking a question. I'm questioning a question that you asked, basically. That your mind is asking a question. That is it really your mind asking that question, or is it your soul asking that question? So that's not projection. That's me asking, what is your mind or your soul asking? Are you curious, or are you what is the intent of these questions? Right? Exactly. Welcome. You just showed up on the stream. So basically, today's escaping the word. I'm going to get back to you. Light. Yes, I keep forgetting that your name is Light. I'll just use Light. The word escape means escaping reality and escaping the matrix and escaping yourself. So I was talking about this earlier. how a lot of people are basically escaping themselves and they're not dealing with themselves. Yeah, it's all just questions, and I'm glad that you're asking these questions. It's good. It's better to know, right? It's better to ask these questions. But, you know, to the question about subjectiveness, safety is subjective. Because what is safe, right? Someone has safety in one field, but safety and not safety in another field, right? For example, I am completely safe when I'm on stage. I feel at peace when I'm on stage. But many others don't have the same safety when they're on stage. Until they have the experience on stage a little bit more and more and more, then they'll be safe on stage, right? For example, this character's mom, she's been a driver way before I was a driver, like a car driver. She's been driving for years before I started driving, years. But yet, she does not feel safe, even with the GPS, even with all the things she has now with her new car, to drive on the highway. She still takes local roads. She still takes the local roads. She'll take the longest way because she feels safer on local roads. Why? What is the reason? I can drive on highways, no problem. In fact, I prefer highway driving or freeway driving over local roads because it's just faster, right? So her level of safety is subjective to my level of safety because I'm more than safe on the highway, right? When we were moving to London, Ontario, this was back in 2015 when I was moving there, they helped out. She brought her old car, but she wasn't the one that drove her car. She was in the passenger seat while my cousin drove the car because my cousin was very safe, and she was like, I can drive to London, Ontario. I've driven everywhere else. While my mom was sitting in the passenger seat with my sister and my other aunts to help me with like the move and stuff. So I had a lot of furniture and to get the place ready. So like safety is pretty subjective too. But I tell them from my clients, I tell them, listen carefully. This is what safety looks like to me. They kind of already know. They already have a grasp of what kind of safety they're going to get. That they can feel seen, heard, and not judged. Basically, that's the level of safety I give people. They're seen, they're heard, and they're not judged. They're not judged whatsoever. Whatever they've done, whatever has happened in their life, they're not judged. I can't talk about any of their stuff because it's personal and it's NDA as well too. But, you know, I make sure safety for them is tied to being seen, heard, and no judgment. And judgment, again, is also subjective, right? Because there's different levels of judgment. There's so many different levels of everything. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just cut and dry. It's not black and white. It can go all different parameters. But for majority of humans, judgment means like feeling unsafe, like you're not going to be accepted. You're going to feel like some sort of like outcast, or you feel like you're you did something like really wrong or really ridiculous, that someone's going to just look at you and you're like, you did that now? I don't do that with them. I've had my own fair share of bullshit. The one who has been judged the most does not judge at all. That's a bar, write it down. I've been judged all my life, so I know not to judge. I know what it feels like. I've been judged. I'm being judged right now. Some of you are judging me, and that's okay. No big deal. I take your judgment and I convert it into power. I get more powerful every time any one of you judge me. Let me see. I'll be back. Stop saying sorry, bro. You don't need to apologize. There's nothing to apologize about. Do what you got to do. There's no apologies. It's not a job. You have to be here. Keep telling him. You don't need to apologize for being here or leaving. Just go. Do your thing. So sometimes it turns into trauma. Yes, it can be. It can, for sure. Trauma is real, but then it's just another story. What is trauma? A physical experience sometimes, or a mental experience that's been repeated over and over. That our mind keep the story alive. I've had traumas for years, and I kept the story alive because the belief was to hold on to that story, because if I didn't hold on to that story, then who was I? Right? I identified as I had to do this thing, but ultimately what happened was I had to let go of the story and I freed up myself. That's what trauma is. It's just a story being repeated over and over, and you feel the experience of it. And it's very real. It's not like it's not real. It's very real. But you have to let go of the story. If you want to move forward in life, you got to let go of the stories. But some people like to hold on to their stories longer than they're supposed to, so that they can either have some sense of like understanding or some sort of like experience with some other person, so that they either understand them. But you don't need to have the story for someone to understand you. They can just understand you by you understanding yourself. If you understand yourself, then no one needs to understand you. You can let go of it. It can be simple, but it can be very difficult. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Let me see I think this is cactus. The worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that has ever happened to you. Exactly. That great perspective. Exactly, because it's only you, right? Because to someone else, it hasn't happened to them, and whatever has happened to them has happened to them. Right? So it's all perspective. And it's all perception as well, too. Perspective, perception, and projection, the 3 P's. They create you can call it like the Trinity. But then that also creates the next set of P's, your present moment, because your perspective, your perspective, perception, I get tongue twisted there, projections create your present, which then creates a paradigm, which then creates a paradox. Because the paradox, everything's a paradox in reality. There's a Hermetic philosophy that is all truths are half-truths, right? Because that word truth, that's also very subjective as well. Even the word truth is subjective, because again, it's just a made-up word that we all sort of agreed upon, but I'm here to kind of point to why these words are here and to navigate, and so you have ways to navigate the world. That's what I do with the clients as well. I point out things that it's not that nobody else is talking about it, but they're talking about the very surface level things. Again, very subjective as well too. Everything is very subjective to some degree. There's a various degree of subjectiveness going on the planet. What one may say is surface level, the other will say it's extremely deep, right? If I go watch someone's content right now, I'll see majority of it is very surface level, but to them, it's not surface level. To them, it's actually very deep, because that's where they currently are on their level of awareness, right? So that's very subjective. This is why I'm open to just hearing people and what they're saying without shooting them down. Dude, how do I bring it back? How do I bring what back? I don't even know what you're talking about. And, Amelia, why are you sad right now? Wait. What the hell is going on in the chat? What did you do? I accidentally deleted the message. You can't bring back a message if it's deleted. If you delete a message, it's done. It can't be brought back. So just be mindful. Oh, you said the N-word. Well, I mean, use whatever word if you feel called, but this is not a place for that. But if you want to use that word, it doesn't bother me. I don't look at half those messages anyways. So I'm not even looking at a lot of the messages. I've learned when it comes to live streaming, there are going to be people all over the world saying all kinds of things, and I've just been like, whatever at this point. Amelia, why are you sad? You can share. Let me see what's going on. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about your fish. It's okay. It's okay to feel sad. There's nothing wrong with feeling sad. I lost a canary when I was 5 years old. It's okay. I know you loved your fish very, very much. But sometimes the fish or something has to go, but guess what? Something new will come in place. But that doesn't mean you forget about the fish. You get to have all the experiences with the fish. So it's okay to feel sad, okay? Nothing wrong with feeling sad. Got it. It's okay. I know pets become very they become a part of you when you because they become like your children. Like you take care of them, right? Like people who have dogs, cats, birds, fish, right? Any other pet, like they become family, right? I know Felix has like quite a lot of cats. Like cats mean a lot to him. For you, Olivia, or Amelia. I keep saying Olivia because it's Oliver, but it's Amelia. Amelia, I know your fishes are important to you. See, I myself, unfortunately, I was emotionally detached from pets for years because I never had a pet up until when I was 5, and then it died, and I never had a pet again. So I never really had the opportunity to be with animals and have that sort of bond until later on in life, right? I will have a pet, and I know it'll become like a child for me to some degree. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay to feel sad. But just know you still have some other fish, and they will need your love more than ever. So you'll have to focus on. You're not going to forget that fish, but you're going to focus on the other fishes because they need your love and support always. Exactly. There's a plan for everything. There's always a plan for everything. Gosh, I really wish a lot of you knew. Like I can tell you until I'm blue in the face, but you have to experience it for yourself. This is something that I can tell you about it as much as I want, but for all of you to experience what reality really is. When you know what reality really is, you just allow yourself to just be. Like all things just become. For me, this has become a video game. Quite literally, this is a video game now. To our mind, it's not a video game though. It's real. It's freaking real. It's like putting on a VR headset and you're in the VR headset world. That's what this is. Like when you're in dream world and you have dreams, your dream world is actually just as real as this physical world because your mind doesn't know the difference between whether you're awake or asleep. I'm talking about your subconscious mind, not your conscious mind. Your conscious mind knows when you're awake and asleep. But this, for me, is a game now. So, like, I just navigate it the way it's supposed to be navigated. So, that's a good question, Light. So, there's two answers to this. It's both yes and no. And I'll tell you why I say it's both yes and no. So, for the flat earthers out there, listen carefully. You're right, it is flat. You're 100% correct. The earth is flat, but not what you think. It's flat in a different dimension, not in this dimension. Because when flat earthers talk, they don't talk about multiple dimensions. They talk about right here, right now. I talk about multiple dimensions. That's why I'm a multi-dimensional being. I can see the other dimensions. In the fifth dimension, the earth and the universe is like a disc. It's like a Blu-ray disc you put into your PlayStation 5. That's what that is. But in our third dimension, our mind can't comprehend this because it's not designed beyond third dimension. Our third dimensional thinking mind sees it in 3D. It is an orb. It is a sphere. It is round. But everything in the fifth dimension is a disk because it can see all timelines, past, present, future. All things are already been written, it's done. But it also gets to be written and rewritten, and the mind just can't conceptualize that because it's not designed for that. That's why there's certain things in the universe you're not supposed to understand. No matter as much as you want to, you're not supposed to. There are certain things that are kept away from you for this very reason. But the human mind is curious because it wants to know. And it's okay. The Creator wanted you to go and discover things, but it wanted you to just tranquilo, as Nero would say, tranquilo. That means relax. You're good. Just be in the now. Focus right now. All you need is right here. You'll get all the answers that you need, but it's right here. So, yes, the earth is both flat and real, or flat and round. But round in the third dimension, this dimension, where we're in right now, this physical realm, but flat in another dimension. It's a disk. Hey. Have a good day. Thank you. It's kind of weird to bring food on the side of the door. Give me a moment. I don't know if that's for them. My dad doesn't do that. Oh, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's... Let me ask him if that's for him. Dad, did you order it? Dad, did you order anything? Did you order this? Did you order this? Oh, because some guy left it at the side of the door here. So he just took a photo. This is food, so it must be theirs.
Nobody's home though.
Oh, I don't know.
Not just alone home.
I think so.
Alex left already.
Oh, I have no idea, but he just took a photo and dropped it here.
Ain't got no name on it.
Nope, he just took a photo. I have no idea whose this is. Maybe.
Just probably just put it on the table for now, just in case you come back.
Okay. That's weird. Some guy just dropped this by the door. Weird, because that's not the front door. That's the side door. The front door is right there. It's visible. But nobody's home except for my sister, and she wouldn't order this. So I don't know whose that is. So we're going to hold on to that for a moment. Maybe he'll come back. Because I'm like, what the hell is that? Maybe the wrong house? I don't know. It's got to be the wrong house. I didn't order anything. Anyways, back to that question. The earth is both round and a disk, or flat, and the universe is flat as well. If the earth is flat, then the universe is flat too. And that is in the fifth dimension. It's a disk. Or some will call it the firmament, like we live in a dome. I think this yeah. There you go. Yeah, he came and he dropped it here. And I was like, no, you're good. I just didn't know. Here you go. No problem. Yeah, it's for her. It's a good thing that I was still outside. I didn't go inside. Sure. No, I wasn't gonna eat it anyways, because not something I would eat, but I didn't even know what it was, to be honest. So yeah, I know there's a bunch of comments in the chat. I haven't looked at all of it, but essentially yes. To the question, do I believe the earth is flat? It is flat, but not in this dimension. So to all my flat earthers out there, you're right, but not in this dimension. I hate to break it to you, but not in this dimension. In a different dimension, it's flat, yes. In a different dimension, it's flat. Not this dimension. But Orion, we don't know about other dimensions. Yeah, because your mind's not designed for more than 3D. You can't see 4D. You can attempt to imagine 4D, but your mind can't see 4D, and your mind definitely can't operate from fifth dimensional thinking. You know where your mind, you know what your mind can do is allow your soul to help you to understand what 5D is, but your mind isn't the one that's doing it. It's this. This is multidimensional. This is third dimensional. This transcends time and space. This is locked to time and space. But this, when this is in charge, this helps this to understand things. But most people don't work from here. They work from here. So how can they understand fifth dimensional when it's all 3D? That's why I call it third dimensional thinking. Or third dimensional perspective. Nothing wrong with that, but that's a human paradigm. And you're locked to human limitations. Most people are locked to the limitations of other people's perspectives. They're called the pendulums. The narratives, the stories. Right. But the thing, Amelia, in this, that's why I said in this dimension, it is round. So yes, they went to the moon. But in another dimension, then listen carefully, in another dimension, it's flat. When I say another dimension, I'm not talking about another place in the universe. I'm talking in a whole other existence all into itself. That's a whole other space that no one of us has access to in our physical experience. I'm talking about right here. But yes, it is round in this dimension. So like all galaxies, all universes, all multiverses exist in a different time space. Now, this channel is not designed to talk about all of this because most of you all are going to get into an argument about this, and then I'm not here for that. I'm here to help you to unblock your subconscious blocks. You can ask the questions, I'll answer them, but just know this: if you don't agree with what I'm saying, and you don't like what I have to say, don't fight. It just is. Just simple. That's how I roll. Right? You're the one to ask the question, and you want to say, no, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying any of you are doing that right now, but I'm just giving you heads up. I'm laying down the law. If any of you ask a question and you don't like the answer, well, tough shit, basically. That's just how I roll. I was granted access so that I can help people at this level. That's why my clients, god damn, the word was not coming out there. That's why my clients pay me to do what I do. They pay me very well to do what I do. But I don't help them with all the esoteric, like all the stuff like that. They don't ask me questions like that. They are locked in as, Orion, I feel like I have blocks. I want to generate more income in my business, more cash flow, more profit, more revenue. Or I want to be with a partner while I still have my business. They ask me questions like this. How do I overcome my blocks so I can live my best life? This is what I help them with, and we start to tackle things. I use universal principles, but I don't start talking about that. This is round, this is this, and all this. I don't talk about that stuff because it's irrelevant. But I answered the question. I hope you all enjoyed the answer. Some of you may not agree with it, but that's fine because your mind has created whatever reality is true. And remember, whatever you think is true is always going to be true to you. All right? That's why I always say you're always going to be right. None of you are ever going to be wrong, and all of you are always going to be right. And there's always going to be 8 billion different truths. There's no one full objective truth, but when you die, you will see how everything unfolds. That's what I get to tell everybody. When you die, you get to see everything unfold the way it's supposed to. And when you die and you see how it unfolds, you'll be like, oh, okay. This is my last lifetime, just so you all know. I know this is my final lifetime. So I have to finish everything. I have to do whatever it takes to help as many of you, whoever needs the help or whoever requires the help. So that you can live your best life. And you carry on and help the next generation to bring forth change to this planet until everybody's able to somewhat live in a more harmonious state of being, because that's what the Creator wanted for everyone, to live harmoniously together. But unfortunately, the mind came in and took over and did all kinds of stuff too, which the mind is still part of the Creator. Funny enough, it's not separate. Everything is linked to the existence of reality all into itself. So I know there's a lot of stuff in the chat. I'm not going to be reading a lot of stuff in chat. There's just too much stuff going on in the chat. So if any of you are reading, leave me a question. I do apologize, but I'm in a flow right now, and yeah. But essentially, yeah, when we leave, not to get well, we're already deep into this, but not to get any further into this. When we leave this world, we go back to the realness of what we were supposed to be, the realness. This is not particularly real, but real subjective. That's another fun word, real. Real, normal, standard, right? Ordinary. It's another fun one, ordinary. I have no idea what the hell is going on in chat. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Also, because flat earth people is kind of our term. We're not a different breed. Thank you for the comment on the shoes. Oops, my bad. No, come back as a butterfly and come to Ireland. The thing is, none of you are wrong, though. So I know there's nothing. The thing is, none of you can ever be wrong. I want you all to listen carefully. Slow down for a moment in the chat. Give yourself time to slow down for a moment. I want you all to know that none of you are ever going to be wrong. You might have opposing beliefs, opposing ideologies of what life is, but guess what? All of it is right. But then, of course, you know why I said that? What's going to happen is the mind's going to say, how can I be right and that person be right, and it goes against my belief? Because I just said the all is mind, the universe is mental. What does that mean? The all is mind. There's 8 billion different minds, which is one massive mind. In this one planet, 8 billion different minds that are creating 8 billion different worlds. Some believe that there's a hell when you die. Some believe that they'll see Jesus. Some believe that they'll see Krishna or Vishnu or Brahma or Allah. Right? Whatever you think is true is real. You're going to see them 100% because the mind created all of them. They are all real. Why do you think they all exist? If they didn't exist, then why are they here? They all exist. And they're all real. So you're all right. That's why I get to tell all of you this. So none of you are wrong. So this is why I say you can all stop fighting. If you're all fighting, I know none of you are fighting, but that's why you all get to stop fighting against someone else on the planet. They're right too. Just accept it. But you know what? You know why you won't accept it? And when I say you know why you won't accept it, because when I say you, I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to this. This does not want to accept someone else's way of being because it goes against your way of being. But yet, if I'm able to accept all your ways of being, and I am basically like all of you, then what makes me different from all of you? If you ever ask yourself that question. Right? I'm no different. How can I? I'm no different than any of you. I believed all the things you all believe. Some of you believe Allah, amazing. Jesus, amazing. Not Jesus, amazing. No God, amazing. I believe in it all. Because I know. I'm not saying you all don't know. You also know too. But mine allows me, and when I say mine, I mean this character, this one. This mind has been able to see things for an extended period of time that has allowed this character to be quiet, to hear, to see, to know, where most people on the planet right now have been distracted, been fighting, been noisy in their mind. It's been loud, been very loud. 10 million voices in some people's heads. Don't know which voice is actually theirs. It's been drowned out. You're all right. All of you are perfect, and you're right. That's why I get to say that now. I used to fight. No, this is this way. No, it's this way. No. No, it's always. That's why I get to be more relaxed, more chill, because I'm like, oh, everybody has that belief, that person's right, that person's right. Hell, that one's right too. Even if they're doing something immoral, I mean, again, we collectively agreed, not that I would sit back and watch somebody be like, hey, I'm seeing somebody attack someone, not to just let them attack. I'll defend the other person and restrain the other person without hurting this person. You know, find ways to not hurt, like restrain, you know. Tell this person, relax, calm down, stop doing what you're doing, chill. But to some degree, that goes against what they're doing to that person, right? So you see, it gets a little in the mind. Because the mind's like, what do I do? Which one's right? Da, 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 right? This is what the mind does. Like, which one do I believe? And it gets confused. It doesn't know how to handle shit like that. It's not designed for that. Because the mind is designed to be always worrying about the past, or focusing on the past and worrying about the future, but never locked in the now. It doesn't want to be in the now. The only way to be in the now is to focus on here, this thing, your heart. Your heart is the most divine organ you have next to your brain, right? Your heart has all the intelligence. It's its own intelligence. Most people think they only have one brain or one mind. No, you have three, and you have three brains. 1, 2, and 3. But technically 1, 2, and 3. Or 1, 2, and 3. Theoretically, these two are closer than these two. So these two, nervous system, subconscious, you can call that subconscious. These two work hand in hand, and this one is sort of like the one that kind of helps you to be motorized and do the things like moving your fingers and typing and speaking and blinking and moving your head and doing all kinds of stuff with your body. That's what this is designed to do. These two, there's one here, and just so you know, you have one in your brain, in your gut. You have 3 brains and 3 intelligence. Notice the number 3, Trinity. Mind, body, spirit, Trinity. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Trinity. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Trinity. Masculine, feminine, oneness. Light, dark, neutral. Like the balance between light and dark. You can't live in a world full of light, and you can't live in a world full of darkness. It's impossible. There's always going to be contrast. Even if it's midnight, it's still some sort of light. You can still see to some degree. It's not pitch black unless you're in the middle of the woods and there's no actual light. Like, you won't be able to see shit. But like, it's not actually completely dark because you'll still be able to somewhat see something. It's not pitch black. So there's always some contrast. You can't have one without the other on this planet. It's always going to be duality. But in the 5th dimension, you transcend beyond duality. You go way beyond duality. Duality is just the concept as well, but yes, light and dark, masculine, feminine, the yin yang or yin yang, hot, cold, up, down, left, right. Even though that's the other way. Left, right. Right? Male. Some are you female. Like Amelia. This stream is not just guys only. There's girls here too. Women. Amelia.
Gypsy, Olga, Crystal, right? And there's more women on their way. So when people are arguing like this is the right way and that's the wrong way, then that's like saying that there's only men and there's no women. Or it's like saying there's only women, there's no men on the planet. That's why, for me, I freed myself from all the traps. Everyone else who is still fighting over this way is right and that way is right and this way is wrong and that's wrong, you're still in your own trap. You're in your own little genjutsu. It's like Madara Uchiha has completely finessed you. For those of you who know Madara Uchiha is a guy who cast a spell on the moon, and he put everybody in the infinite Tsukiyomi, which is a genjutsu, and put everybody in their dream world, but then they were binded up and trapped up in a bind, and their life force energy was getting sucked dry from them. That's what I see, basically. I see Madara Uchiha's genjutsu right now on the planet. Finesse. I gotta get moving though. What time is it? Is it 3:09? 3:09. Okay, cool. We got lots to move. We got lots to do. Yeah. Anyways, my point to say is like, you're all right. All of you, you're not gonna be wrong. Everything you currently believe is absolutely true. Because it's your experience. How can it not be? You've lived it. That's like someone coming up to you and saying, you're not so-and-so person and you didn't live your life. Of course you lived your life. Right? You lived it. All of you lived your own lives. Right? You have a certain amount of experience on the planet, right? All of you. And that's like someone coming up to you and say, hey, you didn't go to that school, or you didn't have that relationship with that person. That's a lie. Of course you had that experience. That's why if someone comes on the stream and they argue with me about something, I'm like, you're right. I'm not even arguing. You can stop arguing. You're right. I want you to know that you're going to be right 100% of the time. Whatever you want to believe, the all is mind, the universe is mental. If you just keep that intact, that can tell you a lot of things. The all is mind, the universe is mental. That frees you from a lot of traps. And freeing myself from traps was important. It was 100% important because I came here to finish what some have started in a different lifetime. And by finish, I mean, continue, because when I'm gone, the earth is still going to be here. Right? I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be here for forever. But, to make sure that as much people remember thyself little by little, because that's important. But I'm not doing this alone. There's so many others who are doing the same work from a different level. The only thing is, I got to get them to stop fighting each other. Because, I see it on social media. They're fighting each other to some degree. They may not be calling each other out, but they're definitely fighting each other. They're like, that person, they're talking about the spiritual people and their content and this and this and that. And, to some degree, I am doing that too. But for me, I basically am saying that most people right now who are making content are just keeping you stuck and trapped. You're free. You've been free. I'm not withholding any answer from any of you. You have the answer. I've been saying it. Like, all I really ever need to say to any of you, you're the answer. I can repeat that all day, 24/7 a day, 24/7, 365 or 366 days a year for the rest of my life. You're the answer. You are the answer. 4 letters or 4 words, or you're the answer. 3 words. How about that? You're the answer. You're the answer. You're the answer.
You are the answer. Hello, answer. You're the answer. Because it has to start with you. You have to be the one that has to think it, to feel it, to believe it, to say it, to do it, to take the action or inaction. So it starts with you. And then it ends with you. Because you're the one that has to ultimately do it. Speak it, say it, feel it, mean it, be it, believe it, know it. So that's why I said it starts with you and ends with you, because you're the answer. That's it. That's my book. You can save yourself hundreds of thousands of dollars, y'all, in coaching. So then you're wondering, then why doesn't your clients, right? Why do my clients pay me? That's a great question. Why do they pay me? I'll tell you why. Ready? Because they feel that they have blocks and they need that extra support. Because you may still logically hear that you're the answer, but you'll still feel like that's not true. Until we figure out why within. And again, if any of you ever feel called to work with me, let me know. But just know, I have a big price tag attached to that, because I am worth a lot for what I do. So I'm just letting you know. My current clients right now are capable of paying that because they make a shit ton of money doing what they're doing. That's me promoting myself. Oh. I love that joke, by the way. I'll always love your sense of humor, bro. Never lose that about you. So that's a good thing to have. Your sense of humor is awesome. Just working on shoulders right now. I want to get this done, because there's a lot to do, because today is full body. So if you all see me through the upper body days and lower body days, guess what we're doing? The entire shebang today. Fridays are dedicated to all of it. It gets me prepared for tomorrow for jump rope. Now, if it doesn't rain tomorrow and it's decently warm, I will do my harder jump rope exercise out here and I will stream it. If it is cooler, then I am probably going to only stream for a couple hours tomorrow, and I'll just do my lighter jump rope exercise indoors. I've done my very long and difficult jump rope exercise indoors many times, but I wanted to show it to all of you because it's a long one, and I don't have it recorded on my live stream yet, so I figured, why not? All right, so yeah, we need to go this way. You know what's funny? I said I was gonna go make some eggs, but then we ended up getting into the talking. And because we went into the talking, I didn't end up making my eggs. And now it's kind of like, don't really want to go put on eggs now. So it's kind of, I'll just eat whatever tomorrow, later. It's fine. Let me see what was left in the chat, because there's a bunch of things that were left in the chat and I have no idea. So let's have a peek. What video should I make? Anything you like, as long as it brings you joy. Please, could you tell? that there is nothing to be worried about because he's scared that we were in a his name is Quinn. Quinn! Wait, in a simulation. Hold on. So, your brother Quinn, what was he? Well, technically we are in a simulator, but I'm not gonna lie. How old is your brother? It's just so fascinating how I have to go through all of this experiences to now be able to handle all of this. Like, I'm like, why me? Why did I have to be this one to do it? Because you asked for it, Orion. Fuck. Why can't I just been a normal, just human being doing the normal human things, you know? Just being normal, third dimensional. Why did I have to know all this stuff? He's 7. Okay, well, this is... Well, I don't like telling fibs, but tell him there's nothing to be afraid about. Quinn, if you're listening, listen carefully. Live your life with joy. That's all you need to worry about. All you need to focus on. Okay? Just listen to your heart and always follow your joy as best as you can. There's nothing to be afraid about. Play with your toys and have fun. Draw, color, paint, ride your bike, play sports, whatever it is, have fun. Always have fun. When you have fun, you will not have any fear. I hope your brother heard that. You're welcome. The future's good, Justin. Future's good. It's very good. Do you think mathematical concepts are true? That's a good question, actually. That could be very... They can be. They can be helpful. They help us to somewhat understand things that our language can't. Sometimes math can transcend beyond our language. But that's what math is just doing. It's just helping us to understand things. Just like words. That's what words are used for, to understand. So they can be useful. But it just comes down to, like for me, I was never a math guy. Never really enjoyed math per se, but I love numbers, which is weird because I love me my money. I love me my numbers, but I never liked me my math. I didn't like quadratic equations and calculus and derivatives. It just didn't click with me. It wasn't, I think for me, the reason why I didn't find them useful was because they were just boring. Like who cares about x plus y equals blah, blah, blah? I don't care about that. But yeah, they have their importance for sure. Just like science has a lot of importance, right? Scientifical equations and like chemistry and like geometry, Well, geometry is math, but you know. So if I don't live stream for 12 hours tomorrow, guess what? That'll be the first live stream in a very, very, very long time that I have only done a short amount of time. And it'll be interesting because, you know, I've been going consistently since November 25th. Well, technically October 6th, 2024, but those ones were shorter live streams because Instagram and Facebook don't allow for 12-hour live streams. You know what the funny thing is? Kick and I think just Kick right now can allow for you to go beyond 24 hours and it's actually recorded. Like there's a brother, his name is Sunamod. That's what he goes by, Sunamod. He makes mods for the old Final Fantasy games. He makes voice mods. And he has a stream that's over 19 hours long. I mean, I've done 19 hours, no problem, but like YouTube doesn't record after 11 hours and 55 minutes. Cool. All right. I need the yoga blocks. Yeah, you can only on YouTube 11 hours 55 minutes. You can't get 12 hours on YouTube. No matter if you go and look at the channel right now, 11 hours and 55 minutes is the max. You can't go any further than that. You can still be on your live stream past your 11 hours and 55 minutes, but nothing gets recorded after that. So nothing gets recorded after a certain period of time. But on Kick, Kick allows you to stream and have it recorded beyond 11 hours and 55 minutes. But I don't know how long you can actually stream for and have it being recorded. Here, Mom. I'm bringing out my walker. As you can see, bunch of stuff. We have the entirety of everything out here now, except for my other dumbbells. All right, body. I know you want to nibble on something quickly. So let's go and grab a little snack. I will. Thank you, bro. I'm definitely going to go do that. I'm going to be... Thank you, Mr. Stormtrooper. I just saw it was you. Thank you for that. I will definitely do that. But I'm going to grab something to nibble on. A little peckish at the moment. I feel called to have something. And this is a beautiful thing. I can eat and then move if I choose to. So I don't lock myself to just like one thing. Take another clementine. A yogurt.
and this. I'm gonna put a piece of tape on the back of the screen for your car for the wire, so it's not going in front of the thing. You know how? Because I see it came out to the front for the dash cam. Yeah, so I'm gonna put a little piece of tape just on the back to hold it in place. Do you use it every time you go and drive or no? Okay. But then you unplug it after, right? And I am back. I'm outside again. So I have peanut butter, yogurt, and a clementine. Got lots of that. My yogurt though, it fell yesterday, so the little container thing is a little mashed up at the moment, so I'll have to deal with all that. I'm gonna have me my peanut butters. I like my peanut butters. Let me see what Amelia shared. Let's see what you said. And my mom let me get a hey. I will definitely stay winning and twinning Mr. Stormtrooper. And Amelia, good stuff. Awesome. Don't mind it chewing. I'm sort of refueling myself now. I know some of you are like, does this guy ever eat? Here you go. Here's your eating. I have one more slice, then clementine, and then my yogurt. And I have to go get water from downstairs. Speaking of which, I didn't have one of my vitamins, so I'm gonna go grab that too. All right, so I got my dips to do, my leg raises, my push-ups, my squats, all of my mobility training. We got lots to do. This will take the majority of the rest of the evening or afternoon, unless I just lock in. And I don't speak at all, and I just, you know, when I say don't speak, I mean don't get into like a speaking flow for like 20-30 minutes. I'll get it going. I'll get it wrapped, finished. It looks like a hot mess of equipment out here. Sounds good, dude. Go do your thing. I'm glad. I'm happy that you're gonna get your own channel to use finally. For me, it's like far removed from like for me, because I don't need to ask permission anymore, but it's kind of weird now to some degree, like remembering what it feels like to ask for permission to do stuff. For me, I just do it. There's no point doing sweeping up right now. There's a bunch of the little flowers flying off the tree coming here, the petals. So a lot of purple around. So, and the wind's just blowing, so I figured just, otherwise I'll just be cleaning all day. I'll just let it all fall and then I'll clean it up. That requires you to all fall off though. I'm happy, Amelia, that you're gonna get your YouTube channel. And who knows? Maybe you start making YouTube videos for yourself. You never know. Everybody's got to start somewhere, right? If you ever feel called to make videos. I remember the first time I made my first video ever, I was scared shitless. I was so scared. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know if people are gonna like this. October 6th, 2020. Crazy. I never thought in a million years I was going to ever be a YouTuber back then. Much less making like content. I had no idea. That was not part of the plan, y'all. You know what my plan was? Work in IT for the rest of my life. That was it. Do IT. Because I was making six figures, I was doing great, but it felt soul-sucking. But I was like, you know what? That's the only thing I'm good at. So I may as well just stick to what I know. But the universe had another plan for me. It always has a plan for me. And it told me, you have so much more to do, dude. You didn't come here for your just traditional, like, you were supposed to do it for a little bit for me to tell you, you have more to do. Excuse the chewing, by the way. I knew it fell off. I knew some water fell on it. Oh well. I still haven't taken up my plate from this afternoon because I went straight to doing my exercises. We're fueling up for the next round, y'all. Not that I need to do that, but giving the body some time to like enjoy itself, you know? You gotta live a little. All work and no play. But this is my play. All right, yogurt. I know you got all mashed up last night, so I gotta swirl you around.
make you look nice again. I was never a yogurt fan, by the way. You know when I started eating yogurt? 2020. Started eating yogurt and I was like, oh, I've been missing out on yogurt all my life. Because I had this perception that yogurt was made with spoiled milk. And maybe it is. But I was like, why wasn't I eating yogurt? Of course, it's not the healthiest yogurt, but why was I not eating yogurt when I was younger? Instead of yogurt, I was eating pudding. Vanilla pudding. And then there was a brand, I forget their name now. They stopped making that pudding. They don't exist anymore. Of course, there's other companies that make vanilla pudding, but I stopped having pudding. So when I started eating yogurt, I'm like, whoa, this stuff actually tastes pretty good. So now I eat yogurt. Of course, this is not the healthiest yogurt, but then again, to me, it's all energy, and I don't label things as good or bad. It just is. Well, what's up, Todd? Just about to get rolling with some more movements in a moment. Good to see you, dude. Just finishing up my yogurt. How you doing, bro? You good? Just to give you a little heads up what we were talking about earlier, we were talking about escaping. How, you know, a lot of people are attempting to escape the matrix, or escape themselves, or escape what they have to feel, that they're holding, like they're sort of hiding the skeletons in the closet that they don't want to feel. That doesn't sound good. That does not sound good. We're gonna have to do something about the fence soon. Anyways, so we were talking about all that kind of stuff. And ultimately, I'm going to go grab a bottle of water. Ultimately, we have to feel these things in order to move forward, because the stories are just lingering and holding us hostage. And if we do not let go of those stories that are holding us, like the narratives, it ensnares us into its trap over and over, and then ultimately we'll never move forward, and we'll always feel stuck to some degree. So that's what we were talking about earlier. The story of it being inadequate or not good enough, or not capable of good things, or meant to have good things, or anything like that. Looking towards a 3-day weekend. Amazing. I'll be escaping with some TCH. Cool. Enjoy. That's right, it's Memorial Day. How can I forget? It's coming up. A nice Monday. Memorial Day in America. I mean, I'll be celebrating. I celebrate it, even though I'm in Canada. And when I'm in America, I'll be celebrating Victoria Day. I get the best of both worlds. I get the best of both worlds. Okay. It's time to roll. Let me organize some of these things. It's a little messy out here. You don't need this just yet. And The weights are just to keep the mat from moving, these ones here, because it's just pretty windy today. What's up, bro? Mr. Ramon, what's going on, dude? You good? I was just having a little bit of a snack quickly and getting right back to it. All right, so I had 22. So normally I do 22, then 11 more, then 11 more, then 11 more, so I'll be at 55. So while I'm doing that, we can do our hamstrings because we've got lots to take care of. Oops. Today's full body Friday, so we got all things to do. Perfect, I'm glad. Makes me happy, bro. As long as you're good, dude, and you enjoy, amazing. Yeah, we were talking about escaping, since as you just came on too, escaping yourself, escaping the matrix, escaping the feelings that we're supposed to feel that is holding us hostage, but we're not feeling it because it's like a song playing in the background. That's what I was talking about earlier today. Left side's dead. Yeah, so I was sharing, like, I had this belief once upon a time ago that God, the universe, the all that is, itself, whatever name you want to call it, was blocking me and wanted me to fail, wanted me to lose, wanted me to suffer, and put me here to suffer. And I'm not the only one that has that belief about God putting you here to suffer. God left just here to suffer. I've heard that from many, many people in my time of, like, during my spiritual journey. And I realized, like, where the hell did I get that shit from? I have to question a lot of that. So I'm like, where did I get that from? God wanted me to suffer. Well, if God wanted me to suffer, He would have not made me. That's my ultimate suffering. He would have watched me just be on the other side, looking at the humans, and like, nope, you can't go down. Why not? Because you can't go down. But that was a belief that was holding this character hostage for a long time. So that's what I was saying. And I had the belief of inadequacy that was born fundamentally flawed, and that I was never going to break free, and I was always meant to see other people win and I have to lose, all because I was escaping reality and facing myself, not you versus you. That is a paradigm. You can use it if you want, but I prefer you with yourself, because it's you with yourself. And handling things within yourself. Oops, I'm losing balance. God dang. Come on. Hey. Eight. I didn't touch there. Very good. All right. So hamstring is done. 11 more of these. Now we move on to the next movement. Yeah, so for me, you know, that belief of holding on to for the longest time, I thought it was serving me, and it was to some degree. We hold on to beliefs because they help serve us to some extent. Until you're no longer meant to hold on to it. Because it's time for you to let go of it. It has a purpose for a certain amount of time, human time, for you to then let go of it. So I had the sense of the inadequacy. Inadequacy is basically not feeling enough, feeling worthless, feeling never capable, not good enough. Insert word. That's what inadequacy is. Inadequate. And that's also what many are feeling inside, deep within. So I was escaping by playing video games, not knowing, of course. I had no idea about any of this stuff back then. But I created all these narratives and stories. I was never going to amount to anything good. I'm meant to be poor. I'll never be rich. Right? These are the stories of the victim. And to some degree, we all had a story of playing a victim, the victim story, to some degree. But there comes a point where, when will you let go of it? When will you drop the story, right? Whew. Right now, I just want to not listen to any other music, or just want to chill right now. Whew. What are we going to do for knees? Very windy. you heard me kind of say, shit. My knees are feeling a little bit of tightness. Got to shake it out. Hear that? Well, you don't hear it now. I have to shake this one out. Hey, I talk to the body a lot. Making sure they know you're doing good. Left side now. 2, 3. Preventative maintenance. 4. Does the body good. Here in my mouth. Good job. Knees are done. Knees are done. Hamstring is done. I'm going to quickly do ankle. So sometimes I don't really say much. I just allow myself to just slow down, even if there's anyone on the stream. If somebody wants to say anything, they can. I'll chime in, but I usually take the time to just There we go, that's what I want to do. So this one's good for your ankles. If you have a wall, like there's a wall right there, you press against the wall and you drive your ankle forward. Now we're doing the other side. Cool. Ankles are done. We're getting things done, y'all. We're locking in. Locking into that. So upper body is left in terms of like the mobility training. Before I do my next 11, I think I'm gonna do What do I want to do? Wrist, shoulders, or spine? And if I'm doing shoulders, what are we doing for shoulders? Okay, wrist. So this one's good for your wrist because you're putting all the pressure on it. So this strengthens the wrist. Okay, wrists are done. So then I cinch back on my wrist, again like this. So this helps loosen the joints, muscles in the wrist, and it prevents injury from happening. And you also can, spin around. But don't do this, don't go all the way back here like this right away. Just go like this until you can start to cinch back a little bit. Yeah, that way too. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that. That works too. Yeah, that works as well too. I'm doing that right now. That works. So I'm doing it right now. You just can't, there's a wall right here. You can see my legs, but yeah, that works too. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So I usually do this or what you just suggested, where I'm leaning back. That way works both, which is good. But usually when I'm inside, the wall, there's a chair or sofa, so I had to rely on doing it this way for now, but this works too, and that works as well. All right, cool. So the wrists are good. So we did knees, hamstrings, ankles, wrists. Now, I know we did shoulders already with the dumbbells, but I still do mobility training with the shoulders, and I do need to grab my resistant band. I would love if I can use the resistant band on this sort of banister thing here. The only problem is the banister took a bit of a beating during the winter time, and unfortunately, if I start to hang or pull on it, it will probably break. So I don't really want to touch that much. Otherwise, I'd be using this and doing a bunch of pull downs. So we're gonna do shoulders. So this is my broken resistant band now, because they seem to be breaking pretty easily as of late. But essentially I grab it and I do this. Now you can do this with a stick, but this using a resistant band helps you to clear and spin around. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, using a resistant band is more helpful for building strength. Spot on, exactly. My man here knows his fitness stuff, indeed. And sure is. Sure is. It does definitely help with strength. Whew. That's why, for me, I did already my main exercise earlier, but I share with the audience that it's important to work on your flexibility and your joints, because health is one of the things that, like, once you can always regain it, but you'll have to put in a lot of sweat equity in the beginning and then start to maintain it. But it becomes easier to maintain over time once you've put in that little sweat equity in the beginning, right? Because once you've done it and you've created it as like a habit, it becomes easier. But then as your body is more fluid and flexible and not rigid and tight, you'll be able to do more things that you weren't capable of doing prior, and your body will thank you, because you'll be able to live a longer and more healthier life without having to focus on all kinds of external things. Like, I have the walker here, but the walker is used for exercise. So I make sure I prioritize on that. Thank you. You as well. Take care. Have a good night. I appreciate you for being on. Thank you so much. So I do about 20 to 30 of these, just getting the shoulders to clear. And one is like going back and then front, and that would be considered one. So this would be another one. Another one right there. So we still have our push-ups, our squats to do. We still have our leg raises to do. So our lower body pretty much is done. Our upper body is going to be almost done shortly. We're getting through it. We're tackling through it. It's 4:05 p.m., which is great. We still have plenty of time in the stream. I did start the stream, I think, at like 7:50 or something like that. I forgot. So the stream will just be on for a fair bit. That's not tired. That's just a lack of oxygen. Sometimes you just have to breathe. Oh yeah, let's go. So shoulders are done. We're going to do a couple moves here. Cool. All right. So our shoulders are done. Take a moment to pause for a sec. I'm gonna grab that water, drink that water. Feeling good. Oh man, it's good. Fridays, like I said, they're known as full body Fridays for those who are jumping on. Because I know every so often someone new is jumping on the stream, which is cool. So I get to just, explain things again. So Fridays are designed to tackle the entirety from basically neck down and, and work on the entirety of the body. Because Fridays prepare me for Saturday, which is jump rope. And jump rope targets practically, more majority of your lower body, but it can target your upper body, because when you're spinning the rope, especially if you have a heavier jump rope like I do, a 1 pound rope, it starts targeting your forearms, your biceps, and your shoulders, because you start to feel it in your shoulders. Of course, that targets, a lot of the upper body as well, because when you're like sucking in your gut and you're inhaling and you're jumping, that also targets your like abs, because it depends on how you're also jumping with the jump rope. So that's why I love jump rope. If someone asked me, Orion, if you could only do one type of exercise for the rest of your life, what would it be? What would you give up? I told them, well, I would give up everything except for jump rope. If I could only ever do one exercise, and I couldn't hang, I couldn't use weights, I couldn't use a barbell, I couldn't use any machines, I couldn't run, I couldn't do cardio or anything of that nature. I mean, jumping rope is cardio. If I could only do one, it would be jump rope, because it targets basically the entirety of cardio, like your stamina, your resilience. It helps you to build strength if you have a heavier rope, or speed if you have a speed rope. Endurance, and it targets overall from your ankles, because you have to bounce, your knees, your hips, your lower back, core, your shoulders, and your wrists and your forearm. So minus like the neck, everything it's basically targeting. So I highly recommend for anyone who's looking to get into fitness or start their fitness journey to jump rope. That will be one of your best things you start to do. Now, if you can't jump rope, that's okay, because everyone's got to start somewhere. When I first started jumping rope, I was just like, I was doing that. But then eventually I was able to I can jump it now. And then sure enough, now I can do some tricks. But my heavier rope is a little bit harder to do those tricks because it's a heavier rope. Ooh. I don't know where that's coming from. Hey, we're not tired, okay? Hello, you're not tired. You got more than enough sleep. You're not breathing. Breathe. You know what's fascinating? You can get high over your breath. If you didn't know. If you do breath work properly, you can get high over your own breath. That's a bar, write it down. If any of you are looking to do like transcendental experiences, you can do breath work and you can whoosh, send yourself to the next. All right. We're going to do spine. So what are we doing for spine? Got it, that one. So we're going to be in a squat. We're going to grab our ankle with our opposite hand. So this is my left arm, or my left hand grabbing my right ankle. We're going to bring our right arm and our right elbow and touch the ground. Now, if you can't touch the ground, go as far as you can. And what you're going to do is you're going to spin up like this. And this targets your spine, your hips, and your shoulders, and your lower back. So you start to open up and get a nice little stretch here. So I do 20 of these per side. On the last one, you can hold for a moment. And that's 20. So when you do that, you will feel a massive like opening in your in your hips, in your lower back, because there's a lot of tension that can be held in your lower back due to a lot of different things. It could just be like stress that you're carrying, because energy builds up, right? The reason why someone's feeling pain or dis-ease, not a disease, but dis-ease, because that's what a disease is, a dis-ease in their body, is because of just a lot of tension that's stored up over time. And all we need to do is start to break down the tension. When you start to break down the tension, you start to loosen the body up. And when you loosen the body up, you're more relaxed. And guess what happens when you're more relaxed? You will start to get more guidance, more intuitive hits, you'll be more centered, more grounded. When things come at you, you'll be able to handle it with ease. Then you might still get into chaos, but you'll at least be able to function and navigate it more easier or simpler than you were prior to when you were in tension. So that's why it's so important to move the body. It doesn't mean that you have to do like 27 hours of cardio and all this stuff a day. And notice I said 27 hours because there are people attempting to do like so many things in a day, but then they forget to do one of the most important things to do, rest. They say you should rest every other day, right? I get perpetual rest because I'm in a rested state, right? Majority of my day, do you see me stressing out about anything? I'm rest. This is relaxing. This is like therapy for me. This is therapeutic, just moving my body. So for me, like my rest days are every day as I work out, right? I'm actually much stronger the way I am right now because I've also trained my body to be able to handle this. My dad's friend is on his way here. I can see him coming. So we will be doing the next side in a moment. But it's important to just move. And I can tell you why it's so important to move besides what I just shared. Because when you have energy flowing around your body, your energy is flowing through from your tip of your toes all the way to beyond your head. And this energy, right, think of it like a current. Some of it is in harmony and some of it is like fighting. You know how if you've seen water? Hey. Good, you? Good. Just hanging in? You should be good, though. It can't be just hanging in.
Just hanging in.
It can't be just hanging in. All good, though?
Yeah.
Good.
Hanging in. Tired of me. South working all day.
Ah. How's Mr. Doggy?
He's doing good.
Oh,
He's doing good. He's almost 50, but he's healthy.
that's good. That's good.
New contraption.
No, this is old now, but I bought this at the thrift store for like $20. So we know it's a walker, right? But I use it.
Balance.
Yeah, but I use it to like do go up and down and
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah. So you can like show someone who's using one of these to get back
that-
into
that
shape.
builds arm muscle.
Yeah. So, because there's no way to really hang a bar anywhere
No,
here.
yeah.
So this is the next best thing I can do, to kind of like put a bar somewhere.
So now what you can do is put 2 posts.
Yeah.
Put 2 posts in the ground.
Yeah. I don't think they're gonna want that though.
Who?
Them. So. Because like the only other way to do like a pull up is to like hang on that thing, but that thing is not. I wouldn't do it there.
On the deck?
Yeah, like over there, and there's not, and it's still too low. So I mean, I have the trail that has the bar, but that's about it.
You need some place to put it.
Yeah. Like even if I have a bar in the room, I can't because the door, the frame, it's built weird. You can't hang it.
Can't hang it, yeah.
So whoever designed the house didn't do a good job, unfortunately. This is the 40s. These,
As these houses are 70-something years old.
yeah. So
Yes. In those days, these days now with the computer,
yeah.
AI,
Yep.
in those days, those guys were doing everything by drawing.
Yeah, I know.
Measurements.
They did a good job though. It's just, you know.
Yeah, but these older houses, they're way better than the new ones. Because they're sturdy.
Right, these houses are,
Watching some shows.
yeah.
They put up some condos somewhere in Vaughan,
Uh-huh.
and the walls were coming apart. Like they go high.
Yeah.
I could start opening up from the top.
Right.
Obviously, they didn't do a good job there.
Yeah, because like
A bunch of people
they're basically, it's like paper.
yeah.
It's like you're living in a
These
paper houses.
man, these houses are well built.
They are.
All you gotta do.
The only thing that this house needs is a little bit better electrical wiring and a little bit better insulation. That's it. It's good. It does its job.
Something. Well, those are some of the stuff you have to do, right?
Yeah.
These houses, because since I moved in, I literally renovated the entire house.
Hmm.
You had to put in all new windows, bathrooms, a roof, floors.
Hmm.
Basically, we did. Yeah, we changed out some of the drywall.
How long you guys been living over there?
27 years.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I was the one who told you that about this house.
Ah.
Because I was driving out the morning. I know you was looking for a house.
Right.
So I was driving out and I saw this on sale.
Yeah.
This went
He's
up
over there.
This went up the morning.
Ah.
And I called him and he bought it the same day. He came in and put in the offer and I think they accepted.
Yeah.
You guys were living over by Silverstone.
Yep. How come I've never seen you at Silverstone before? Or maybe I just didn't recognize
I didn't
you.
know your dad. I never came there.
Oh.
I just knew him from, I think was by Dave's shop.
Mm. You've known Dave for a long time?
Well, I used to sell parts. I used to know a lot of the body shops.
Oh, okay, got it.
I had my own business for 16 years.
Got it.
So I used to sell parts, and Robin used to be painting with those guys. But he used to come and hang out with Dave.
Right.
I think he was working at the Honda dealership then.
Yeah.
So that's how we used to play cards every Friday night too.
Mm.
So that's how we all get to know each other.
Got it.
Yeah, but with a little bit of renovations here and there, man. I just broke down my deck, and hopefully in the next month I'll start putting it back together.
Mm.
I already got in the foundation,
Right.
all the posts and everything. It's already framed from the outside. I just gotta put on the cross beams and the flooring. And
Mm.
a little bit every year, man.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I just did my fence about 4 years ago.
Mm.
Cause my fence became like this. It fell down.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to do that.
So what I did, I stained my fence now. I
Mm.
stain all the boards similar color to that.
Right.
Because when you leave them like this exposed with the elements, they look horrible.
It's true.
When you see how the deck looks nice, So I stay
Well, that deck is being peeled, bro. When you look at it, it's very peeled.
No, what I mean, like the color.
Right. The color, yeah.
The color, yeah, that's what. So I did my entire fence kind of that color.
Mm, right.
But these days times are hard, you know, with the way the economy going.
For sure.
Careful how you spend.
Yep.
All the tax, the GS, the tariffs and everything, man.
Yep. Talking to my dad's friend there. His name is Farouk. He has a doggy named Bola. His dog comes here once in a while. He's a little pug. He runs around in the grass. You didn't bring him today. So I was just asking about his doggy. All right. So we got to do this side now. So opposite hand. So this is the right now. Grabbing the left ankle. Same thing. Go down. So sometimes, as you can see, I'm kind of leaning forward because you need to sometimes do one or two for you to get into the groove. But then once you get into the groove, it's easy to do. So just because you might not be able to do the first or second one properly, don't give up on the first or second, because the third or the fourth will be the one that you'll nail it. So never give up. And that means anything in life, just so you know. Sometimes the first and second attempt at things don't usually work out because we want it to happen the first time. Sometimes it does happen the first time, but then other times it has to happen the fourth or fifth time. Like for me, when I wanted to be an entrepreneur, which now I'm a certified entrepreneur, which is awesome, I had to go through many different iterations of like, what am I going to be sharing with the world? How do I help people? Right? And it changed over time. And the first iteration of my, you can call it coaching, was helping people to be more disciplined. How to help people be more disciplined. Which at the time was great, but you know, it didn't feel quite in alignment. Then the second iteration of coaching turned into self-love, right? And from self-love, once you have self-love, all things unfold. But even then, still something fell off. The third iteration of coaching for me was authenticity. And authenticity is very, very powerful, but it's still missing something. Like being your true authentic self is great, but it's still missing something. So I was like, okay, this is where I was getting frustrated. I wanted to just say screw it and go back to a job, and I didn't want to go back to a job because I'm like, I'm not going to work no damn job. Who do you think I am? I've already worked in the corporate field, and I already went down that road. Beat myself up for years, right? And so I continuously kept saying, I'm not going back. Like I didn't come this far, I only come this far. So I have to keep persisting. Now I made it harder for myself because I was getting frustrated. And guess what? Frustration, irritated, and annoyance are your they're their worst enemies. I was about to say worst best friend, that's kind of weird. They're not your ally, and because of that, I struggled and I had to persist. But I got it, I finally figured it out. What's up, dude? I quit my job to come here to Ukraine to volunteer, living life now. Or loving and loving life now. Perfect. See? Amazing. You see? Right? You had to say fuck yes to you and say hell no to the other thing, because you knew what you needed to do.
because it felt something called you. By the way, I have a little bit of a tie to Ukraine because of my ex-wife. She's from the Ukraine, and I still care and respect and love her very, very much as a friend now. I see her as more like a sister because I see everybody as brothers and sisters. But I've really a really good tie to Ukraine, and of course, there's another sister who lives in San Diego, where I'm planning to be moving to. Her name is Victoria. She's also from Ukraine, so that's why I have so much love and respect for the Ukrainian people. But yeah, I can feel it, bro. So for me, I had to persist, but that persistence, which was great, it's a nice skill, but it also can be a double-edged sword to some degree. But I finally figured out what I needed to do. I'm like, stop pretending, start just being real, start sharing. Like, I know there's going to be people who are going to be, quote unquote, not going to understand what you have to say, but there's going to be people who will understand what you have to say. So just say it. It's not for those people, it's for others. You came here to help a certain amount of people, right? Right now is not your time to help like a Mr. Beast kind of level. But don't worry, you're going to be at like a Mr. Beast level, but for another purpose. So now I don't struggle, because there was one thing I was also doing. I wanted to be relatable to some degree, and some of you are you're gonna kind of clue in where I'm gonna go with this. This might be your story too, to some degree. I wanted to be relatable, so I made my story much harder than it had to be, because I wanted people to understand my story. I wanted people to understand that I didn't have it easy, so that they can understand. Because when someone doesn't understand you, you become unrelatable. And when you become unrelatable in the world, no one will listen to you. And when no one listens to you, guess what happens? You become isolated. And isolation meant like being exiled, like back in the days, and it's hardwired into our system. And because it's hardwired within our system, that meant imminent death. When you were exiled from a tribe back in the days, you're done. You're cooked. You're finished. It's over. No more sex with the women for guys. And if you were a girl, well, you definitely were going to be considered like low level, right? No more food, because you have to defend for yourself now. Right? You wouldn't be able to hunt with the tribe. You're done. Imminent death. Unless you were bold enough, brave enough back then, with the limited awareness and intelligence that our mind had at the time, to do things on your own. We were designed to be in tribes as humans. From the mind level, not the soul level, the mind level. So my eyes are itchy for some reason, but it's okay. I had to persist. Thank you, by the way, bro, for sharing that. That I'm glad you're living your best life and you're loving it, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're living life and you're loving it, and it's awesome. So I have to persist, but I finally figured it out. That's why I said, sometimes you might not get it the first time. That's okay. Sometimes you might not get it the second time. That's okay. But all those steps don't mean that you're starting from ground zero. You're just building upon what you already had. That's a bar, write it down. You're never actually starting over. You're starting from where you currently are. And you have all that experience with you, and now you're just taking it and applying it to your next iteration of whatever that looks like. I need to wipe my eyes for a moment. My eyes are like itchy right now. It's okay. All right. So we did spine, wrist, and shoulders. So I'm going to do my next 11. So we're at 44. Whew. Oh wow. That's that motorcycle. That's definitely a motorcycle. Yeah, 100%. That was not a car. That's a motorcycle. And yeah, I can still hear it. I like sounds of motorcycles and Supras and 2JZ GTE, or not 2JZs, that's still Supras, and RX-7s and Skylines and Dodge Chargers, you know, Fast and Furious. Vroom, 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 vroom. Yeah, anyways, things have to happen. Things unfold the way they unfolded it. Unfolded it? Sure, Orion. Unfolded it. I don't ever beat myself up when I make little blunders like that. And unfolded it. Things unfolded. And here we are now. You know, Ramon, who is the Lost Machos Nachos person, if you look up in the chat, and he jumped on it and he said, hey, and then he said, always. You know, we were talking on my other live stream channel, and he's like, now you know why your channel had to happen the way it happened. I'm like, yeah, bro. I have to go through absolute gutter. I have to go through shit. I have to go through fucking hell. I had to go through absolute nightmare and nonsense and pain and struggle and drama and conflict and problems with a bunch of other people, right? Which now we're super close, all of us, to some degree. Some really hate my guts because of the things I've said. Some have like, ugh, Orion, that guy again, that piece of shit, But you know, they're out living their life now, which is good, because I had to be a little bit of an asshole to them at times. But you know, I'm proud of them because now they're actually starting to make a difference in their life. But I had to go through all that, the absolute ringer, to understand the consciousness of the world, because they basically were all over the world, every one of them. We had Europe, we had Asia, we had Africa. Yep, the one that clears throat, he knows what we're talking about. He knows. We're good. We've been good. We're always going to be good going forward because, you know, I know what's up now, right? But back then, didn't know what's up. Well, I had my own preconceived notions, and I'm like, come on, Orion, what are you doing? What are we doing here, right? But, you know, South America, like Africa, North America, lots of North Americans for sure, tons of North Americans, tons. Australia, I had people from like Japan, I had people from New Zealand. So I had a lot of people, a lot of different people from different parts of the world. And I got to see the collective consciousness at first hand, like how the area is to some degree, because they're the representation of the area to some degree. But they're not fully the collective representation of the area, because they themselves are their own person. But it gave me a little bit of an understanding of what is going on in the world, right, through all these trials and tribulations. But here we are, you know, a whole 17 months and a half later. I was supposed to be still on my other channel live streaming and ending. I was supposed to end at the beginning of May, and I decided to keep going, and the universe is like, hello, what the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be on this channel right now. Why are you still on the other channel? What are you afraid about? Go do it. You've been live streaming. I've been helping you practice. What are you doing? Now we've been certified on this channel for what? A week and a half now? We've been doing this almost 2 weeks-ish, close to 2 weeks. Running into all types of souls on this channel. Lots of aligned souls. A lot of souls who are just, you know, doing their thing. That's all I'm going to say. Just doing their thing. No judgment whatsoever, because you are where you are based on your frequency. It's just that simple. Your frequency is not judgment. It's just where you are. It's like 88.8 or 99.9 or 111.11 or 115.9 or some shit like that. But I'm glad that I had to go through and persist through that. Because now I have I mean, every one of us has a unique story. But that gave me a certain amount of skill and a little bit of a kick in the butt at times. There's been days where on that channel no one's on the stream, I'm still talking to myself. There's tons of times I've been talking to myself. There's been no one who's been watching the channel whatsoever, right? And I'd just be talking all day. There's been times where, you know, I've had enough. I wanted to throw in the towel, I wanted to quit. I'm glad I didn't, because if I did, then I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have helped any of you. I wouldn't have met like Gypsy. I wouldn't have reconnected with Mr. Justin there. I wouldn't have got to meet you, Jesse James. Wouldn't have met Mr. Felix or Amelia. Wouldn't have met Stormtrooper. Wouldn't have met Rihanna. Wouldn't have met Light. I wouldn't have met the other brothers that I can't pronounce their names because their names are a little challenging to pronounce. But you know who you are. All of you have been here more than once. So if I had quit, then I wouldn't be here. Quite literally, I would have just given up, thrown in the towel. It was done. But I didn't. I had to persist through it. But 17 months though, it's a long time. Very long time. To persist through something. When you still have no idea what you're supposed to be doing, but you still do it anyways. So that's why I said, like, you know, things sometimes you just have to just take a chance. You never know. Like when I quit my job in 2022, tail end, like September 13th was my last day. I didn't actually quit. I got fired, just so you know. You want to hear the story about what happened to me? Guess what happened? So I came to work in track pants, not these, but I came in my gray track pants. This is a law firm, okay? And I was working from home for 2.5 years before they decided you have to start coming into the office. Like, I don't want to come in the office. Everybody else doesn't want to come in the office. Why are we coming into the office? Like, what's the point? We can do all the work we've been doing from home. Just sell the fucking building, or just have one room with all the computers and like have massive fans. We can set up all that. That's fine. I'll come in for the office for one day, but we don't need to be in no damn office. Because they want control over you. They want to see what you're doing, right? So guess what? They wanted me to come in 3 days a week. I'm like, first it was 1 day a week, and I was, you know what? 1 day is fine. I can do 1 day. I can deal with 1 day. Out of 5 days, 1 day is okay. I'm like, sure. But I didn't have to stay the entire day. I stayed from like 9 a.m. to like 1 p.m. and I would travel home with the work phone and the work laptop. I'll be on the train and making sure that everyone's okay. And then I'd get back and then like everyone's fine. It only took like an hour and a half or about an hour to get home. Because I would drive the car to the subway station or the train station and then drive back, because it was easier to drive back then. There was not as much traffic as there is now again. There's actually more traffic now than ever. So they started wanting me to come in 3 days a week, and I was so friggin' resistant to that. You have no idea. I was like, but we're working from home. Like, what are we doing here? Come on. You want me to come in 3 days? 3 days. What the fuck? 3 days? Like, you spoiled me. When you have something so good and then they start to pull it underneath you, pull the rug, and you're like, you have to start coming back in. First of all, that's money you have to travel with. I saved a lot of money without having to travel, just so you know. Number two, that's time. I gotta take fucking bus or train to get to work. Get the fuck out of here with that. Ain't doing that. And then not to mention friggin' delays when trains don't work, because Toronto has, in my opinion, not the greatest system. I'm sure it's just as bad as it was prior to me going to an office space. Not complaining, just this is just the reality of what Toronto's traffic is like. Because you couldn't drive downtown unless you want to pay $40 for parking every day. I was making money, but I'm not spending $40. I'm not cheap, but I'm not spending $40 on parking. Let's just be real. I should have my own damn parking. So anyways, and then here's the other caveat to this. You know what? So there was an office space up in the top floor. The rooms were completely empty, some of them. Like, there was no lawyers sitting in there. So I'm like, let me just chill in here then. They wanted me at my desk where I was sitting, because I had a previous job where I had my own office, and I got used to working in my own office. And when I went and took this job, because I no longer was, I wanted to get back to my old job, and I went into something new, and I kind of fucked that up, but that had to happen. That's a whole other story right now. I was sitting upstairs. They wanted me to be in my space. I'm like, what difference does it make where I sit? I'm in the building, am I not? Hello? It's not like you all are on the same floor as me. You're on a different floor. If you want, you can come upstairs and see what I'm doing. I'm just chilling. They were thinking I was moonlighting, which technically I was, but I was taking my Zoom calls with like Huang and a few others, and like my coach with Angel, working with like my client, or not working with my client, but working on building my brand and my business with Angel, right? She was coaching me. That was my coach, Angel Hill. And then on September 13th, when I was heading into the office, I felt energetically before I went there, today I'm getting fired. I could feel it. I knew with every fibre of my soul, today I'm getting fired. So guess what? I went upstairs. I did my thing. I helped some people. I talked with my boss, and he was just pretending to be nice and all that, but I already knew what was going on. Right? He was just like talking about like the lights that were doing some installation of shit in the area. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But then guess what happened? I went to eat lunch. I went to warm up food in the kitchen. And then I felt this like gut sensation just flood through my body. And I felt it so viscerally. I remember that time when I felt like I was in some sort of trouble at school when I got suspended. So I was like, shit, I'm about to get fired. So I went down. They're like, hey, Orion, can you come to the office? I'm like, yeah, I'll be down there in a moment. And I was like, all right, I kind of already know what's going on. And they told me, effectively, we're no longer able to keep you because, well, I'm like, you know what? I appreciate you all like doing this the way you did it. You did it more kindly. They weren't angry at me because they knew I had something important to do. And they did me a favor. Right? They called me down and they're like, we wish you luck. I know you can do it. I know that this was unfortunate that we have to let you go, but I know you can do whatever it is that you need to do. You're a smart guy, you're capable of anything, and go out there and make the world a better place. So for that, I appreciate them for leaving me with that. And so that day when I left and I was in the train, I was like, fuck man, my job, oh God. It's the first time I'm unemployed in, how long have I worked for? So 15, 16 years. So I've been working 16 years straight and I had never been unemployed. There's always been a job lined up after. But this time I'm like, oh my God, I lost my job. Oh my God, it's crazy. It's crazy. So, but you know why I had to lose my job? You want to hear this reason for that? I had to go to New York City. So you're probably wondering, Orion, why did you have to go to New York City? What the hell happened to my headband? The fuck's going on with my headband? Was it like that all this time? Oh well. It's like on an angle. Anyways, I had to go to New York City exactly when I was supposed to. Because during the summertime before I got fired, I had another experience. And this is how the universe works, just so you all know. When you have to do something, okay? Listen carefully. When you have to do something and you're not pulling the trigger, it will find another way to reach you. So when I was sitting inside of my room over there, I was typing, I was working away, remote, at home. It was June 2022. Yeah, wow, that's been a long fucking time. That's 4 years ago. God damn. June 2022, I was sitting typing over there on my smaller chair, had my little computer desk, rollable desk, and all of a sudden, I had this flash insight. Ask Jessa to stay with her in New York City. I'm like, so for those of you who don't know, Jessa is a soul sister of mine, or of ours, because we're all one, and she lived in New York City. And I had started connecting with her, and we were very deeply connected. Like, we shared a lot of, deep moments together about vulnerability and shit. And I saw her as like a mentor of mine. I put her on a pedestal. I put her like up here because I felt like she was smarter than me, because I didn't still believe in myself. But the insight, asked Jessa to stay with her in New York City. I'm like, wait, what? This is when the intuition was talking to me and I didn't listen. This is when I didn't understand how to use the intuition. Asked Jessa to stay with her in New York City. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to do that. Are you nuts? I don't even know Jessa to that extent to stay with her. Like, I know her from Zoom, but that's about it. I don't know her like that. Okay. I guess we're going to have to do this another way. 3 weeks later, Jessa had a meeting, or she had a speaking thing that she had to deal with, and I was on the call. And she told me to take some screenshots of like her, because there's no one who can take photos for her. So I was like, I'll take some screenshots from my computer of you speaking and whatnot. So we jumped on a call after she was done her speaking gig. And she's like, we were chatting for a bit and blah, 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 blah. And then she's like, hey brother, I'm going to grab dinner and I'm going to take a walk in the park and I'll call you back after. How about that? I'm like, that's cool. I'll call you back. I'm going to also take a walk. I'll go grab dinner too. Call back within that hour, just so you know. While she was making dinner, she had this weird insight that popped up in her head. You ready for this? You're not going to believe this, but it's true. I really wish I recorded all this when I was there. I really wish I had that phone call recorded. But I remember the day when she said, hey brother, so while I was making dinner, this insight popped up, and it said for me to bring you to New York and have you stay here. What? I was like, oh my God. She's like, what? Sis, I had that thought to ask you, and I was afraid because I didn't know what you're going to say, to come and stay with you for a little bit in New York City. Well, this is how the universe works. I'll share this story again when there's more of you want, because this story is very important for all of you to pay attention to. Because this is how the universe works. When you set your intentions, or when something is meant for you and you don't go and do it, there's going to find another way for it to come and get you to do the thing that you need to do. That's why I know that my journey is exactly the way it had to unfold, exactly the way it was supposed to. So then I had from July to start figuring out, okay, how am I gonna get to New York, right? I'm already working right now. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna work remotely from there? Can they help me to work remotely? Like, what are we doing here? Nope. First of all, you need to sell all your stuff. Say, what? I gotta sell all my video games, all my stuff? Are you kidding me? I'm not doing all that. I have to do all that. I have to let go of energetic clutter that was holding me down. Because when you hold on to physical stuff, that takes up energetic space that you may or may not need. And it was just a bothersome. My brother, basically just did their cleaning recently, so that will have freed up some energetic space for them. Right? They were organizing, packing, and cleaning. I already removed a bunch of my stuff already. I still have some things left, but it's pretty organized. So anyways, when I did it, I sold almost all my stuff. I made over $25,000 in selling all my stuff, and I bought me a MacBook Pro, a new iPhone, well, a new old iPhone, and I bought me whatever I needed, and I had a lot of money left to invest in myself and go and do what I needed to do in New York City, not knowing what was gonna happen in New York City. I get to New York City, right? I wanted to come back. I wanted to come back. I was like, I already feel like I don't belong here. And that's the mind creating a damn story saying you don't belong here. No, you fucking belong here. Jessica's like, why are you crying? I'm like, I don't know, I just don't belong here, sis. She's like, that's the story. That's a fear. The mind wants you to go backwards. Always. It always wants you to keep going backwards. It doesn't want you to move forward. Even though it wants to go forward, it's afraid to go forward because that's how it's designed. Because it's stuck in conformity, comfort. So then she's like, we're going to New Jersey. New Jersey, why? Thanksgiving. I go to my friend's house every year for Thanksgiving. And you're going to meet her. You're going to love her. Her name's Roxanne. Secretly, I did love Roxanne very, very much, and I still do, but not to that extent anymore because we're on different alignment. But anyways, got to meet Roxanne. Then she's like, okay, brother, we got to go all the way to Florida and sell and get my house like sold. And we sold her house, and we have to pack up all her stuff and put it into storage. I'm like, God damn, I didn't know I was going to do all this. I thought I was coming here to New York to just, chill and kind of like learn from her, not knowing that I'll be doing all this manual labor stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I gave up my job for this? Are you for real? Then she's like, we got to drive back to New York, and then in 2 days we got to leave for Vegas. But I need you to buy your own ticket. But I got you covered because I'm going to bring you to an event, and you're going to learn a few things. That event was a speaking event and a wealth building event in Las Vegas. And that's where I met my speaking coach. His name is Christoph J. Wyman. For those of you, you can look him up. His first name starts with a C, not a K. Christoph J. Wyman. W-E-I-N-H-E-I-M. Wyman? Or, no, M-A-N. W-E-I-H-M-A-N. Wyman. You can look him up. He always wears a hat and a 3-piece suit. Really good speaker. He knows his shit about speaking. He helped me. So I met him there and became my speaking coach or my speaking mirror. But Jessa, she put down $10,000 for me to go there. Of her own money for me to go there. So I basically manifested $10,000 to go to Vegas to have an experience that I wasn't asking for, but the universe was like, you need this experience. Because it knew I was going to live in the United States, and it knew I was going to build wealth there, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm building wealth there, but I'm understanding the game before I go there. So we finish with Vegas, we come back, and then I met my soul brother Huang, who was my other mentor. And Jessa and Huang were on a similar path, similar level, and I felt like I was inferior to them. They were like my teachers, and I was like their student. So Jessa and Huang, they met, and I felt I'm like, why is Huang able to connect with Jessa so easily? Like, what the fuck is going on with me? Like, me and Jessa, we were not connecting as much. We were kind of like drifting because the noise in my head was so loud that I was creating all kinds of distortion and doubt. Whereas Huang's like, bro, you just need to chill out, relax, calm down, you're good, you're perfect. He didn't say those words, but he said just relax, breathe. Remember? Breathe, feel it. Breathe, feel it. Breathe, feel it. Be in the now. Didn't know what the now really was back then, but be in the now. Didn't know what that felt like because I was always in like fight or flight. Always looking for the next like threat. But I had to go through that experience with Jessa. I end up leaving. She's like, brother, you're leaving? Like, I want you to stay. Like, we were starting to finally connect because I started to relax and we were starting to get into flow again, like when we were on Zoom. But I was like, well, you're going on a speaking event for 2 months, and I don't really want to be here just babysitting dogs, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, very nice. Congratulations. Amazing. I'll check it out. I'll go check it out. Is it on, it's not on this channel, is it? You'll have to subscribe with your other channel or connect with this your other channel on this channel if you want, but it's all good either way. So I'm just sharing my story about like how the universe works and why like you have to just go all in on yourself at times. So once I was done with Jessa in New York City, I came back and then I was supposed to go to San Diego for a month. I'm like, why? I know I have to go to San Diego, I have to see it, but why a month? The universe says you got to go for a month. You need to see it for yourself. You need to experience it and have the best experience ever. I'm like, fuck yeah, I went to San Diego, came back, I was a whole new person. Best experience I've ever had at that time. And still is probably the best experience. Of course, every time I went to San Diego, it's just been better and better. But that's basically why shit had to happen the way it had to happen, because now I'm where I am. And because of why I am where I am, this is why I'm able to do what I'm doing now. Everything unfolded exactly as it was supposed to. Even though there was a lot of fear and a lot of like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if shit's going to work out for me. Right? But I'm going to do my hips. By the way, I'm proud of you, Amelia. Good job on the video. You did great. I didn't see it yet, but I know it's going to be wonderful. I'm doing horse stand squats. Good job. You did good. So everything had to happen as it was supposed to happen. So to our brother Jesse James, who quit his job and head to Ukraine, I'm proud of you, dude, for saying fuck yes to you, sorry for the language, and hell no to whatever fear was getting in your way potentially. Because we think, excuse me, we are attempting to think how it's supposed to be, and the infinite, listen carefully, the infinite wants to express itself in a way that you can't even possibly imagine by helping you to bring forth whatever it is you want. And those experiences with Jessa and Huang and all them, that broke beyond my mind's concepts. That was the illogical. I didn't think I was going to New York to go to Vegas. She told me to pay for my own ticket because she wanted me to feel like, you know, I was in charge of something. She wanted to just hand me that, but like she gifted me a spot to go to. She paid for my ticket, $10,000, 5-day event. Basically $2,000 a day. And it was for 9 to 12 hours a day, depending on, like, the first day was 9 hours. The other 4 days were 12-hour days. We'd be starting at 9 a.m. and we'd be finishing at 9 p.m. They were long days, but they were really good and informative days. But like, you know, a lot of the information they shared was like, you know, similar, but that also showed me that I could be around a room of billionaires. And yes, I know a lot of you might think billionaires are evil, and a lot of people are evil because they're rich, but that's not true at all. That's just a perception that the world has spewed out, because you see billionaires that are out in the world doing some pretty gnarly things, but there are a lot of billionaires who are doing a lot of amazing things. They just don't show those billionaires, but they exist, I promise you, because I've seen them for myself, and I was around them. And when I was sitting around a table having lunch with some of them, they told me, hey, Orion, you think we're any better than you? You think that, right? I'm like, well, you guys are billionaires. What makes you think that our money is better than you? Do you know that we started off just where you are too? An entrepreneur who had a dream, who had a vision. Now, of course, we took some steps, and that's where we are right now. But guess what? You're going to figure it out. There's a version of you who's already figured it out. And I remember one of them saying that to me. There's a version of you who's already figured it out. And they basically were helping me to transcend time and space. Now, of course, in the physical, the billions and the trillions have not arrived yet. But I'm not too concerned about the billions and the trillions right now. I have more than enough. I always have more than enough. I'm just building now, and I get to do what I get to do, which is so awesome. I love it. I feel the happiest, most joyful, most free ever, like the freest I've ever been in my life. That's why I'm so capable of like giving you all my attention and serving. Now, of course, like, I'm not gonna gatekeep anything, but I also have to be respectful for my time and like what I share. And like, you know, I can help you with any questions and stuff, but like, you know, there's some things like that I have to be mindful of, right? I'm not here to also give like be doing they call it pro bono work. Like, I'm serving and I'm helping, but you know, just don't let people take advantage of that either. Because some people are just like, if you're giving away everything for free to some degree, They'll just not treat it as valuable. But that's also another belief. So last 11 to I'm going to do my leg raises in a moment. I hope that story might inspire some of you, because the universe is always working in your favor, because it's you attempting to work in your favor. But you have to allow things to unfold, because you never know. You never know how it's going to look. You let go of importance. You allow yourself to experience, and you allow yourself to let it just unfold in a way that potentially may break the logical way. And you'll see how magic just unfolds. Amazon gift cards? Well, you'll need a lot of Amazon gift cards. You could, though, because that'll help me buy some better equipment that I don't actually have to use like money for, even though I got the money for it. But you could. I'm just changing mics right now because this mic is dying. I just saw the flashing light. And yesterday when I was on, someone was like spamming the sleep emoji, like zzz, because they're like, we can't hear you. So now you can hear me again. You'll be needing lots of Amazon gift cards. It's so awesome. Like, I always thought that entrepreneurship was going to be so difficult. I always thought that, man, like, everybody been saying on the internet, like, you have to have this, that, you need this, that, you need this. I'm like, oh my God, like, that, like, I don't want to be an entrepreneur if it's going to be this hard. But that's because I was taking on their collective beliefs, because they took on the collective beliefs. So, for example, in the entrepreneur world or on the social media game, people say you have to be seen 11 times. Or you have to be seen for 7 hours with 11 touch points. And touch points means like different platforms like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, right? And so that's a belief. Half of you have seen me one time and you connected with me immediately. So that's a lie. That's a big misnomer. That's a big lie. That you need 7 hours worth of somebody. I connected with some of you almost instantly, and you all connected with me almost instantly. So that just transcended the 7 hour time, because you only spent like 2 minutes and you're like, I like this guy. I'm gonna subscribe. It's good. Give a discount to your regulars. The thing is, like, I can't sell myself short, though. Like, as much as I would love to do that, that's why I'm doing these live streams, right? To help you all to know that you can transcend beyond any current limited beliefs. Now, of course, on my videos that I'm going to be making soon, watch out for my videos, because they're going to be very polarizing. I'm basically going to say the same things I'm saying. It's just going to be in a video format. But essentially, some clients might be found through there, just like they were found through my other live stream. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm good either way now. But I feel at peace now. I didn't think I was ever going to get to this piece. I never think I was ever going to be financially stable, but now I am. After years of preconceived notions from others that it's going to be hard. Because I wrote a story in myself that it's going to be hard. No, it's not. It gets to be easy now. It gets to be fun. And I'm having the best time of my life now. Watch me have 12-pack abs. I'm going to manifest 12-pack abs. Not 6-packs, 12-pack abs. We're going to look like some demon, some alien. Oh, yeah. 55. Okay, so now I have to do my kicks. Oh, we still have to do squats and push-ups. We haven't done those yet. Okay. I was like, I know we're forgetting to do something, so we got some push-ups and squats to do. I was like, hello, Orion, you forgot your push-ups and your squats. You got to do them. Well, I choose to do them. Very nice. All right. So, we're doing some wide push-ups. Doing some wide push-ups, standard push-ups, and narrow push-ups. So 20 wide, 20 standard, and 15 narrow. And then squats. Now, my resistant band, unfortunately, because it busted, that little one, I don't really want to be doing the pull downs for it to break anymore. I have to get some new resistant bands. It's either I'm just too strong and they're just built cheaply. And most likely they're built cheaply, but the thing is I bought one that was a really good brand and they still friggin' broke. So it just means that my energy is just on a whole. That's funny. All right, let's roll. I wonder what my first video is really, how long it's going to be. Should I make a video that's like 3 seconds long and say, you're the answer? Just like turn on the camera, you're the answer. And turn off the video. And then the second video I make. So for some of you, if you're wondering why my first video was only 3 seconds long, I did that on purpose. So, good? Yeah, I bought these for like $5 both at a garage sale. Yeah, and I got some boxing gloves too. Yeah. I hear a Tesla. It's backing in right now. You know when you can hear a Tesla, when it makes that like sound. Two Supras, one Tesla, and one van life van. You know, one of them like Sprinter vans that has the TV and the kitchen inside of it and the bathroom. A guy gave me one of them. One of them Trent the Traveler. By the way, Trent the Traveler is a YouTuber. If you don't know who Trent the Traveler is, check him out. He's dope. Trent the Traveler. Get one of them like Sprinter van. His stuff. He's inspired me for van life. He's like inspired me for van life. So, yeah, check it out. Oh, and there's another guy named Nomad Brad. He's another YouTuber. He doesn't live in a van though. He lives in a box truck, and his setup is pretty interesting because when you look at his setup, it looks like a standard truck when he drives by. But he actually lives in there. I like his setup because it has more space, but his is a little bit more plain. He needs to spruce it up a little bit inside, but his is looking good. He's got a nice kitchen. He's got a nice shower. He's got AC and heating. He's in Arizona. For someone who's also I think he's in Arizona. Arizona. Right? Arizona. Yes? I think you're Arizona. He's in Arizona. He parks at a mall at times. Yeah. Nomad Brad. Living your life out in the nature. Living that life in nature. I like van life. But Orion, if you're going to live in a van, then what about your penthouses? Oh, that's okay. They'll be Airbnb'd out. So while I'm on the road, they're making that money. They're making the monies. Because I am also an Airbnb host. I like the idea of hosting. Another set of income. But I'll interview people, but I'll be checking for ratings of people before they apply to come and stay at my place. And it'll be the most extravagant experience they'll have ever had. I have it all, and now it's all coming into fruition, but I'm good either way. You know, they say never share your dreams with anybody because, someone can derail it or steal it. But I'm like, there's an abundance, number one. That's a mindset. That's a scarcity mindset. There's an abundance of dreams for everybody. And number two, like, when you know thyself, nothing can affect you. That's why I share my dreams. You gotta expand your mind, people. Can't be playing small. You're not here to play small, but hey, if that's what brings you joy too, that's okay.
Let's see. I'm gonna check something quickly. Haven't checked. What do we get? Wii, GameCube, Neo Geo, SNES, Abernac, GTA 6, RIP, Destiny 2, 8-Bit Dough, and more. Aw, damn it. I hope he releases this video. God dang. What is this? The Mic Mini 2? Let's fucking go. I might be buying some new mics. Ooh, look at that. Why don't they just give you the friggin' USB thingy? What the fuck is going on with them? We'll see. We'll see if I'm gonna get those mic minis. Not every moment needs affection first. In tense situations, calm leadership comes before love and joy. Celebrations work best after balance is restored. Bless me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to sneeze on y'all. That's true. My dad and his friend are talking about some sort of like water thing right now. Not to eavesdrop, but my ears don't just frame my face.
Because if you gotta change that.
I changed it once already.
With the water running?
No, I buy the whole thing and just screw it and put it in your own.
But when you change it, was the water running?
No, you gotta shut off it completely, the whole system inside.
I'm a big Mega Man X fan, if you all haven't noticed. Your emotions are keeping you trapped in the same cycle. Mr. Nero Knowledge. Let's have a listen to him for a moment.
And the one thing the entity of failure wants to do is to...
This is a continuation from yesterday.
Your conviction. Failure has one desire, and that is to erode conviction. Because when you're disappointed, your conviction gets eaten away. When you're discouraged, your conviction gets eaten away. When you have that fear of failure stored in you, eaten away.
I'm going to leave the microphone here so you all listen.
Repeated again and again and again and again and again and again and again till you have no particular degree of conviction. And conviction is, if not one of the most important words in the realm of manifestation. I mean, there's individuals that will never pick up a manifestation book or even watch this video, but they have conviction in themselves, and so they have the ability to materialize what it is that they want, because conviction is etymologically aligned with the true definition of faith. The word faith comes from the Latin word fides, which meant confidence. It was a state of conviction. So when Christ said that faith can move mountains, it's conviction. It's when you know. A lot of people make the mistake of believing that they can do something, believing that something will work for them. But the thing about belief is that it contains the potentiality for the element of doubt. So that's why you believe it instead of you knowing it. But when you know something, nothing convince you otherwise. And when nothing can convince you otherwise, that is when you will convince reality. And that's a bar, write that down. I say that again. When nothing can convince you otherwise, that is when you convince reality. When nothing can convince you otherwise, that is when you convince reality. But more often than not, nothing can convince us otherwise of the shit that actually works against us. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing can convince some people otherwise that they just can't get a girl, that they just can't get the job, that they just can't get that promotion. And because they're so convinced by something that destroys them, they have conviction in what destroys them. And because they have conviction in what destroys them, they know. And because they know, that is the most powerful source of creation. When you step into knowing, that is the most powerful source of creation.
The way my belly's moving.
Of course your belly's moving, man. You were eating M&Ms at 9 a.m. I'm surprised you didn't wash it down with a Coca-Cola.
Stop telling them lies.
Stop telling them lies.
Yeah.
Stop telling them lies, yeah? Facts.
I expected better from
you. You know, you're lucky. I was looking for the M&M pack, but it's all the way there in the corner. Now you're lucky. You're absolutely lucky.
Leave my M&Ms out of this.
What's stressing you, bro? Eating M&Ms at 9 a.m.
You know what it is? I had them last night.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't finish them, woke up and I was like, damn, I gotta finish what I started.
Maybe like finish them later in the day?
Nah.
No, your body's screaming.
Yeah.
9 a.m. and it's digesting chocolate.
Bro, that's minor, bro.
I said that's minor. That is not minor.
You know, chocolate's really a natural resource.
Okay.
Coming from cocoa. You know?
Okay.
Our ancestors are used to.
Oh, shut up. Literally shut up.
Okay.
Literally shut up.
Our ancestors used to eat cocoa. And they used to replenish them. You know what I'm trying to say?
People still eat cocoa to this day.
Yeah, they do.
So why eating chocolate then and not cocoa?
Ain't here.
Answer, they ain't here.
Ain't here.
Order some off Amazon, bro. I see people do that.
Say
they drink it. Yeah.
Yeah, not me, still. Nero, I've watched you for a few years now. After a heavy depression...
For a few years, nigga. I've been here for like 1, like 2.
Must mean Instagram. Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
I was going to say, for years.
Yeah.
Me?
Nero... Oh, calm down.
Oh. Get a bit excited. Sorry.
After a heavy depression and a time of constant reflection, I'm stepping deep into abundance. I feel happier, healthier, more confident and comfortable than I have ever. I've been making the best music I've ever made, pouring my soul into the art and pushing to do more every day. I just want to thank you for your work to help me push my own hand to come to this conclusion. Blessings to anyone reading. Sun emoji.
Blessings back at you. That was fire. Blessings back at you. That was lovely. What else we got?
You want this one? Ready? I am manifesting an alien invasion. Please be ready, y'all. I can't do school no more.
Nigga, you wanna ruin all our lives because of school?
Yo.
So now you don't want to go to school, it's up for us.
Yo.
Like, it's over for us, man, just because you don't want to go to school.
Someone replied, I'm here for it. These bills ain't funny either. Someone said, or you can manifest your school problems to disappear, but what do I know?
You know what I'm saying? Like, what do I know? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can just like manifest.
I'm just laughing at them.
Schools, you alter your projection, alter your state of consciousness and reflection.
They're just like joking around right now. This is a 10-minute video. He's talking about how you trap yourself in the same emotions and cycles. And you didn't tear no tendon. Come on now. Look, I'll show you again. Just for you.
It depends what's wrong. There's people that are manifesting gal and tricks and all of this.
Yeah, there's random that are manifesting gal and there's gal that's manifesting tricks, but like, that doesn't hurt nobody. He's talking about manifesting an alien invasion because of school. And again, we don't know what he's going through, innit?
Like, who said that aliens are gonna harm us? Maybe they're just gonna destroy the schools.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That's probably the deal that he's making with them, and they're like, yeah, we'll just we'll just get rid of your school.
Bro said, please be ready, y'all.
Please be ready is
That
nuts.
is crazy.
Please be ready is nuts. Please be ready is absolutely nuts. It's bonkers, AJ.
Newsflash for him: the aliens are already here.
You can say that again.
Let's say my music socially conscious.
What a random troller responses. It's discouragement, disappointment. Now, as I mentioned, it's not necessarily about what takes place outside of you. It's more so about what takes place inside of you. Because typically what happens is this. We go through a failure, so we fail to attain what it is that we want. We then allow that particular failure to alter our internal state. Bear in mind, that internal state is resonant with failure. Right? This says failure, I promise you, just don't worry about that. So we then allow that external failure to affect us. And let's say internally we were neutral, or we were positive, or we were focusing on the materialization of our desired reality. And for whatever reason, it just didn't materialize. Whatever reason, it didn't materialize. For whatever reason, it just didn't materialize. But now, because we didn't get that job, we didn't get that promotion, we didn't get that girl, we didn't get that guy, we didn't close that client, our business hasn't grown, we then
descend,
take on the frequency of failure. And then indirectly, maybe we were once neutral. Our external now will reflect that same degree of failure, because most people allow the external to affect the internal to reflect the original external. That's a bar, write that down. I'll say that again. Most people allow the external to affect the internal to reflect the original external. When the truth of the matter is, right here is where you have the control. And the only thing you ever need to control in reality is yourself. And that's a real bar, write that down. The individual has the capability of conquering themselves and commanding themselves, can conquer the universe around them. But the issue that begins to take place is when we begin to focus on the things that are taking place outside of us, because then we centralize our attention and energy and then have our emotions swayed by what's taking place outside of us to then affect what's inside of us. All of these emotions are powerful. And the thing about powerful emotions glue you to conditions. That's a bar, write that down. Powerful emotions glue you to conditions. Powerful emotions glue you to conditions. Powerful emotions glue you to conditions. So when you begin to feel discouraged, disappointment, and in a state of fear as a result of this, you then end up binding yourself to that fear, because those emotions, you end up binding yourself to that failure because those emotions are a form of glue. Emotions are glue. They bind you to whatever it is that you're experiencing. So when you're going through a particular form of adversity, when you're going through something that shouldn't be happening, or maybe you don't materialize what it is that you want, and then you descend into discouragement, disappointment, maybe even apathy, you're like, fuck this spiritual shit, I don't even go fuck anymore. Like, what's the point? And fear. You then end up gluing yourself to those conditions, and that's how they bind to you. And when they bind to you, it will then, because it's an entity, want to maintain its existence to you by attempting to sustain itself from you. And this is what happens to people again and again and again and again. The powerful emotions that we exude end up gluing us to conditions which then trap us and confine us in the same cycles. If you ever look at somebody who's going through the same cycles of life again and again and again and again, I can assure you, somewhere along the line, they had a powerful emotional reaction to the conditions that were taking place outside of them because of the way that they defined it.
Yep. So I'm gonna watch. Well, I don't watch his videos because I need to. I watch his video because I choose to, and because I choose to, because I hang out with him, every day, just kind of like reminding myself, Yeah, emotions are like glue. If you didn't all know, think of your emotions like glue, like he was saying. And because the video finished, he just gave you a little bit of tidbit there, like a little tip. Your emotions are like glue. If you continue to feel the same things over and over, you've just strengthened it like crazy glue. What is crazy glue? Or super glue? You all know what that is. The moment if any of you have ever had to deal with super glue or crazy glue, you know exactly what the hell happens. If you have it on your fingers, that shit is you have to scrub hard to get that shit off of your fingers. And if you like accidentally touch yourself, like you're gonna pull, and if you set it in for long enough, your fingers are gonna be stuck together for a hot minute until you like, take the force and pull it. So what I'm saying is like your emotions are like that too. And in order to dissolve glue, you'll have to the process of dissolving your feelings, the glue of your life, let's call it that, is to put it through hot water. And what does that mean? The hot water is essentially sitting and feeling it. There's no other way around it. But that doesn't mean that it has to be painful. You have to go close your eyes, and this is what I give the clients, so some of you might want to write this down. When you're able to sit, close your eyes, get into a relaxed state. I've already explained this before. Get into a relaxed state. Close your eyes. And imagine the most emotionally traumatic experience you've had. You're going to have to feel it. Or something that stirred up the most emotional pain that you experienced. So let's say, for me, when it came to money, it was my scam. Losing over $1 million in a scam. Right? So that one was really painful, but I had to sit with it and dissolve it and let it just be and not run from the failure and not force more conviction over glue that was still there, emotions that were still there, hiding in the shadows, because that's what we do. What we tend to do is shove the other emotions down while doing new emotions and forget that we have to deal with this. Underneath it all, it was fear. So you have to let go of it. You have to feel it. So you have to dissolve glue with hot water. Hot water and soap. So think of it as like when you're sitting and relaxing, you're giving yourself like a friggin' bubble bath, okay? You're giving yourself a bubble bath. Yes, go ahead. Sit and be in a friggin' bubble bath. Let the bubble bath just cleanse you of your thing. Imagine a bubble bath. You're sitting in there, you're safe. And while you're in the bubble bath, I don't care if you have a toy boat or like Chandler and Friends, or I don't care what it is. Go nuts. Imagine the experience, and it's just dissolving into the bubbles. And it's just the bubbles are getting bigger and bigger and allowing you to feel more comfortable now, more safe. And as you continue to dissolve it, as you relax, you have to be relaxed. If your mind is still stirring and still like, I don't want to do this, that means you're not relaxed. You got to get into a relaxed state, a state where like you're not feeling your body. Like, those times where like you feel like you're about to sleep, or your body just feels like completely like it's gone from you, like you can't feel your hands anymore. That's when you're relaxed. And then you start to tackle, and if you do fall asleep, it's okay. No big deal. Don't judge it. If it happens, it happens. But essentially you go in there and you deal with it and free yourself. That way you're removing the hot glue with soap, aka your emotions that are holding you hostage. Once you finish feeling what you need to feel, then you can start to feel the new things, because your subconscious mind is starting to be open to being receptive. But in order to have the new thing, you have to feel the old thing first and let it out. You have to dissolve it. You gotta say goodbye to this. No more. I release you. and I forgive you and move on and move forward. But so many people are holding on to past things because the mind is designed to keep looking at the past and the future and forgetting to do one thing, focusing on the now. I'm inside for a moment. I'm going to just do my biceps or my triceps for a sec. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 4. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Toronto, you'll see rainy weather and can expect a high of 13 degrees Celsius and a low of 8 degrees.
Huh. Alexa, what's the weather at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, you can look for rain with temperatures around 13 degrees Celsius.
Rain. Yeah, we won't be by the water much tomorrow. I won't be really streaming much. But I say that now and then I stream. We'll see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. God dang. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go. Okay, done all my resistant band stuff. As soon as I walk away, this decides to do this. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, so in order for you all to move past whatever you're feeling or whatever you want to feel, you have to feel the thing that is holding you hostage. It's going to be scary though. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're going to have to face your skeletons. But when you do, I promise you, you will liberate yourself, you will free yourself, and you will live your best life. And you will no longer be resentful to the world, hateful to the world, angry to the world. You will no longer troll people. You will no longer be hostile to the world. You will start to shift, and you start to be the you that you were supposed to be all along. Time to do my kicks. Hell yeah. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Emotions are what's either keeping you hostage or helping you to be whole, complete, and know thyself. What's up, sister? Well, it's it's bright here. Talking about emotions like glue, because what is emotions? Basically like glue that you binded yourself to, and if you don't feel what you need to feel to process and let it out, it'll stick to you and it'll never be removed until you release it. And think of it like you're sitting in a bubble bath, hot bubble bath. You're just like purging, like your pores are opening up and you're energetically releasing stuff. And so think of the bubbles taking away all the old emotions, and the bubbles grow and they're ever so expansive. This is how I walk my clients through releasing some of their emotional baggage that they've been carrying, the baggage that they need to drop. 550, yes, 550. Or for military time, what is 1750? Since I know there are people in the world that use the military time. 1750. 550 or 1750? It's gonna get dark around 8:39, or what is that? 19? Yeah, 19. Wait, 20. No, sorry, 20, like 20:30 or 8:30 for my military people with military time. And I presume it's 5 hours, you're 5 hours ahead of me, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. I think it's 5 hours ahead for you. So right now it should be 22:51. I think it's 22:51 over there. Unless I'm mistaken and that's someone else. Hell yeah, let's go. So I'm doing some of my evening moves now. Get those stretches in. Now I'm doing some of my mobility training, or not my mobility, we're already done, my flexibility and night training. Come on, body. Go on. There you go. Nice. Whew. So we're doing get that out of the way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is good for hips, by the way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. All right, cool. I still have my 55 curls to do. Hey, moon. Good to see you, moon, over there. I see it in the sky. I like the moon. If I haven't already said that. So I do bear crawls. Because those are really good for your entire body. And then speaking of which, I didn't do this earlier, so I'll do this quickly. I'm good. I am probably gonna grab that dinner before I do my 55s. So I'm gonna quickly do that. Take a pause, grab my meal. I'll be right back. Y'all will be able to hear me. Let me take this. I wonder what they were talking about here. Why is that not stopping? Weird. I'm just gonna type in the chat, be right back. You know what? I'll leave music on. I'll leave some music on in the background. I'll be back. I'm going to grab my meal. Or I can play a video and you all can listen to it. Up to you. Totally up to you.
Unfortunately, it seems as though in life there are few winners and a lot of losers. And this all comes down to a misunderstanding and an ignorance to how winning and losing are actually nothing more than energetic polarities of each other that people have the capability of harnessing into their base frequency, leading them to be either a loser or a winner. And the truth of the matter is losing and winning are both frequencies. How do I know? Simply because before anything can exist physically, it first must exist vibrationally. And until you understand why losing is a frequency and how sometimes we get caught up in it as human beings trapped within this third dimensional realm, we will continue to fail to achieve what we want. Because on a base level, simplistically, and simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication, winning is nothing more than an achievement. And this can be extrapolated to the entirety of a multitude of desires. This comes down to relationships, the potentiality for the achievement of a healthy relationships, a particular job, a career promotion, or a certain level in your business. Or if you like some of my clients that are professional athletes, then that comes down to performance. So until we can reverse engineer the frequency of winning, we will continue to be losers by default. And that's a bar. Write that down. So let's get into it.
My gosh, I was holding that in for the whole intro.
Sorry, bro.
I was gonna die.
You see, searching for somebody that'll take you on and do you right. Well, come here, baby, and let daddy show you what it feels like.
Oh,
you know what you gotta do is tell me what you're sipping on.
Sipping on.
And I promise that I'm gonna keep it coming all night long.
Looking in your eyes while you're on the other side.
And I'm thinking, shorty, I got a thing for you. Doing it on purpose.
Whining and working.
I can tell by the way you're looking at me go.
I wanna make
love in this club.
In this club. Nah, that is one of
I can't
believe
we missed out on clubbing at that period of time.
Couldn't even do it. I was 10.
Yeah, literally. Can you imagine in the club when Love in This Club is playing? And obviously, crazy. No disrespect to the millennials, because that's majority of our audience, but like they didn't have the technology to be filming people the way that in our generation people were getting filmed. Imagine that song's playing in the club, the lights are just.
And clubs are probably more active back then.
Yeah, because there's no cameras.
Clubs right now are shutting down.
Can you imagine?
Life ain't the same.
Can't even make love in the club without ending up on Twitter or TikTok. It's crazy out here. Real. Alright, cool. So, before we can get into a true understanding on the difference between... In fact, let me start off by saying this. When we talk about winning and losing, bear in mind, whenever I say winning, just think about it as achievement. People think about winning in the context solely of competition, but the attainment of your desired reality in of itself is winning. It's an achievement. Extrapolate this to career, promotions, business, income levels, certain performance, whether you're an actor, an athlete, or whatever. Winning and losing are nothing more than energetic polarities of the same energy, no different from light and dark, no different from steam and ice. You cannot clap with one hand. They're the same energy. Their only difference is their rate of vibration. They're quite literally the same thing. And it is your vibration that when it gains momentum becomes a frequency. And frequency is nothing more than immaterialized reality. But until we can reverse engineer how frequency works, we will not have the capability of being able to shift maybe from one side to another. Now, chances are, on the losing side, this is the failure to attain whatever it is that we want. So we may be on this side having and struggling to attain what it is that we want. We may apply for a job, but we may not get it. We may put ourselves for that promotion. We may not get it. You might chat to that girl and you get aired, or she just rejects you, and vice versa. You may try to close a certain client and it just doesn't work. You may be in an interview and it just doesn't go the way that you expected. And it all comes down to the unconscious association with the frequency of losing. And please make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments as usual. But there's always an energetic unconscious association with losing. And so long as your vibration is skewed towards losing, that means your frequency, because vibration is nothing more than the step before frequency. Frequency is vibration that has gained momentum. Frequency is immaterialized reality, and reality is materialized frequency. We need to understand that these two energies are the same thing. But even though they're the same thing, majority of us spend our time over here due to the unconscious association with losing. But it gets worse. If you just listen to what I just said, I said we spend most of our time there. And the reason why we spend most of our time there is because we're unaware of the base mechanics of the universe that are contributing to us staying there. And until you understand how the universe works, you won't understand how you work, because you are quite literally the universe. Hence why the ancient Greek proverb, know thyself and thou shalt know all. So long as you begin to reveal and analyze and begin to understand the inner mechanics of yourself, then the universe begins to make a lot more sense. If you're ever confused as to what's going on in life, it's because you're failing to connect the invisible string that connects your mind and your reality, your consciousness and your reality, because they're the same thing. Now, there is a feature of the universe that I call the universal compound effect. And this is actually a chapter in my Amazon best-selling book in all 3 categories in less than 24 hours, and most gifted in its category. Jokes aside, the universal compound effect. If you just think about what a compound effect is, typically it's more so associated in the financial terms of compound interest, which is nothing more than interest gaining interest. It is just nothing more than quite literally a snowball effect. And this happens with frequency. And we can look at this from a point of neuroplasticity even. The more that habits are based upon neural pathways, whenever you begin to form an action, whenever you begin to do an action, it forms a neural pathway. You do that again, it strengthens that neural pathway, and then that habit is nothing more than a pathway that's been formed in the brain. That's how it works from a point of neuroplasticity. Now, due to the fact that we have the hermetic law of correspondence, as above, so below, the universe has its own neuroplasticity, and that comes down to frequency. And repeated modes of thinking, being, quote unquote. In fact, yes, it's probably better if I say it like that. So we have neuroplasticity, and that's to do with doing. When we talk about your state of being, that's the universal compound effect. Now you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with winning and losing? You're right, I don't want to stop losing. Relax. Zip up your pants, wipe your mouth, you're going to get some. Relax. It all comes down to the fact that until you can understand that frequency is compounded, so the longer you spend in a frequency, the more it is compounded. And that's due to the fact that consistency is alchemy. And that's a bar, write that down. Consistency is alchemy because it allows for momentum to be built. And that momentum stacks and stacks and stacks. Now you might think to yourself, okay, but if you look at the world around you, why do the rich get richer? Now, there's a multitude of explanations on this physically. We can talk about circular monopolizations of assets. We can talk about the controls of infrastructure. We can talk about quite literal The Economic Hitman, which is a book in which, it's actually interesting. People think that, they look at quote unquote third world countries, and they look at those countries and they think to themselves, why are the leaders so stupid? Like, why are they taking laws they can't afford? There was a man named John Perkins who literally wrote a book called The Economic Hitman. I recommend that you read it. And it's literally the man that used to go into countries and force presidents to take on these ridiculous loans or execute them, and then they'll just be replaced with somebody else. Why I got off that tangent, I have no idea. It just came to my mind. But nonetheless, when we're talking about frequency and in terms of winning and losing, it all comes down to the fact that frequency stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. Think about a small wind can gain momentum and become a tornado. You can think about a snowball that rolls down a hill, becomes an avalanche, has the capability of becoming an avalanche. This happens again and again and again. And oh yes, I was giving a physical plane explanation to why certain people get rich. But if we look at it from a point of metaphysics, why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, or why do the winners keep winning, and when you're losing, it's like you're in this cycle of losing? It's due to the fact of the universal compound effect. When we're in a certain frequency, it stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. And because it stacks and stacks, we then generate this large degree of volume of energy. And that energy then quite literally almost becomes this wall that we have to feel like we're pushing against. Now, it's important that you understand that, because until you can understand the universal compound effect, you won't understand why sometimes you can feel like we're stuck in cycles. Cycles are nothing more than energy in a consistent secular motion, again and again and again and again. And that arises from the universal compound effect. Now, there's something else about frequency that I need you to understand before we can get into winning and losing. And when we go through winning and losing, we're going to be going through the energetic characteristics of winners and losers. And I say this as somebody who's worked with the winners of the winners, quite literally. Quite literally.
How do I become a winner, Nero?
Zip up your pants. Zip up your pants.
Okay, I'll wait and get some, Nero.
Okay.
Yo, you seen that guy on like TikTok or Instagram that sounds like he can do a voice like a girl?
I'm so glad I haven't seen.
Bro,
No.
He'll be in a room full of guys.
No. Let's stop.
And the camera will be facing, obviously, away from him. He'll do the voice, and you'll deadass think it's a girl. He'll flip the camera, and it's a guy. He'll be like, my bad.
Okay, that's enough. You see, I could have went through life not knowing that.
I'm gonna have to find it and send you.
Please don't. Do we have any comments?
We always have comments, my friend.
Lovely stuff. By the way, guys, once we begin, until you can reverse engineer and understand the energetic characteristics of why sometimes we lose as human beings consistently, you won't be in a position to create enough room to become a winner. And ultimately, becoming a winner is just achieving your desired reality. Sorry, you were saying?
Yo, Nero. Things have been amazing in my life.
Oh, wow.
I've been watching your videos, some of them over and over, and using that knowledge to manifest abundance. I started my TikTok shop journey 2 months ago, and I wasn't making much until I watched your manifested video, and it all clicked for me. I intuitively received the video idea, and it's like I knew exactly what to say and where to film. It's at 1.7 million views right now, and I've made over $3,000 in commission just in the past few days. I now have a passive income source, and I'm getting better and better at making content. I'm manifesting incrementally.
Always celebrate someone.
Manifestation muscle. Build that manifestation muscle.
Cold.
That's fine. We love to hear it.
I think someone else had something like that. I've been making content for 3 years with little to no success. After watching Nero and actually implementing what he says, my channel grew exponentially. I just want to say thank you, Nero. You've changed my life, and I can't express enough gratitude for it. Guys, this stuff is real, and my channel is a testimony to that. Much love, everyone.
That's real.
Ben G Talks. Can't click on this channel, but
that's real.
Code.
That's real. Wow. That's lovely.
Bro does not sound excited for them at all.
Who, me?
Yeah. Bro's like, yeah, let's mess.
No, honestly, it's genuinely, it's startling. It's startling, but it's weird. It's crazy. That's amazing.
Always celebrate other people's success, because when you celebrate their success, it's a frequency of winning for you to also tap in, instead of being envious, which is okay. You can be envious because that means that what they're winning, you're supposed to win too, because why you're envious of somebody is because you want what they have, and you already have what you already have because they have it too and you have it too. So guess what? You're winning. And so always celebrate no matter what. I'll let Mr. Nero finish up. I'm going to finish my 55 curls. There's only like 2 minutes in the video left, less than.
You don't have frequency, frequency has you. That's something else that I'm going to have to get you to understand before we can go into the energetic characteristics of winning and losing. Because what you have to understand about frequency is that frequency wants to stay. If you begin to view each frequency as a living entity, an entity that quite literally, if you think about it like almost in a parasitic way, it likes to exist. It wants to continue existing within your mind and taking up mental real estate, because you give it energy, then it has the capability of materializing as it wants to alter its state of existence. And this comes down to winning and losing too. So even when I go through each of these characteristics, even though you're going to think these are things that you've thought and these are things that you think, more so this is not something you have, but something that has you. And this can be extrapolated to a realm of different states of consciousness. When we're talking about, for example, somebody who's in a continuous degree of toxic relationships, they may think to themselves, damn, why do I keep having these toxic relationships? Because the entity of toxic relationships has you. Why am I broke? You're not broke. Being broke has you. You see the difference? Because these are literal entities that have you, because they have entire psychologies and psyches that they begin to deploy into your consciousness. So you begin to think within its paradigm, because once you think within its paradigm, it then has the capability of materializing that particular paradigm into reality.
That's a bar. Write it down. We'll leave it at that. So, basically what he was saying was, if you have the idea that you're broke, you're broken, you're not good enough, that's a thought form. Think of it like a bubble that's in your head, and it's a thought. Because, whenever you look at a cartoon character, when you're thinking a thought, right, you see a little bubble pop up over their head, right? I will, bro. Thank you so much. So when you have that thought, you don't have that thought has you, because that has taken mental real estate in your mind, that you're broke, you're broken, you're not good enough, you're not capable, you're not lovable, you're not worthy, you're not this, blah, 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 those things. In order to shift out of that, because emotions is is what he was saying, compound effect. For those of you who know about investing, when you put money into an investment, it can do one of two things. It can either grow or it'll... But generally speaking, it'll be like this when you start. And if you keep putting more, it'll compound over time. And it'll shoot through the roof, depending, right? We're just using the simple logic of compound effect. The more you do something, the more you get better at it. So let's say, for example, you currently don't play basketball, right? And then you grab a basketball like I do, you take a shot, it doesn't go in. Okay, that's fine. You take another shot, doesn't go in, that's fine. Take another shot. Eventually you're going to take a shot, it's going to go in, and you're going to be like, fuck yeah, I got one in, right? Then you're going to take another shot. Okay, you're starting to make some moves now. You're starting to get it, right? Because now you have proof that you can do it, right? So eventually you're creating this energy of it's possible. So in order for you to start to shift internally, you're going to have to start knowing, not believing, because believing is a word that needs to be chopped out of our English language and all other language. Believing is not enough. Believing has an energetic opposite called doubt. And doubt is a frequency that brings you back down. And believing is not enough. It kind of keeps you like here. But knowing, you know you can blink your eyes. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to believe that you can blink your eyes. You know you can blink your eyes. And if some of you are going to be smart with me and be like, I can't blink my eyes, I'm all, keep going. But you know to speak. I don't know how to speak. You know how to breathe? I don't know how to breathe. Well, if you don't know how to breathe, you wouldn't be here. That's a bar, write it down. Anyways, jokes aside. My point to say is, like, you know that you can do these things. You don't even have to question it. In fact, if somebody came up to you and said, you don't know how to breathe, you look at them and what the fuck are you talking about? It's a stupid, like, you wouldn't even doubt that. Like, of course I know how to breathe. That's like absolutely ridiculous. So that same frequency of like you feeling like you just know, why aren't you applying that same energy to your desired reality, whatever that is? The partner, the business, the money that you know you're supposed to have. the woman or the man of your dreams that you're meant to be with. Why aren't you doing that? Whatever career, like job, no, you already have it. Because your eyes have been conditioned to see to believe. You need proof. And that's fine, it's normal. But it starts here. You always take action, no matter whether positive or negative, from fear or courage. It always starts here, and then you take the action. Action doesn't happen in here, action happens out there. But you start with creating the intention in here. The intention starts in here. It doesn't start out there, it starts right in here, and then you take the action. Right? That's why, so when a lot of people say, actions speak louder than words, I disagree with that. Your frequency, which is made of 7 keys, speaks louder than your actions, because your actions are dictated by your frequency that you're in. That's a bar, write it down. And what are the 7 keys? Conviction. How much conviction do you have in yourself in bringing forth this thing? Your beliefs. So your beliefs are the boundaries of what you're going to experience in reality. If you believe that you'll never be a millionaire, then you'll get, this is your belief right here. You won't get past that. That's a ceiling. Even if you say, yeah, I can be a billionaire or a millionaire. Okay, cool. That's your conscious definition. What about your subconscious definition? Huh? What do you mean? That's your emotional being. Do you really feel that as true, or is that a lie? Right? You're probably going to, until you feel it and know that it is possible. So your convictions, your beliefs, your expectations. What do you expect of the world? Some people say that the world's awful. So if you keep expecting if you expect, it creates a frequency and it gets crystallized and becomes normalized and becomes your reality. And not just becomes, it is your lived reality. So what Nero was saying earlier in that video was, most people are focusing on the outside and neglecting the inside, and then the current back out, and then what happens, it becomes a loop. Outside, then in, and then back out, because this is what's happening. You're focusing on the outside, within, you're creating the negative experience of what's happening on your outside, within, and then your within is re-amplifying the outside. Do you see what's happening here? But when you start here first, forgetting what's going on in the outside world, start here, you'll start to see that's going to change, because it starts right here. That's how I started to shift. I started to go here, and my world started to change outside of me. For those of you who've been on my stream, you see how happy and caring people are around me. And they're all from different backgrounds and backgrounds and cultural differences. Doesn't matter who. You see it, you feel it. It's genuine, it's not fake. One brother earlier says, I see it's possible that people can be happy. Hell yeah, because it's my state of being. I'm the one that's doing it, because I determined that this is how it's going to be. It's just that simple. This mirror cannot smile back before you do. It cannot smile back before you do. It cannot smile back before you do. So, you have your convictions, beliefs, expectations, your reaction. How often are you reacting to things? Do you react or do you respond? When someone or something is happening in your outer experience, are you going to react or are you going to respond? Do you take a moment to pause and reflect and then respond, or do you just immediately react? Because however you're reacting, that tells you the frequency you're going to be in. What's the other one? Focus. Where are you placing your focus? Are you placing your focus on lack, fear, scarcity, or are you putting on abundance, opulence, and prosperity, and love or joy? Then you have, I always forget two of them. So belief, expectation, focus, emotional charged thoughts. What are your thoughts like? Are they aiming to being positive and reinforcing positive? Or your thoughts are usually has emotion behind it. But not all thoughts are created equal, just so you know. Are you absolutely knowing with certainty that you will bring forth, and you are bringing forth, and you have brought forth what it is that you desire right here? And then this will send the information to this, and this will send information out into the world to bring forth experiences. You're a magnet. And that's both positive or negative. So it works both ways, just so you know. That's why a lot of people are experiencing a lot of hardship in their life, because they are a magnet, and whatever they're thinking and feeling, whether it's positive or negative, they're going to attract it and repel the other. So that's why so many people are experiencing negative experiences instead of positive, because the world's conditioned to negative, and you have to start to focus inwards. You have to stop focusing on what's happening on your outer world and start focusing on who you can be, and you'll start to see things start to change. You become the anomaly in your area, the change maker. What's the other one? I always forget this last one. You know, it's always this damn last one. Gotta get the damn book. Gonna get the damn book. See? Gotta get the book. You might want to write it down. I'm gonna open the page, and you can screenshot this page again for anyone who's interested in your frequency. I keep forgetting perception. I have to remember perception. Perception. Always perception. Take a screenshot of this page if you can. Your beliefs, convictions, perceptions, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reaction, and expectations. Please take a screenshot of that if you can. Perception. I say the perception word all the time. I keep forgetting perception. It's okay. So your perceptions, how you perceive the world, because when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So like, for example, when people would come on the stream and would attack me, because how I saw the world back then, I perceived the world as evil and negative. But that changed for me when I started to see the world vastly different. All right. So, just remember, you have the power in every present moment to alter the course of your reality whenever you choose to. You get to decide. But anyways, when people would come on and attempt to piss me off, I would get pissed off. I'd get mad. I'd fight back. I'd be calling them a bunch of BS too. But now I'm like, whatever. I just look at it. It's just words on the screen. I don't let both the positive or negative affect me much anymore, if at all. I just look at it. I'm like, okay. Basically, I'm the pendulum. I'm not swinging. I'm like here. My pendulum, it'll move like this a little, but it won't go much. It won't do this. It's more like this. So, let's see. Justin. I sure have, actually. If you really think about it, yeah, I have been. I've been going at this for 7 hours. But, I do stuff and then I stop. But the thing is, that's how I move my body throughout the day. That's how I get the movement snack going. Because the body is in constant rest, right? Yes, I'm going to be doing my next set of curls right here, but the body's in constant rest for me. So like instead of like only moving for 1 hour, right? What about the rest of the 23 hours? Of course, for 8 hours, most of us sleep, right? What about the other wait, how many? Yeah, what about the other 16 hours? What are we doing? Right? Or 15 hours. Let's say we moved for 1 hour. Then what? Right? Our energy gets stagnant. We feel good for a moment, but I'm always feeling great because I keep moving my body. Sure, at times I get a little tired, but I mean, you know. Yeah, get me a Nike endorsement. I have all Nike except for Uniqlo. This is a Uniqlo plant. But, you know, that's fine. I should buy out Nike and call it Orion. And change the symbol. Or I just make my own company. The Orion. I'll just take over the entire world and we'll call planet Earth Orion. How about that? Everything will be named Orion. Everything on the planet will be named Orion. And of course, I'm not only working the body, I'm working all of it. The mind, the body, and the soul. All right, so we are at 33, and we have 2 more sets to do. Whew. I do have to go shower, but I might wait and just grab me a little something to chew on. Unless my mom, because she has to, unfortunately, she goes and she uses the laundry room, because my shower is actually in the laundry room, which is kind of weird if you think about it. Whoever built this house did a really interesting thing with this house. Your shower's in the laundry room? Yeah, it's weird. My luxurious shower is in the laundry room. It's weird, but there it is. Like, we have 2 bathrooms, or one is a bathroom, one is a washroom, because, you know, if we're being technical, right? There's 3 words for the same thing, basically: a bathroom, a washroom, and a restroom. Normally I call it a bathroom, right? But a bathroom is with bath. A washroom is with a toilet and hand wash, and then there's a restroom where it's kind of the same thing. So we're supposed to have lots of rain tomorrow. So I don't know. Tomorrow might be my first day I don't stream at all, or I stream for just an hour and then I'll be like, all right, y'all. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm not opposed to streaming inside. It's just I don't want to stream inside. Not with this new channel. This new channel has new energy. It's good energy. But of course, come winter time, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't plan to be here, but we'll see. I've already planned my escape route. And now that I got my passport renewed, I was waiting on that because I couldn't travel. They say that if your passport is expiring within 6 months, they want you to make sure that your passport is valid, because if you leave the country and you don't come back, right, you're basically SOL. So I got me my new passport. I should still take you up on your offer, by the way. You think I forgot your offer, bro? I remember your offer. Do you remember the offer? Do you remember a long time ago what offer you had? Let's see. Hey, that's fine. You can say it's the worst bicep form ever, but hey, I'm in the best shape of my life, bro. What's the term they used to say? Come at me, bro. This could be the worst form for you, but this works for me. You know why? Because I'm the healthiest, the strongest, the fastest, the toughest I've ever been. I didn't know that was someone else, to be honest. One more set. One more set. But yeah, if Justin's here, I remember that offer, bro. Breathing in that fresh air. I wonder if T-Bray's on. Probably give him a call shortly. I do have to go shower though. I'll leave some music on. I won't play Nero's video. I'll play some music and just leave it there. Whew. Neighbor was waving to me. He could see me from a mile away. Ugh. I asked the universe one night, why did you create some of these minds the way they are? And it told me, oh, I didn't create their minds like that. They just got fucked up. I'm like, gotcha. So basically, so that was all by their own doing. Yeah, I gave them a mind, but then they forgot how to use their mind. Gotcha. So I'm like, why did you give them the ability to think like this then? Well, Orion, because just like you had to go through your process. Remember? I'm like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And done, people. We're finished. Well, we're finished the movements, so that's good. Now, I do need to quickly do some stretches here with my arms. We'll do the other side. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it gets a little challenging to grab. The other side. And then my favorite move now that my one of our sisters, Swati, he was like, brother, can you do a prayer pose behind your back? I'm like, I think I can. I don't know what pose you're referring to. And she had to show me a picture. She's like, oh, like do that. I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I can do that just yet. I struggled for a little bit, but I got it. Figured out how to do it. It's good for your wrist and your forearms. I look forward to every troll in the future who has trolled me. I would love to see where they are in 50 years from now, and I'll probably be dancing circles around them. That's a character being facetious right now and third dimensional. I allow this character to sometimes be third dimensional. Nice. Little girl with her pink little trolley car. It's awesome. Okay, protein shake. Let's go. Let's go. $6.40. Yeah, I'm gonna go shower after this. Come back. That's smart. They have a air filter down here. That's a dope. What is this? Ginger and turmeric. Ginger and turmeric. That's really good for yourself. Well, anything can be good. Oh yeah. Let's grab some protein powder. Need to buy some protein powder soon, very, very soon. I was thinking I was not gonna get it till May, or wasn't gonna get through May, but sure enough did. So that's pretty cool. I do trust my next batch is just as amazing. Yeah, here we are. Getting that protein shake. This is like my treat after my day of movement. And the funny thing is I still have some movements to do later on in the evening. So before I go to bed, I also move my body. But I do like light stretches, like very, very easy stretches. So yeah, I'm gonna go shower. Cool. Cheers, y'all. Protein shake after a good day of movement, not too shabby at all. Unfortunately, tomorrow we will not have Mr. Sun out. Unless it decides to, the rain
If I can move the rain to a different location, that would be awesome. It was a good day. Man, they doing lots of work over there. They're doing lots of work. Bullshit stream? That's cool. Guess what you can do? Keep on swiping up, bro. I'll create more bullshit for you. How about that? Would you like more bullshit? I'll give you more bullshit. I'll put on some music. I'm gonna go take a shower and chill. Peace out, mister. Say whatever you want. I don't care. It's all good. Alright, I'm gonna put on some music. What are we gonna listen to? Open up the YouTube playlist. Yeah. Yesterday's one was alright, so I can play that music again, so that's good. I have to get to the end of the playlist though. Yeah. I need to move this stuff down actually. Give me a moment, y'all. I'm just setting up the music stuff. Rearranging some tracks in some order. That way I can go take a shower and know that you all will still be hearing music by the time I get back. Oh shit. Alright, cool. There's going to be a fair bit of tracks. So, enjoy. I'll be back. I'm going to take a shower first. So I'm going to write that in the chat quickly before I go. Let me just mute myself here. Come on. You can type. You're good. Do 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 do. Yeah. God damn, I gotta go back and go through this again.
rushing deep inside. No more limits left to hide. A power breaking through the sky. Too strong to deny. I am the fire and I am the light. Breaking through the endless night. Every form, every fight pulls me higher on the side. Hear my voice, I won't fall. I give everything my all. This is more than just a dream. It's the power in my scream. Face the shadow, face the fear. Chains roaring, drawing near. World is shaking, time stands still, but I bend it to my will. Super Saiyan, feel the spark. Super Saiyan 2 in the dark. But this power you've never seen is tearing through the in-between. And this is to go even further. I am the storm unleashed at last. No more filter, no more past. Feel the ground begin to break as my power starts to shake through the sky. Hear my cry, let the legend come alive. This is the final stand I choose. I won't stop, I won't lose. Higher beyond what I hear. Stronger with every breath I breathe. Golden fire, endless roar. Now I am so much more. I am the fire ray, I am the light. Burning brighter than the fire. Every step, every scream turns reality to dream. Now it's done, feel the end. All the worlds begin to mend. From the ashes I arise. Truth is burning in my eyes. The echoes slowly fade away, but the legend will remain. running from this endless game. Father gone, a distant light left me in this endless fight. Power deep I couldn't face, hidden in a fragile place. Lost alone but I survived. Piccolo kept me alive. Cold but somehow he still cared. Showed me strength. Because I hesitated, because I waited. I'm sorry. Echoes in my head, the words I never said. But then your voice reached out to me, beyond the space I couldn't say. You're stronger now, stronger than me. Trust your power, set it free, set it free. guide me, change this world, let me be. From the dark I rise again, through the storm, through the like a fire, still it grows. This is for my future. Sky gets low, crushing slow, everything begins to glow. I won't stop, I won't fade, every loss that I pay. Break my face one last time, change this world, make it mine. I will rise through the pain, I will live again. Break my face, change my world. I won't fall, I won't fall. Piano stays, everything fades. I was born beneath a tyrant sky, a prince in chains, forced not to die. Under freezer's shadow, I burned inside. A say in pride, they tried to hide. The piano weeps where silence stays. A warrior lost in endless days. But deep inside, a fire grew, a rage that only I once knew. I heard the legends across the stars, a warrior race with healing scars. The Super Saiyan, born in light, a power forged in endless fight. They said it's only myth and lies, a dream behind unreachable skies. But I would tear the heavens apart to reach that form and break my heart. Then I saw him rise so fast, conqueror breaking through the past. A Super Saiyan shining gold, while I was left out in the cold. I hate him, Kakarot. He reached the power I was not. Every breath became a war. I swore I'd rise even more. I will surpass, I will defy, even if I burn and die. Pride of a prince, I won't fall. I'll break it all, I'll outshine them Then came the war against Hell's reign, a monster feeding on all pain. He mocked the no regret, just a death the world won't forget. Final flash, break the sky, accept on the stars.
We're back. And yeah, what is legal? The songs? Yeah, the songs are AI based. They're allowed to be played. If they were like actual like songs from like legit artists, then no. Nice. Still have to go do one more thing.
From starlight falling through the night, a child with no past, no guiding light, no name to call, no voice inside, just fate burning deep inside. Grandpa, go hands, gentle hand. A warrior born, he could not understand. No memory, no place to belong. Only a heart that grows so strong. Through forest paths and endless skies, a fearless soul with shining eyes. He laughs, he fights, he learns, he grows. Chasing strength, no limit knows. With Bull McQuillan by his side, through every battle, every stride. Master shake the fire inside, a rising force you can't deny. Feel it rise, feel it break. Every limit starts to shake. Kamehameha, break the sky. Say his soul will never die. Rise through fire, feel the pain. Stronger with every breath he gains. When all seems lost, he'll still fight. A living flame in the darkest night. He won't fall, he ascends. A power that never ends. Scream through heaven, through all time. A legend forever divine. A life he built, a love so true, a heart he gave to Chi-Chi too. A son named Gohan, pride and light, the reason that he stands to fight. A prince once filled with burning hate, now walks beside him, shares his fate. From rivals torn by endless war, to brothers forged in something more. A friend falls down, the silence screams, a shattered world, a broken dream. Something snaps, the rage ignites, a golden storm, a blinding light. I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am the protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am truth. Ally to good, nightmare to you. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Kamehameha. Broken heroes fade and cry. Ashes drift in endless gray.
Yeah.
Torn away.
Most of the tracks are AI based. Fire is on indeed. I'm just cleaning up out here because it's very, very messy outside with all these little flower petals.
After fire and pain, we stood again through loss and rain. Broken skies, but still we rise. Hope survives in fading eyes. A shadow grows, the world feels cold. Ancient evil, a story told. Friends have fallen, light grows thin, but something stronger burns within. We've lost too much, but we remain. Carrying scars, embracing pain. A final stand, we draw the line. This moment now, this fate is mine. No more. We won't fall to the night. No more. We ignite the light.
Cool. That was good. Cleaned up. Showered, cleaned up, vacuumed. So cleaned up the room. Cleaned up outside here a bit. Feels good. Feels accomplished. Cleaning. How much more is left? Oh, what a good day. What a wonderful day. A lot of movement. And I watch more of you show up as soon as I end the stream. I bet. So, it's Friday evening. I'm just seeing if just reaching out to one of my clients right now. They were just sharing some wins during the week. The live stream's gonna be done shortly. Cool. Well, I'm happy for my clients. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Good win. Can't share it, obviously, but privacy. Really happy for my client. That's so awesome. And for those of you who are like, is this even legal? Yes, it is very legal to listen to music that is copyright free or AI based tracks. So these tracks are made from other YouTubers, and I've also asked for direct permission from each of these creators, and they're like, go for it, use it. So I don't use like copyright music now because I know what happens. I've had to go through a lot of I had to go through a lot of different punishments with the other channel. That's why I made all the mistakes on that channel, but not this channel. No comment. What's up? Where the stream's about to end, I was everyone's asking about the music. Like, is that even legal? Well, yeah, because if you listen to AI music that's generated by other YouTubers that are making AI tracks, it's very legal. But you can still ask for permission, and I've been whitelisted on their video, so I can play the music. That's why I'm playing a specific set of songs. Plus, I get to promote them. This guy's name is Blaze. You can check him out. He's taking my Dragon Ball music and making vocals. Anyways, tomorrow it's supposed to rain around about 10 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see what happens with the stream. I might start early, but I might finish early. It'll be very weird because normally I'm streaming 12 hours a day. I've been streaming 12 hours a day for the longest time. So this would be my first break. And while Monday, it'll be my official first break from the live stream. So it'll be cool. I have my clients to work with on Mondays. But this is cool. Weekends are cool to live stream because a lot of people jump on the live streams, but also people are, busy doing their things too on the weekend. So we'll see. Tomorrow I'll be doing my jump rope. Now the only thing is, I want to do that 1 hour one on the stream tomorrow. But if for whatever reason it just doesn't pan out, I will save it for next week. So the live stream is going to be done in about 10 minutes, give or take. Yeah. I wonder what I'm going to do tonight. Am I going to watch a movie? I might watch a movie. I watched The Fugitive last night. I always like watching my old school movies. I might watch Demolition Man. Or I might watch that movie J-Pax, or what is it, K-Pax? I should look it up quickly. Let's see. K-Pax. I think that's what it's called. K-Pax, I think it's called. Yep. Kevin Spacey, huh? Okay. Check it out. But yeah, another week done. It's good. Everything's unfolding. But eventually I'm going to not be doing 12-hour streams on this channel. I'll be doing like content and just an hour or two streamings talking about what needs to be talked about. And then jumping off. Just want to build a YouTube algorithm knowing that this channel is legit. Or I could just do multiple live streams per day, since now I have that ability to do that. I originally had the ability not to do that. You can only do one live stream a day, but you can do as long as a live stream as you choose to. Sunday's also supposed to rain apparently too, so who knows? I might live stream, or I might just take the weekend off. We'll see. I have no idea. But Monday I'll be off. I'm just gonna chill. I'll finish my client work. Maybe I'll turn back on the stream later on in the afternoon. I'll finish all my workout and just do my thing. Oh wow, Corvette, let's go. Fuck yeah, let's go. Blue Corvette just passed by there. Fucking awesome. Your mind is so far away, still on Earth. Oh yeah, my mind is a long way away from the Earth. It's a paradox, isn't it? It's here, but not here at the same time. Yeah. We got what? 5 more minutes on the stream? Yeah, it's not much to really say. I've said all that I needed to say for today. I'm just chilling right now. I'm just giving my stream the max amount of time that it needs. And, yeah, I'd probably watch Demolition Man or Judge Dredd. Ooh, Judge Dredd. I like my old school 90 movies. I do have to finish a little bit of there's some client work I do need to finish though for Monday. But that doesn't take long. That takes like maybe at what, 15 minutes? I'm really happy for my client. I'm just right now thinking about my clients. Oh yeah. Remember, it starts, right? And you manifest it out. So yeah. I read your comment. I read your stuff you shared. Thanks for the photo of Mr. I like his face, by the way. He doesn't like that shower. What dog actually likes to take a shower? Yeah. He's like, argh. I'm telling you, they're human with dog form, you know? Let's see. I will. Thank you. It's gonna rain. I don't think I'm gonna be streaming in the rain. Like, I might take the walk, but I don't think I'll be streaming all day because like I want to be out here. And if it rains all day, you know, don't really want to don't want to be streaming inside, you know? It's just or I do stream inside, but I do my little podcast little setup, you know? I change it up a little, just, you know, use a microphone. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing that shortly. I'm gonna go make some hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. I'm gonna have some hot chocolate. I'm gonna push in this fence. One sec.